RE4 VR helped remind us why we all loved RE4 so much to begin with. It simply unlocked the game's hidden potential. I'm sure you're wondering about these. Good. Keep at it.
The recent Resi 4 remake, however, wasn't like that at all. As much as it might look like it sometimes, the original game isn't at the core here. The entire game has been rebuilt, so in some cases, the original's details aren't there for you to uncover, but have actually been lost in translation. While the village's wood-burning stoves remain, more detailed paper, I should say, their rust and residue now part of this locale's storytelling, their exhausts no longer do.
Lurks.
No.
Welcome to my channel. I'm Feishui. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Restreambot. Welcome to my channel. Axe. Welcome to my channel. Commander Root. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Streamper. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Stygian Sticks. Welcome to my channel. Beladit. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Autoyum. Welcome to my channel.
Progress through them backwards. It's almost the same idea as the mirror cups in freaking Mario Kart. What was once a level's exit is now its entrance, but otherwise nothing's changed. This is the best of both worlds for returning players, who get to recognize the layout enough to appreciate the effort that went into rebuilding it, but also haven't run the combat scenario from this side before, so can still be challenged without turning on the Resident Evil 4 part of their brain and going on autopilot. Changing the allocation of details allowed them to also flesh out some of the game's story, bringing to light just how much the first game got away with leaving out. The remake is less about uncovering hidden details embedded within something familiar, something you know, something like Resident Evil 4, and more about getting to see all the new color added to parts of a well-respected piece whose artists, upon almost 20 years of reflection, thought it needed.
Discovery in the remake doesn't feel like it does in the VR version, like, oh wow, I never noticed that, but rather like, oh wow, I would have never thought about that in that way. It's, oh shit, I never realized how massive El Gigante is versus, oh damn, I never considered how a monster like El Gigante would come to be. Detail has been deliberately added and in some cases removed by authorial judgment, not by the consumer's ability to pay attention through immersive VR technology or otherwise. Rather than hidden potential, the Resident Evil 4 remake simply fleshes out RE4's weaker elements and invests in its untapped potential.
Throughout the game, especially my first playthrough, I found myself very rarely entering what was supposed to be a joke, but is probably actually a real physiological state I and many others share due to sheer amount of time invested, my brain's Resident Evil 4 mode. Due to it hanging off that untapped potential and being designed to straddle the line between familiar and unfamiliar, very few times did I just zone out and let the years of knowledge and muscle memory associated with this game's story mode take over. I actually admit I found it really tough. I had a lot of difficulty with the combat, and a lot of trouble getting lost. I can't believe how much I relied on the map in the remake to find my way. Something changed. After starting New Game Plus and messing around in Mercenary,
Alicidra.
Something unexpected
Welcome to my channel.
clicked. And it happened suddenly and noticeably enough for me to recognize it and know I couldn't attribute this abrupt change in, just having gotten better with time. It was like from one moment to the next, I was just better, more competent and more comfortable with the game. And until recognizing a few days later that what had really just happened was my brain subconsciously turning on my Resident Evil Revelations 2 mode, and the realization that truly Resident Evil has yet to progress as a series past a PS3 game from 2015, I was having a lot of fun with my newfound skill.
To understand my pending revelation and ensuing disappointment, we're gonna have to go back to Romania for a sec.
Now, I'm not going to keep it a secret, both 7 and 8, aka Village, represent a style of Resident Evil, to me, that's fun for one go-around, but doesn't have enough mechanical depth to be worth revisiting as many times as I have 4, 5, 6, or either of the Revelations games. And while Village is a masterclass in atmosphere, the impact is lost on repeat playthroughs. As far as what it is you do in the game, the gameplay, it's not very complex nor very fun. At least compared to other Resident Evil games. That's a fucking given here. And as far as what you see, hear, and feel throughout the game, it comes off feeling a little, I don't know, staged maybe? Like I said before, theme park-ish. And that disappointed me a little, especially given the state of the current indie survival horror scene. As I argued for 28 minutes back at launch, an indie game like Phasmophobia captures more of the essence of the original Resident Evil than return-to-form entries like 7 or Village do, all while more creatively applying modern artificial intelligence technology to tropes of the series, like the stalker enemy.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
Oh, she's right here.
What's happening? Oh, there's a creepy ghost next to Lamb.
No, that's not a hunter. It's just fucking with us.
But there was something beyond the artifice of Village's atmosphere and the corniness of its narrative that bugged me a little. While I still did really enjoy what it did with its world building, I couldn't shake off this feeling of deja vu. Like, I had seen all of this before in Resident Evil Revelations 2.
Now, as proud as I am for being able to describe two games at once for a bit, I'll admit there certainly are some differences. For example, while Resident Evil 8's enemies are victims of Eastern European village poverty and power dynamics, Revelation 2's are more victims of slum poverty. There's an Eastern Bloc twist here I think is really unique for the series. Where 8 took arguably a safe path by drawing a lot of inspiration from 4, telling the story of innocent villagers living on the outskirts of a castle whose ruling class and religious cult leaders use them as cannon fodder, Revelation 2's villain is depicted as a proletarian dictator, someone who brought industry to this island and empowered its working class people before testing experimental viruses on them and augmenting them with mechanical parts. Unlike Mother Miranda's freaky ceremony used to transfer consciousness to a little girl, Alex Wesker's applies AI and the T-virus to transfer her mind to a host child.
Look, I could sit here all day and bore you with the details, but overall, both games tell extremely similar stories in extremely similar settings with extremely similar themes.
I got that same vibe with Resi 7 actually. When I first saw the freaky little psychic girl, I was like, oh, hey, I guess they were disappointed nobody got to see their freaky little psychic girl in Resi 2, so they just ripped her concept off for the new game. I had no idea what that would foreshadow in the sequel though, because it's not just the plots and settings and characters and themes that are common between titles. A lot of concepts from Revi 2 found their way, sometimes barely modified, poking around inside Village. One of the most egregious examples is Village's late-game tanker ship-esque chapter, the Factory Stage, which feels a lot like the Asylums in Revi 2. Both are locations where infected found themselves being augmented with mechanical pieces for strengthening. In fact, the main soldier enemies you fight in Village's factory, you know, the guys with the huge drills attached to their arms who hold them up like little fuckers to conceal their big red glowing weak spots, these guys are pulled straight from one of Revi 2's recurring boss fights. This dude, who stalks you with a massive industrial drill that happens to be bulletproof and blocks your line of sight to some of his big red glowing weak spots. Again, it feels like they were disappointed in how few people got to experience this enemy design, and so they just recycled it and hoped that nobody would notice. Not that, you know, it really matters. At the end of the day, more people just get to engage with this cool design this way. Don't read this wrong. I'm not in any way calling this lazy. It's just that as a dedicated enough player to play through some of the niche titles, your reward is the ability to spot reuse. And that's, I don't know, a little bit sucky. It's the same with the item crafting. RE7 comes around and everyone's like, whoa, so cool! What an interesting way to give players agency over their inventory. Meanwhile, Revi 2 introduced that system 2 years prior and nobody was aware. Like, hey, this isn't such a big deal, y'all.
Or, fuck, okay, so a couple of weeks after launch, they added a new Mercenaries mode to Village, right? And everybody's freaking out. Oh my god, it's so good, I love all the new changes, which basically boil down to, one, there's a lobby now where you can buy and upgrade weapons between stages, and two, there are power-ups. Both of which represent like not even 2% of the absolutely whack shit the Residents came up with back in the day and crammed into a neat little thing called Raid Mode. And by neat little thing, of course, I mean something quite easily 10 times the size of the main story, to the point that to me, Raid Mode is Revi 2's main mode.
Raid Mode is the evolution, or even I'd say the sequel to Mercenaries. It takes this fun little post-game unlock, arcade challenge mode, gives it structure, spreads itself across hundreds of levels, gives itself room to breathe and paces out its difficulty curve, lets itself expand upon each of the game's combat mechanics in ways the main story just can't afford to, and even fucking frames itself within the narrative as a thing that exists within the world of Resident Evil. Without getting into it, it serves a similar purpose within the story as Metal Gear Solid's
Video game
VR
talk.
versions do, if you know what I'm
Welcome
talking
to my channel.
about. Hell, this lobby
Hello.
design alone goes way freaking harder than it needs to. It's like you're trapped in this space between worlds, between Resident Evils, different styles of architecture composited into each other in ways that shouldn't be possible, in the same vein as the mode's levels are constantly combining elements of Revelations 2, Revelations 1, and even Resident Evils 5 and 6 to create experiences that feel unpredictable and staggering. This whole mode glows with creativity and attention to detail in a way that puts other games in this series, fucking scratch that, other games, period, to shame. Raid mode is Resident Evil firing on all cylinders, and I swear they haven't come so close to matching half of this top speed ever since. So Resi Village's Mercenaries mode, this isn't new. This is a 10-year-old idea. This is a lesser version of what was in Revelations 2 on the PS3, of what was in fucking Revelations 1 on the Nintendo 3DS. Christ, I played a better version of this on something I could fold in half and fit in my pocket. And while it's great, like clearly it kicks a lot of ass to some people, seeing folks tout this as some upgrade Resi's been overdue for was just freaking ridiculous. Hey everybody, listen up. Resi's been here, Resi's done that.
From its story to its levels to its bonus mode, Resident Evil 8 felt like a half-assed rehash of a game I honestly liked better. One that I think was more fun, more replayable, and more thoughtfully designed, not to mention multi-fucking player. Truly, I could talk about this all day, but Village certainly inherited a lot from its predecessor. Let me tell you, Resi 8 did the fucking rounds at the escape sale. I don't think it used anything it took to its maximum potential. Unlike a certain remake that came out recently. You know, one that this whole video is supposed to be about. Yeah.
Resi 4's remake might not have drawn direct inspiration from Revelations 2. I mean, how could it? By its nature as a remake, it was trying to be something else. But it did still lift one thing, arguably pretty core one, from Revelations 2. Its character control. Either the remake described as Resident Evil 4, but with modern controls at last, which I find really funny given nothing here wasn't already in Revelations 2 nearly 10 years ago. The dual stick aiming, yep, the weapon quick select, yeah, the instant knife button and sprinting attacks, pretty sure Revelation 2 invented those. The dodge move, same. The revolutionary new crouch button and the stealth stages and quiet takedowns it paired with, you betcha. Except in many cases, Revelations does all these one better. The stealth, for instance, yeah, not everybody's a fan of it in the remake, but Revelations 2, the inclusion of a smoke grenade, allowed you to turn any of the game stages into a stealth level on demand, at least momentarily, letting you choose to avoid fights with tough enemies, opting for instant stealth takedowns instead. It also had the really neat idea of making your guns do more damage when you're in a crouched position, something that doesn't exist in Resi 4. A fair trade, it would seem, between damage and mobility. Or the quick select inventory. Revelations only had 4 slots, but mapping grenades to their own dedicated buttons meant you didn't need more than 4 slots, because grenades weren't part of the equation. It also used distinct buttons for dodging and crouching, unlike the remake, meaning, 1, you could dodge on demand instead of aiming as a reaction to contextual prompts, turning dodging into a skill-based action rather than a quick-time event, and 2, you never accidentally crouched when the dodge failed. The influence doesn't stop at the controls, though admittedly it doesn't go too far elsewhere. While few of the game's enemies diverge from their origins in, well, Resident Evil 4, the Regenerator appropriated a quality of Revelation 2's signature enemies, the Revenants. These dudes are these massive grafted humanoid enemies that stumble around like broken puppets. Their gimmick is that only their weak spot is vulnerable to damage, but it's concealed somewhere inside their body, which coincidentally can heal itself. Sound familiar? The technique for offing these guys is to shoot at their different body parts, causing enough damage to tear them apart and reveal whether the weak spot is there or elsewhere. Once you find which of their appendages hides their big glowing orb, you can focus all fire there until killed. Now, Resi 4's Regenerator shtick has always been that you need a thermoscope to locate their hidden internal weak spots. Until today. In the remake, the enemy designers cleverly added another way to locate their weak spots, doing damage to their bodies, shredding their skin to spot exactly where the little glowing spots are beneath, and shooting at them. While not perfect, it's alleviated a lot of the difficulty in those first few encounters, and honestly, it's a great idea. The Revenants were not so secretly supposed to be the spiritual successors to the Regenerators, so it made me really happy to see an element of their design survive all the way to the remake of Resi 4.
While the Resi 4 remake feels a lot like Revelations 2, so much so that if I squinted I could trick my brain into thinking that that's what it was, it's sadly missing some of the quality of life improvements Revelations introduced. That's why I was so disappointed after having unlocked the freaking neural pathway between Resi 4 and Revelations, because that sudden little mental click spoiled everything I've come to appreciate about the remake so far. It turned my experience with Resi 4 from, wow, this is a really great remake, they paid a lot of attention to bringing in what mattered and culling what
Community K members, welcome to my channel. Gamers Lounge, welcome to my channel.
Something that feels and plays the same as a game from almost 10 years ago.
Hello.
I thought about how much time all these cool new ideas were left to stagnate while they returned to form and played around with the first-person perspective. It made me wonder if, had they brought in some Resi 4 stages into raid mode back then too, would that have scratched the same itch as this remake does today?
Oh, wow.
Maybe. But here's the thickest layer to this onion of disappointment. As copied as the game feel is, as much as Leon's new moves afford you the same agencies as Barry's did before, it's what's on the other end of your crosshairs that's the real problem. The greatest difference between RE4 and Revi 2 are their enemy rosters. See, this level of control needs to be met by a cast of ghoulies who really challenge you, who push you to achieve a higher level of skill, or at the very least explore the depths of your moveset, who force you to engage with the game in a way that a tank-controlled protagonist couldn't. There needs to be a reason for the game to control this well. Your opponents. Sure, Resi 4's infected Spaniards did all receive mechanical makeovers, but even so, they pale in comparison to the sheer variety of wacky Baltic zombie fuckers Barry has to deal with. I hinted before that Revi 2's raid mode is a massive composite structure of parts pulled from previous Revi games. Those parts include not only stages, characters, and weapons, but also enemies. It's almost like an All-Stars mode, or a 2010s Resident Evil Greatest Hits album. The Executioner is here, the I Need a Hug guy is here, hell, even Donkey Kong is here. To spice it up, they also introduced enemy power-ups. In the harder stages, bad guys would randomly be granted special abilities like super speed, poisonous gas, invisibility, gigantism, force field, or any combination of any number of other existing power-ups. A shitty basic zombie dude could suddenly become a formidable bullet sponge with the right set of powers. Worse, a boss enemy with a one-hit kill attack could be given a truly terrifying combo of, for example, super speed and mini mode, making them hard to track and evade and easier to slip up and get one hit by. There were even dudes with glowing auras around them that cursed you to die in 30 seconds if you came in proximity unless you killed them in time, and sometimes also passively granted random power-ups to other enemies by that same proximity. A deadly, deadly combination. All this to say, the power-up system expanded on the already strong enemy variety here. Some of these stages and enemies might have looked familiar, but you had no way of knowing what to expect walking into each one. Which, ding ding ding, explains the need for more intricate character controls. In order for it to be fair to be thrown into the ring with some of these enemies from previous games, the characters needed to be as fluid as those in Resi 6. Notoriously, the series' furthest departure from survival horror and closest approach to straight-up arcade action. Yet, somehow the team behind Revi 2 managed to solve a seemingly impossible problem. Draft a moveset with a wide enough range of applications and high enough skill ceiling to fit in a more action-oriented game mode, but where every action still feels heavy and deliberate. Less like you're controlling a super soldier, more like a tank. Because it needed to. Remember, some of the first Revelation games levels and enemies were here too, and that game, given it was a 3DS exclusive, necessarily returned to tank controls because its platform didn't have a second thumbstick. Revi 2 needed a complex and snappy enough character to keep pace with quick-moving enemies like those in the more fast-paced games, but whose actions still felt deliberately burdensome, ensuring bad decisions didn't go unpunished. It also needed to not allow players to overpower or outmaneuver slower foes who weren't originally designed with this level of action in mind. How'd they do it? Well, first off, they fucked off with the rolling and fucked off with the butt scooting. What the hell were they ever thinking with that in the first place? And they said, hey, How about a crouch and a weighty dodge instead? Bang. That's it. And for good measure, reloading is going to be slow as hell, and recoil is going to be uninterruptible. Bam. Done. Sound familiar? 'Cause it should. The character control Resi 4 inherited came from the Resident Evil with the greatest enemy variety of them all, whose character's movement was designed expressly around compatibility with and giving the player a fair but not unfair chance against enemies new and old. Hell, the director's explicitly stated intent with raid mode was to make something to play for over 500 hours without feeling stale. That's the reason it had to feel so fluid but also so hard to get good at. These controls were meant to be mastered over days and days and days of playing a game whose content was being trickled out in an episodic format. Why is it a problem, or why is it that I think it's a problem? Resi 4 used a control scheme that was overqualified for it. Or maybe better said, that its enemies were underqualified to oppose a player with. Well, a couple of weeks after launch, we added the game's Mercenaries mode, a notoriously really difficult sub-game in the original. Everyone and their grandma noticed right away that it was way too easy to get an S rank granted this new maneuverability. RE4 is one of the most well-paced games I've ever played, but its remake feels like a bad list. When it clicked for me, it was obvious. I fought off hordes
World of streamers. Welcome to my channel.
Villagers and cultists that this feels like child's play. These guys are unfairly matched. In raid mode, I was fighting for my life, like I was that third monkey on the raft to Noah's Ark when, brother, it started to rain. These dumbass villagers have no idea what sort of shit I've seen, what sort of things I'm capable of. I unlocked the samurai sword. I've got all 5 fucking medals on every stage in raid mode. That means I beat each one without being overleveled. I never killed myself once, and I even on every of. I unlocked the
Wow.
samurai sword. I've got all 5 fucking medals on every stage in raid mode. That means I beat each one without being overleveled. I never killed myself once, and I even killed the optional enemies. Why? Because it was fun as fucking hell. It's overkill playing Resi 4 this smoothly. It's like taking a rocket launcher to a food fight. These guys might as well be coming at me with yogurt cubes. Fucking moron. Here's the point. In constructing a remake of Resi 4 around the much more expressive controls of Revi 2, they forgot how that level of agency was matched by an exceptionally challenging and diverse roster of enemies. While RE4's enemy AI is definitely impressive, the addition of just, what, cowhead guys, some crooked neck dudes, and a new behavior for the spider parasite guys, it doesn't even come close to matching the breadth of possible opponents and the depth of possible encounters by their combination that this control scheme was built for. It would have been much more interesting had they done one of 2 alternatives. One, kept Revi 2's moveset but experimented with more new enemy types and behaviors than few they did, or 2, come up with entirely new controls and combat mechanics, maybe with the goal of making a more faithful remake of Resi 4 in terms of game feel at least. My worry is that if this trend continues, 2 remakes from now, Resi will have reinvented something very similar to the controls that RE6 already has. Resi 4's remake's new controls will evolve and converge back with where the series was way back in 2012.
And at that point, you guys are all gonna have to choose between
Bruce.
2 pills. Or,
Welcome to my channel.
pizzas, it seems. Either that these remakes were a waste of time, and that the series has been stagnant for over a decade, or that RE6 was way ahead of its time and is actually a fucking masterpiece. And from my experience trying to argue that point in the past, I don't think any of you losers are ready to admit that. Me though, no intervention needed. I've been RE6-pied the whole fucking time. It would have been a lot better if I wasn't eating this fucking, like, 3 days after I made them and that they've been in the fridge. Here, I can't do another take of that. I hope it was good. Don't forget to like, comment, and order a pizza. Oh shit. For real, find yourself a nice pizza. What the fuck is this? Every time I have a whole fucking time? What the fuck?
Hey guys, today I'll show you a horror TV series named Creepshow Season 3. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. The first story, titled Mums, begins with a shot of an isolated farmhouse sitting beside a country lane. The boy named Jack spends his days feeding pigs and doing family chores, living a seemingly carefree existence. However, his father is a violent man, spending his days drinking, causing trouble, and beating his wife. One day, while the father was out, Jack's mother shared with him that his great-grandmother would turn 100 that summer. She expressed her wish to visit the grandmother together with Jack. Jack was elated, but little did he know this was but a well-intended lie. His mother, despite being battered by her husband daily, strived to create the illusion of a harmonious home for her son. However, she could bear it no longer. She wanted to take her son and leave, to escape the confines of their rural life and her abusive husband. But the father, having sensed her change in behavior, stood in her way with two of his friends. To punish his disobedient wife, he dragged her away forcefully. All the mother could do was to reassure her frail son not to resist. Following his father's request, his friend Beth took good care of Jack. His mother was forced into a car. Beth consoled Jack, assuring him that his mother would be all right. But this farewell would be forever between mother and son. Beth said that his mother was an adult. She knew how to protect herself. Jack harbored resentment towards his father, but Beth never stopped speaking well of him. Deep into the night, the father and his close friend were acting suspiciously. It turned out that the brutal father had actually killed his wife. Meanwhile, Jack was still anxiously waiting for news of his mother. Beth was saddened by the mother's death. After all, they had spent many years together and had become inseparable friends. However, she still concealed this secret for the father. Jack had no choice but to pack up his mother's belongings alone. His mother had taken a photo of her and Jack, even when she was fleeing. Tucked within the photo was a packet of seeds. Picking up the seeds, Jack looked up and saw his mother's contorted face, but it was all just a nightmare. It was the neighbor Beth who arrived to offer comforting words, making Jack feel warmly embraced. After Jack fell asleep, his father and his close friend sneakily moved the body to the backyard. It was the garden his mother had loved to tend while she was alive, and the poor mother eventually became the fertilizer for her beloved flowers. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. His father returned home, covered in dirt. Jack instantly realized what had happened. With tears welling up in his eyes, he dared not ask about his mother's whereabouts. The father said that his mother was a drunkard and drug addict. She had left Jack long ago to live her own carefree life. He also told Jack not to suspect him of being the murderer. The close friends standing in front of him and Beth were both accomplices. Jack came to his mother's garden carrying seeds, but these seeds were unusually sharp, and they cut Jack, causing him to bleed profusely. Sorrowfully, Jack planted the seeds. His father, in reality, had formed a terrorist organization with his pals and Beth. They spent their days scheming about dividing the country and establishing their own faction. After a few beers, they felt as though they owned all of America. It turns out, his motivation for killing the mother and keeping Jack was to groom his son into a terrorist. As the night approached, Jack had fallen into a deep sleep. The seeds in the yard had quietly begun to sprout and eventually bloomed into dazzling flowers. The next morning, Jack was amazed to see the seeds left by his mother had such magic. The flower stems were full of thorns. Jack gripped one of the thorns, blood trickling down his hand and seeping into the soil, providing nourishment. One night, Jack overheard through the window that his father and his pals were discussing plans to rob the tax bureau. It all started to make sense. His mother had fled with him because she had learned about their plan. Beth, who was as close as a sister to his mother, had betrayed her despite knowing his father was a murderer. Jack found it hard to accept that shortly after his mother's death, Beth had sided with his father. It was clear she had long wanted to eliminate the mother and take her place. From the backyard, there came a sudden squeal of a piglet. It turns out the plants weren't just bloodsuckers, and they desired flesh as well. Jack struggled to rescue the piglet. Once deprived of food, the plant surprisingly wound around Jack's arm. Next, the mother's corpse emerged from the soil. She greedily drained her son's fresh blood. After her meal and drink, she held Jack close and kissed him, murmuring something in his ear. Jack was terrified. He rushed inside to find Beth, seeking help. Beth was puzzled, so she followed Jack to the backyard, but all they saw were vibrant flowers. Unexpectedly, Jack picked up a spade and swung it at Beth. Having dealt with Beth, it was now his father's turn. Jack used the same ploy, claiming to have seen something strange in the backyard. He tricked his father into the garden. Just then, Mother rose from the ground again, her tendrils starting to bind the father. The once arrogant father was immobilized and bit by Mother and dragged into the mud for a slow, savory feast. In the end, Jack duped Father's close friend over the phone, and the killing spree continued until sunrise. After that, 4 lives had transformed into 4 splendid flowers. Jack sped down the avenue with the blood-sucking flowers, intending to fulfill his mother's last wish, to take her back to their hometown and see her great-grandmother, who was nearing her 100th birthday. The second story, titled Queen Bee, begins with 3 close friends, Trinice, Carlos, and Deborah, who shared a common passion. They were all profoundly enamored with a pop singer named Regina. It was rumored that Regina was 9 months pregnant and preparing for childbirth. Coincidentally, Deborah's mother was a nurse at the local hospital. Being very considerate, she left her wallet so the trio could go out to eat. As it turned out, pop star Regina was due to give birth that very night. Wary of any disturbance, she had exclusively reserved the entire 4th floor of the hospital, bringing her own team of doctors and staff. This was why Deborah's mother had suddenly taken leave. Upon hearing that their idol was in the hospital, Trinice and Carlos were extremely excited and insisted on visiting the hospital to catch a glimpse of the superstar's baby. Deborah, bearing her mother's pass, led the way. As they made their way, the trio began discussing how Regina was extremely private. Paparazzi had never managed to capture her boyfriend, but mysteriously
Streamer's
she had become
social
pregnant.
space.
Like a queen,
Welcome to
Regina
my
had
channel.
never spoken of love or needed a man. She was indeed the modern idol for many women. After much discussion, the trio finally made it into the hospital. Deborah expressed concern, wondering whether they should disturb the pop star who valued her privacy. Unfazed, Trinice used the pass to open the back door. To their surprise, the medical team was in the process of taking Regina to the delivery room. This was the closest they had ever been to their idol, and they were over the moon. However, the security downstairs spotted their sneaky entrance and tried to expel them. At that moment, they were merely a step away from their idol. There was no way they could give up easily. They managed to overpower the security guard, who tumbled down the stairs and lay motionless. Just for the sake of meeting a celebrity, they had caused serious harm. Nevertheless, these fanatics didn't care in the slightest. The entire floor had been rented out, so there was not a soul in sight nor a single light on. A healthcare worker was wheeling a corpse right past them. Trinice inadvertently made a noise and thought he'd been exposed. Yet to his surprise, the healthcare worker seemed not to hear anything. As he turned around, Trinice found the worker's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. In order to meet their idol, the 3 decided to search further. Peering through the glass window, they saw a few monstrous doctors administering an anesthetic to Regina. The next moment, Regina's body underwent a terrifying transformation. 2 long claws extended from her belly. In the blink of an eye, Regina had turned into a giant queen bee, belly hanging down as she clung to the wall. The trio outside the room wet their pants in fright. The reckless Carlos even took out his camera, but the flash caught the queen's attention. There was no escaping now. The queen emitted a piercing scream, causing Carlos's and Deborah's eyes to turn as bright as bulbs, making them become the queen's slaves. Fortunately, Trinice, who was wearing headphones, dodged a bullet. It turned out that the queen's weapon was her piercing scream, which enabled her to make everyone bow down to her. Trinice quickly stuffed cotton into Deborah's ears, and she snapped back to reality. But Carlos was not so lucky. He walked up to the queen, willingly offered up his brain for her to feast on. The sight of bloodshed instantly cured the stupidity of the 2 girls, causing them to run for their shitty lives. However, this floor was swarming with the queen's minions, who promptly locked down the exit. Seizing Deborah by her hair, they began marching towards the delivery room. Trinice bravely fought back to rescue Deborah, with their only hope for escape being the elevator. Unfortunately, 2 of the queen's slaves stood guard by the elevator, leaving no room for escape. The girls were left with no choice but to fight back for their survival. Deborah quickly picked up a syringe, blinded 1 minion with it, and used a defibrillator to subdue the other. Finally, after dealing with all of the queen's underlings, Deborah and Trinice sighed in relief. Trinice revealed a smartphone that belonged to Carlos, containing pictures revealing the queen's true monstrous form. Determined to expose the queen, Trinice planned to show everyone that the queen was a monster. Upon hearing this, Deborah, who had tickets to her next concert, was aghast. She rebuked Trinice for attempting to destroy the queen's career over a few lives she had consumed, and accused Trinice of being a fake fan and unexpectedly removed her own earplugs. Now, the whole hospital was transformed into the Queen's Nest. Trinice was trapped, pleading with Deborah to come to her senses. Yet Deborah confessed her disappointment in Trinice for being a naysayer. The Queen promised Deborah a place of honor at her side, even allowing her to take care of her baby. As Deborah revealed the Queen's baby, with its repulsive, squirming tail, she insisted that it was adorable. The newborn needed a fresh meal, and with a horrifying scream, Trinice ended up as food for the Queen's offspring. The third story, titled Skeletons in the Closet, begins with Hollywood's largest movie museum, displaying a variety of film props, like the facehugger from Alien, the mask from Halloween, Freddy's razor glove from Nightmare on Elm Street, the captain's throne from Star Wars, and the old woman's skull from Psycho. The owner of this museum, a beardy man named Beardy, inherited these valuable film props from his father. Beardy often pulls out 2 golden tickets from the chocolate factory, handing them to the visiting guests, reminding them to catch the premiere of new movies. Beardy has a girlfriend, Babe. The pair manage this museum together, making a living by exhibiting these props. Beardy once told Babe about his father's arch-rival, a man named Raymond, both big collectors competing to bid on film props. It's a shame that his father passed away before witnessing Raymond's defeat. In the deep of night, the museum welcomed a peculiar new visitor. Babe enthusiastically introduced a chainsaw displayed on the counter to him. She said this is the very model used by the protagonist in a horror movie. The visitor chuckled lightly, dismissing the chainsaw as trivial. He held in his hand the original chainsaw from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, a collector's item much coveted. Beardy, expressing interest in purchasing it, then asked his girlfriend to showcase the boots from the film 007 in the hope of a potential exchange. However, he found it didn't catch the visitor's fancy. As it turns out, this visitor was none other than Raymond, their formidable rival from the past. Beardy then unveiled a curtain in the museum, behind which were hidden 5 skulls. These were the most valuable items in the museum. Legend has it that some films used real skulls as props for the sake of authenticity. These props were referred to as holy items by collectors. The skull from Indiana Jones, for instance, and the original skull used in The Creepshow had always captivated him. But the one that left him truly astounded was the basement zombie from Dawn of the Dead. Raymond was simply spellbound, but then he changed the subject, insisting that Beardy sell him one of the skulls. Beardy was reluctant, but Raymond came prepared this time. As it happened, this skull was not a prop, but a real-life accident. The film Dawn of the Dead had caused quite a controversy. After the movie was finished, the production crew reburied the bones. However, just several days ago, the bones were stolen. Apparently, Beardy, being too obsessed with movie props, had exhumed the grave and moved the skull to his own museum. Watching Raymond about to call the police, Beardy could only fall on his knees and plead for mercy. Raymond was relentlessly intimidating, even spouting insults towards Babe. In her anger, Babe promptly used her boot to knock Raymond senseless. In fear of being sent to imprisonment, Beardy had Babe retrieve the hook from Night of the Living Dead and the cutter from Breaking Bad. Together, they carried the body to a warehouse, skinned it, removed the flesh, and then disposed of the remains in a chemical solution. Eventually, they turned Raymond's body into a skeleton. In this way, the unfortunate Raymond didn't benefit from his blackmail, and for the rest of his life, he had to work for his enemy's son. Babe was still upset about Beardy digging graves. Pointing at an unnamed skeleton, she demanded its origin. Beardy claimed that the skeleton was his own father. This drove Babe to even more anger. She called him a freak, for he had even dug up his own father. Beardy said it was his father's dying wish. Even in death, he wanted to protect his lifelong collection. But Babe still found it unacceptable. She decided to take a bath first, to ponder whether to break up with her boyfriend. Little did she know the resentment of Raymond hadn't dissipated. Even after turning into a skeleton, he was determined to drag the couple down to hell with him. Raymond's skeleton climbed off the stage. Meanwhile, Babe was undressing, and the skeleton brandished a dagger and lunged at Babe in the bathroom. This sequence, both in terms of music and editing, was a tribute to the film Psycho. There wasn't a single bloody scene, yet it still managed to send chills down everyone's spine. The belated arrival of Beardy discovered Babe's lifeless body, but before he could mourn, the skeleton was already brandishing an axe at him. The skeleton hacked away at the bathroom door in a scene that was a tribute to the film, The Shining. Beardy fought back with the lid of a water tank and ran towards the exhibition hall. The skeleton pursued relentlessly, wielding the chainsaw in a scene that was likely a tribute to the Mummy. Just when Beardy was in dire peril, his father stepped forward in the nick of time. The two fierce rivals in life were locked in a final showdown even after death. Yet, the father prevailed, beheading Raymond's skeleton with one swift stroke. The father and son finally claimed victory. With the addition of a few skeletons, the museum's business boomed day by day. The knife in the father's hand was replaced with a chainsaw from the Evil Dead series. The visitors bluntly declared these as rubbish, except for the skeleton from the Creep Show. Beardy enthusiastically introduced a new exhibit, his girlfriend Babe. He named this piece the Mona Lisa. All the exhibits here came to life at night. As long as the exhibits were still here, the magic of the movies would never fade. In the end, the skeleton even took a group photo with everyone. The fourth story, titled Familiar, begins with Jack and his wife getting totally plastered. They walked hand in hand to a fortune-telling shop by the road. It was said that the medium here was effective. He could predict your past and future. The medium kept staring at Jack, making him feel uneasy. The medium first read Jack's wife's palm and declared she was an artist, and more specifically, a sculptor. This surprised her immensely. As the medium spoke, he covertly handed Jack a note under the table, insinuating there was something sinister trailing Jack. Terrified, Jack turned to look, but there was nothing behind it. His wife interrupted his wild thoughts, praising the accuracy of the medium's predictions. Jack wanted to clarify what the medium meant by sinister entity, but remembering the note slipped to him secretly, it was clear that the medium didn't want his wife to know. He hastily paid and left with his wife. Even when they got home, Jack couldn't stop thinking. Bad omens started to occur, like the bedroom door suddenly opening. It seemed like he was just scaring himself. After his wife fell asleep, Jack took out the note from the medium, puzzling over what this sinister entity following him could be. Suddenly, a ghostly figure flashed before him, and he bolted upright in fright, realizing it was just a nightmare. Jack was a lawyer, successful at a young age. Occasionally, to earn money, he'd play the role of a shyster, going against his conscience to secure benefits for his clients. One day, after bidding a client farewell, strange things began happening in his office. First, the printer automatically started working, spitting out a blank sheet. Then, the chair behind him defied gravity and stacked itself. Jack was dumbstruck. Scared, Jack hid in the restroom, texting his wife that he felt followed by something sinister. Suddenly, the lights in the restroom went out, and he was scared stiff. The ghost appeared again to flex its monstrous figure, growling and scratching at the door, and making terrifying roars behind him. Late that night, Jack showed his wife the note the medium had given him. He had a suspicion about the medium. Ever since he had his fortune told, strange events began to occur one after another. His wife, however, found this quite thrilling. After all, she had never encountered a ghost before. Clearly, she didn't believe him. In an attempt to keep Jack's mind off his wild imaginings, she crafted a little sheep figurine for him. Looking at the figurine, Jack fell into deep thought. After saying goodbye to his wife, he returned to the fortune-telling shop. If the medium could see the sinister presence following him, then he must have a way to deal with it. On the table was an ancient book, recording a type of old mythical creature known as a demon pet. It was said that these pets would seek out human hosts, stop at nothing to get close to them, and some would even kill a close friend of the host, impersonate them, and approach the host. The medium told Jack that he had incurred the wrath of a demon pet. The medium handed Jack a necklace and instructed him to draw a circle on the ground when he got home, place the necklace in the circle as bait, and then set a trap using a magical box. Once the box captured the demon pet, he should sink it to the bottom of a lake to drown the creature. This was the only way he could completely rid himself of the monster. With no choice, Jack decided to follow the instructions. Late at night, Jack finally saw some movement in the trap, but the sound coming from within the box was that of a pet dog. Jack thought he'd nabbed the wrong prey. He hastily opened the box, only to be startled by the demon pet lurking inside. Jack's first hunt had ended in a trick. He had forgotten that this creature could imitate the sounds of humans and animals. The constant torment over days had muddled Jack's thinking. The books mentioned that demon pets would disguise themselves as their host's friend to get closer to them. The next morning, Jack prepared another trap. This time, the bait was a lamb made by his wife. To ensure no mistakes were made, he attached a leash to the pet dog and started a camera. He kept a close watch on the trap. Overcome by drowsiness, Jack succumbed to sleep. Just then, his wife's cries were coming from inside the box. She was banging against it, calling out to Jack for help. In a rush, Jack pulled out the recording he had made earlier. However, the video was corrupted. The questioning from inside the box persisted. He tried calling his wife's phone, but there was no answer. Learning from last night's lesson, Jack started to suspect that the creature in the box might be the demon pet disguised as his wife. She continued her desperate pleas from inside the box, but Jack ignored it. Following the instructions, he moved the box to the lakeside. With the sound of the rushing water, his wife's cries became weaker until there was no more sound. Jack was overjoyed. He had finally managed to free himself from the demon's torment. But when he returned home, intending to share the good news with his wife, he saw on the table the little lamb which had been used as bait. It turns out the demon pet hadn't sunk to the bottom of the lake. Instead, it had fished out his wife's body. As the books had written, the demon pet would stop at nothing to kill the close friends of its host and then take over their bodies. Jack had only served to provide the demon pet with a perfect vessel. Now it had taken possession of his wife's body, and henceforth it would continue to haunt Jack forever. The fifth story, titled The Last Tsuburaya, begins with a shot of a mystery box containing the fabled last painting of Tsuburaya, a famous horror master from Japan. He is a well-known artist more than 100 years ago, was adept at creating all sorts of chilling monsters and ghouls. The mystery box was found in a monastery at the foot of a mountain. Apart from the deceased Tsuburaya, no one knows what the artwork inside the box looks like. Such a rare treasure drives collectors mad with desire. One such collector is a man named Wade, who is accompanied by a well-known painter named Gisa, who is also his girlfriend. After some haggling, the wealthy Wade managed to buy the mystery box from Tsuburaya's grandson for several million US dollars. That evening, Wade held an unboxing ceremony in his lavish mansion. Guests arrived in their finest attire, eager to catch a glimpse of the rare treasure. Finally, the curtain was drawn to reveal the master's work, a painting of a grotesque creature. The creature fascinated everyone, as if it were the ultimate collision of passion and nightmare. Wade stopped the approaching guests and murmured that no one has ever seen this work before, and no one ever will again. With these words, Wade shockingly pulled out a lighter. In a matter of moments, the painting was reduced to ashes, to the stunned and despairing gazes of the crowd. Everyone called Wade a madman, but he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. After that, Wade sent away his devastated and infuriated guests. Gisa took out her brush. She intended to restore the creature in the painting as much as possible through Wade's description. Having been with Wade for so long, Gisa had witnessed such scenes countless times. Since childhood, she understood that she had to work harder than her brothers to gain their parents' attention. Wade couldn't empathize with this, being the only son in his family who had enjoyed a life of privilege since birth. He got whatever he desired. Gradually, however, money no longer brought him satisfaction, until one day he haggled mercilessly with a father selling an antique vase. Because of this, the father missed the opportunity to provide his daughter with a heart transplant. Looking at the father's despairing eyes, Wade experienced a thrill like never before. From then on, he began to spend money on rare treasures, only to destroy them in front of admirers. Inflicting pain and despair on others became his only source of pleasures. Gisa painted according to his descriptions, and perfectly replicated the monster from the original painting. Oddly enough, after that night, Wade caught sight of the painting on the wall. The monster in it seemed to have widened its eyes, as if waiting for Wade's comeuppance. Even the statue nearby had taken on a demonic form. On the floor lay Gisa's restored painting. The monster in it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Wade was startled. He thought maybe he was disoriented from the alcohol. In a hurry, Wade splashed water on his face to sober up, only to see a reflection of a demon in the mirror. He stepped back in fright and desperately sought Gisa's help. But Gisa claimed she saw nothing. She was lying in bed, engrossed in reading a biography of Tsuburaya. Gisa speculated that if the man was still alive, he might have become friends with Wade because they shared the same personalities. They were both detestable and disrespectful, filled with contempt for humanity. Wade lifted the blanket. Instead of Gisa, there was clearly the monster from the painting. The real Gisa was standing outside the door, watching the hysterical Wade. She had had enough of his arrogance, which made him paranoid. Gisa packed her things and moved out of Wade's house. She refused to continue being an accomplice to such a scoundrel's wickedness. After Gisa left, the monster in the painting began to haunt like persistent shadows. Monster lurked outside the door, inside the wardrobe, everywhere. Scared out of his wits, Wade could only seek refuge in a museum for the night. But to his horror, the monster continued to tail him. In a rush, Wade drew out a weapon he carried and dealt the monster a deadly blow. The monster vanished suddenly, leaving behind splatters of blood on the weapon. It seemed that the monster was not invincible. It could be hurt, it could bleed. So Wade hurriedly returned to his mansion. He armed himself with a samurai sword and a shotgun, initiating a life-or-death duel with the monster. Before long, the monster was defeated by his powerful weapons. Wade pinned it to a glass window with a long spear. Wade cursed at the weak creature before him, planning to turn it into a specimen for people to appreciate. However, in the blink of an eye, the hideous corpse morphed into a human form. It was clearly the late painter Tsuburaya, who had been dead for a century. Tsuburaya, barely holding on to life, said that he had been arrogant and dismissive of humanity during his life. This blasphemy against humanity had denied him peace in death, his soul trapped between the realms of the living and the dead, eventually transforming him into a monster sealed within his artwork. He thanked Wade for breaking his curse and suggested that it would now be Wade's turn to take his place. After that, Tsuburaya turned to ashes. Wade could never accept to become a monster trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. In the end, he used the spear to end his own life. The police took away Wade's body from the scene, concluding that the wealthy man took his own life in a drunken stupor. Little did they know, Wade's spirit had already imprinted itself onto the glass wall, which would become the next sought-after collectible for the wealthy. It would be auctioned off, lying in wait for the next arrogant individual who disregards humanity to unleash their own insanity. The sixth story, titled Okay, I'll Bite, begins in a federal prison. The prisoner, Elmer, spends his days feeding a large spider that lives behind the brick wall. This is Elmer's secret and his only source of joy during his imprisonment. Elmer is an upright and kind pharmacist. A year ago, unable to bear the sight of his mother suffering from cancer, he carried out euthanasia on her. For this act, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Elmer's days in prison were harsh. With his pharmaceutical knowledge, the officer Bunk forced him to concoct drugs for them to profit from. The ingredients for the drugs were sourced from the prison doctor, but the doctor hadn't shown up for work in a long time. But Bunk didn't care about this. Any sign of disobedience from Elmer was met with a brutal beating. After Bunk left, Elmer cautiously picked up the few scattered glass jars. Inside were some venomous spiders that Elmer had collected during his outdoor time. The officer, Willis, was a good man. He never made things difficult for Elmer, but also didn't dare to cross Bunk. Elmer told Willis that the ancient Egyptians revered spiders, deeply believing that they understood the secret to eternal life. Consequently, he named one of the spiders Min, after the ancient Egyptian god of fertility. Elmer was convinced that by studying these spiders closely, he could discover the path to immortality. Willis brought a letter. The letter was from one of Elmer's fans who knew about his obsession with ancient Egyptian mythology. The fan had managed to procure some peculiar hieroglyphics from a museum, hoping they might aid Elmer in his research. Elmer started to work tirelessly day and night, trying to translate these indecipherable ancient texts. The script seemed to depict an ancient reincarnation ceremony. As it turned late into the night, Elmer quietly pulled out a bag filled with the small insects he'd caught. He fed these insects to the spiders, including the large one behind the wall, which he named Sekhmet, after the ancient Egyptian goddess. He remembered how a year ago, his mother had been immobilized by cancer, unable to speak or move. He knew she was in terrible pain, so he had administered a dose of poison to her, watching as she closed her eyes forever. The day to deliver the drugs came in the blink of an eye. Obviously, Elmer had no desire to synthesize drugs for Bunk, so he sent 2 cellmates to teach Elmer a lesson. They brutally broke Elmer's fingers. Clearly, this punishment wasn't enough. One cellmate opened a glass jar and killed Elmer's beloved spider right in front of it. That was Elmer's only solace. However, seizing an opportunity, one spider jumped onto the cellmate's face, viciously biting his eye. Bunk twisted the story, falsely accusing Elmer of letting a poisonous creature injure his cellmate, while demanding Elmer to produce drugs. Elmer was helpless against the accusations. The false charges and brutal beatings made Elmer's life a living hell. Only Willis knew of his innocence, but he was powerless. He could only take Elmer to the medical center to get his wounds dressed. The warden decided to transfer Elmer to the terrifying A-block prison, filled with bloodthirsty convicts, announcing a pest extermination in Elmer's cell. This was pushing Elmer to a dead end. Unable to bear any longer, Elmer finally decided to fight back for his own sake. He then drew totems all over the ground, offering his body as a sacrifice to the spider god to transform his soul and begin the path of redemption. Accompanied by chants, a response finally came from the dark, deep hole. The giant spider he had been nurturing revealed its true form. Several hours later, under the cover of night, Bunk showed up with his bald head and decided to teach the disobedient Elmer a lesson. He wanted Elmer to understand the consequences of defying his orders. He unlocked the cell door only to find that Elmer was nowhere to be found. All that was left were clothes on the empty floor and a series of strange symbols. Bunk turned around cursing when suddenly his hands got stuck in strands of spider web. Only then did he notice the enormous spider web stretching across the ceiling. From the depths of the dark, a giant spider was slowly approaching. Astonishingly, the spider had a human face on its back. Bunk's screams woke the other inmates from their sleep. Outside Elmer's cell, the warden stood with a look of fear. He watched as the arrogant Bunk was cocooned in spiderweb, paying the price for his brutality. Willis looked at the large hole in the corner, seemingly understanding what had happened. The seventh story, titled Stranger Sings, begins with a doctor who happened to run into an inconvenient female customer in a cafe. Doctor opened the door for her. The sight of the woman before him had Doctor falling for her at first sight. During their conversation, the woman introduced herself as Sarah. Doctor had once endured a failed marriage. Interestingly, Sarah was also single, which piqued Doctor's interest. He ended up chatting with Sarah all the way to her home. Sarah took the initiative and invited him inside, but it would be improper to go to a woman's house on the first meeting. Despite his dullness, Doctor politely declined Sarah's invitation. However, just as he turned to leave, a beautiful song flowed from Sarah's home. Doctor was so captivated by the song that his eyes rolled back. After he came to his senses, he clapped for the singing, never thinking that the beautiful girl could also sing so well. This time, he did not refuse Sarah's invitation. Instead, he was eager to go inside for a drink. Sarah's house was decorated uniquely, with a strong coastal style. An interestingly shaped dagger stood in the hall. Doctor complimented Sarah on her beautiful singing and asked if she had considered a career as a singer. Her expression turned a bit awkward. Distracted, she spilled wine all over herself and said she needed to change her clothes. Doctor was left alone to clean up the mess. After cleaning, he tossed the towel into the laundry basket. His attention was drawn to a blood-stained coat in the full basket. Not just on the coat, there was blood everywhere on the floor. Bracing himself, Doctor pulled back the curtains, only to find a bloody corpse lying in the bathtub. Doctor wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, but there stood Sarah, now dressed in a white dress, blocking his path. He pulled out his phone to call the police, but a dreadlocked woman snatched it away. The woman introduced herself as Miranda, a friend of Sarah's. With a body in the bathtub, the two women stood before him with teasing expressions. Furious, Doctor attempted to run out and call the police, but was stopped by a beautiful song. His eyes rolled back and he lost the power to resist. It turns out it wasn't Sarah who had been singing, but Miranda. Miranda introduced herself as a siren, a creature from ancient Greek mythology that could fly and lured ships with their enchanting songs. Once sailors were mesmerized by their hypnotic singing, the sirens would feast on them. Doctor was confused. If sirens fed on humans, why hadn't they killed him yet? It turns out Sarah and Miranda had set their sights on the Doctor for a while. Their encounter wasn't by chance, but a planned kidnapping. Miranda confessed she wanted to die. Doctor was annoyed and asked her to jump off a building, then, rather than involving him. He learned that sirens are immortal, but Miranda despised her identity and wished to become human. To do so, she needed to find a doctor to remove her throat and transplant it into a human body. In this way, a human would replace her. Sarah, who admired Miranda, wished to become a siren herself and have a beautiful singing voice. Miranda once again used her singing to hold Doctor captive. It was a clear warning. If he disobeyed, the corpse in the bathtub would be his fate. Doctor attempted to escape once again. This time, he had completely infuriated Miranda. Revealing her true form as a siren, she warned Doctor if he obediently carried out the surgery, she would consider sparing his shitty life. Otherwise, she threatened to chop him up, starting with his private but smelly part. Left with no choice, Doctor reluctantly proceeded with the operation. He then administered anesthesia to Miranda and removed her throat. The bloody throat was transplanted into Sarah's body. Miranda, too, received a transplant, Sarah's throat. The surgery was successful. Upon awakening, the first thing Miranda did was hum a tune. Though her voice was discordant, it excited her greatly because she was finally a human. Miranda was deeply grateful to Doctor. Sarah, now with a beautiful, ageless voice of a siren, was equally thrilled. However, from this point on, she had to hunt humans for food. While Sarah used her enchanting voice to bewitch Doctor, she dragged him into her bedroom. In her frenzy, she wanted to devour Doctor to celebrate her transformation, but Miranda quietly approached from behind and delivered a fatal blow to Sarah. It turns out, the dagger from the hall was the weapon capable of killing a siren. Looking at Sarah's disbelieving gaze, Miranda repeatedly stabbed her with the dagger. As Sarah turned into ashes, Doctor was abruptly awakened from hypnosis. Miranda had promised Doctor that if the surgery was successful, she would spare him, and she kept her word. After this ordeal, Doctor found himself thinking that Miranda was not too bad. Miranda was over 500 years older than him, but he didn't mind the age gap. Hence, the two single souls began to live a blissful life together. The 8th story, titled Meter Reader, was set in a future world where a devastating plague spreads the whole planet. Humanity clings to life, echoing with sighs of despair. Every morning, someone drives around, collecting trash from each household. The survivors roll out their garbage cans, but this isn't ordinary garbage. It contains severed human heads, gruesome and blood-streaked. These heads are thrown into an incinerator, transforming into handfuls of dust in the blaze. The gates of hell are opened, and the devil releases the plague. Every infected person becomes a monstrous cannibal, slaughtering loved ones. Only by beheading can they be killed. A few are immune to the plague, bearing the mission of saving humanity. They move through the crumbling cities, and people call them the Meter Readers. One day, a meter reader named Dalton knocks on a door. He is received by Mrs. Jones, the mistress of the house. Mrs. Jones serves him food, but the sticky substance is far from appetizing. She tells him that her daughter has been infected. The daughter spat at her mother, speaking in an incomprehensible language. Dalton enters the girl's room to find her frail and bound to her bed by her mother. He pulls out a detection device and scans the girl, but the tool shows no reaction. Then he takes out a demon-detecting mirror, which reveals the source of the infection. It turns out it isn't the daughter who's infected, but her mother, Mrs. Jones. The infected turn into man-eating demons. Just then, Mrs. Jones spits in his face, but Dalton swings a scythe at her head, chopping away. The sound of horrific screams fills the air. The scene shifts to the other side of the city where Dalton's wife and son reside. Nearby, their young daughter, Teresa, is part of the family of 3 who are waiting patiently for the safe return of Dalton. Teresa is listening to the radio, broadcasting non-stop updates on the pandemic. The human world has become fragmented, yet her mother and brother maintain an optimistic facade. Her mother is even anticipating the reopening of the beauty salon so she can get her nails done. They haven't had contact with their father for 3 days now. As per the rules, if more than 72 hours pass without contact, they must undergo re-quarantine. This implies that their father could have potentially been infected. As the night deepens, Dalton finally arrives late. Teresa's mother and brother are eager to welcome him, but Teresa stops them. She even pulls out a cleaver, threatening her mother that she'll decapitate their father if she opens the door. Her little brother curses at Teresa, but their mother has no choice but to tell her husband to sleep in the cellar for the night, and they'll let him in after he has been tested in the morning. So Dalton walks alone into the cellar. Teresa keeps watch over the security monitors outside. She recalls when the first wave of the pandemic hit and how it failed to gain the government's attention. Many even thought the plague was a scam. As a result of the government's negligence and her family's complacency, her youngest sister unfortunately became infected with the plague. Left with no choice, their father had to behead his infected daughter. In the face of the ravaging pandemic, the government crafted devices that could identify the infected, but only a few could have access to these devices. Dalton was one of those meter readers who wielded such a device. Bearing this mission, he had to say goodbye to his wife and children each day, traveling through the plague-ridden city, testing and treating people. He once told Teresa to trust no one, not even him, because demons are the best deceivers. Teresa had a nightmare where her father appeared demonic, devouring her mother and brother, his mouth wide open to welcome any smelly turds. He kept reminding her in his dreams to trust no one. Awoken from a nightmare, Teresa gripped the knife in her hand. She patrolled the house, where she found her mother cooking in the kitchen. She thought about her father, surely famished by now. Her mother wanted to take food to him in the cellar, but Teresa adamantly disagreed. As they argued, the mischievous brother had managed to slip past both of them, sneaking off to the cellar. They hurried after him, but it was too late. The troublesome boy had locked the door behind him. Knowing their father may already be infected, Teresa was ready to kill her father to save her brother. The helpless mother had no choice but to knock Teresa unconscious. After some time, Teresa awoke with her father's cautionary words ringing in her ears. Remember, the devil is the best liar. Teresa didn't forget her mission. Wielding the weapon, she made her way to the cellar, a place filled with dreadful moaning echoing through the darkness. Upon entering, she found her brother wearing a mask. She asked where their parents were. He pointed behind her, and Teresa followed his direction. She found her father, barely hanging on to life, clutching a wound. His last mission had exacted a heavy toll on him. He had immunity against the plague, yet he had also brought the virus home. Their playful brother was infected due to contact with their father, and their mother too contracted the infection trying to save the boy. The boy, turned demon, was quite nimble, disappearing quickly into the darkness. Teresa had only taken a few steps in pursuit when she encountered her mother. It was apparent that her mother was more fearsome than her brother, advancing towards Teresa with a chilling laugh. Trapped between her terrifying mother in front and her eerie brother behind, Teresa had nowhere to run. Dodging, she caused her mother's elongated fingernails to impale the brother's body. Her mother shrieked, oblivious that Teresa had maneuvered behind her. Swiftly, she beheaded her mother with a slash of her blade. In the dark space, only the sound of dripping blood resonated as a stark reality. Her father, with his fading breaths, praised Teresa's bravery and decisiveness. Before breathing his last, he passed to her the emblem of the meter reader, a symbol of her coming of age. From that moment on, Teresa would carry on her father's will. The sun rises slowly. It's time again to take out the garbage. The heads of Teresa's mother and brother turn to ashes in the flames. Teresa abandons all her worries as the television broadcast announces humanity's encounter with a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, debating the origin of the plague is utterly meaningless. There's no disputing that tracing and controlling the epidemic is humanity's top priority. Teresa takes up the gear her father once wore. At this moment, humanity needs them. The ninth story, titled Time Out, begins with a mysterious wardrobe. A boy managed to find the key and, out of curiosity, opened it. His kitten, equally as curious, sauntered in. His grandmother observed this and immediately grabbed the boy and shut the wardrobe door in a panic. She explained to the boy that this wardrobe was a family heirloom, a treasure that should only be opened when he came of age. Otherwise, something terrible might occur. After sending the annoying boy away, the grandmother cautiously reopened the wardrobe. The once lively kitten had now transformed into a pile of dust. The boy's name was Tim, and this wardrobe was a legacy left to him by his grandfather. Fast forward 10 years, the once naughty boy had matured into a handsome young man. Tim was now a university student. His roommate was his constant companion. Despite spending double the time studying compared to his roommate, Tim's exam results were always far from comparable. The gap in natural talent wasn't something that could be bridged merely by hard work. One day, while Tim was engrossed in his studies, he received a package from his grandmother. It was the familiar wardrobe, his family's legacy. Tucked inside the parcel was also the key to the wardrobe. In a letter accompanying the package, his grandmother told Tim of the magical powers of the wardrobe. If ever short on time, he could venture into the wardrobe to steal some. However, she warned him to always remember to bring the key and not to be too greedy, as borrowed time always came with a cost. Tim remained diligent in his studies, while his roommate was more interested in romancing girls. One day, the roommate invited a girl Tim had been secretly admiring, along with several others, for a party in their dorm. Tim took the opportunity to get closer to his crush. Studying law, Tim shared with her his father's unfulfilled dream of becoming a lawyer, which was tragically cut short due to a deadly accident when Tim was very young. Tim aspired to continue his father's dream. The girl admired Tim's dedication, but becoming a lawyer wasn't an easy feat. Having indulged in the party and drank too much the previous night, Tim had forgotten to review for his exam, which was merely half an hour away. He was at his wit's end when he remembered his grandmother's words about the wardrobe and the possibility of stealing time. Gathering his courage, Tim picked up the key and opened the wardrobe. There was nothing particularly notable in the wardrobe, save for an old desk. Strangely, from the moment he stepped into the wardrobe, the watch in his hand began to spin rapidly. When Tim emerged, he found that the clock on the desk no longer had numbers. It turned out that as long as he entered the wardrobe, time outside would slow down considerably. Excited, Tim picked up his study materials and entered the wardrobe.
Не, може песні.
Ne.
Slušaj, pa nema veze, možda ćemo doveče, možda sutra veče, nije važno.
Izbači to frižider.
Frižider ćemo izbačiti sutra, jer mi je danas mlijeko unutra. Ove staze i tepihe gore na terasu, imamo stazu iz hodnika, to ćemo za čas opet.
Pa šta to da radimo?
Nećemo sad, ja ti kažem, ili doveče ili sutra veče, nebitno. Ali ovo, sve. Taj tepih i te dvije staze bačeš gore. Na terasi bačeš.
Half an hour later, he rushed to the exam hall. In just half an hour, a beard had grown on his face, which seemed very peculiar to his roommate. Thanks to his thorough revision, Tim passed the school exam. From then on, it seemed like Tim was on a roll. At a young age, he bought a house and even purchased an enormous engagement diamond ring for the girl he fancied. However, he appeared much older. His roommate warned Tim not to overwork himself, given that he had to decorate the house, prepare for his wedding, and tackle the bar exam in a few months. But Tim knew as long as he had that wardrobe, he would have plenty of time to squander. Soon, Tim secured a job at a law firm with outstanding results. Even his superiors marveled at his time management skills. However, this job was not for the average person. Tim, who was fairly average himself, had to spend twice as much time as his colleagues to complete his work. Plus, he wanted to spend time with his beloved wife after work every day. After work, he would step into the wardrobe and finish his tasks. Even though Tim would spend hours in the wardrobe, in the outside world, it was merely the blink of an eye. Leveraging this wardrobe, Tim soon surpassed his excellent colleagues and became the youngest senior lawyer in the firm. But Tim has already grown white hair. His eyes are beginning to blur. Clearly, his body is seriously incongruent with his actual age. Before long, Tim became a father. To allow his wife to sleep a little more, Tim would valiantly take care of the child every night. Between working, accompanying his wife, and taking care of his child, time was becoming increasingly scarce. As a result, he was going in and out of the wardrobe more and more often. Fast forward 5 years, Tim is playing with his child. Gradually, his legs are not obeying him. Even the smallest action leaves him panting. An onslaught of tedious work follows. Because he can steal time, he's always able to find a balance between family and work. But one day, he collapsed at his celebratory feast. The doctor said Tim had a mild stroke, which Tim couldn't believe. He ate healthily and exercised regularly. Tim was not even 40 yet. Obviously, the word stroke seemed far away from him. The doctor advised Tim to take a break from work, to stop working so hard. His wife knew Tim wanted to be a good father, to make up for the loss of his own father who died young. But repeatedly overtaxing his body would only push him into an early grave. Under his wife's persuasion, Tim sealed away the key to his wardrobe. He intended to set aside work and solely focus on his family. And so Tim lived peacefully for 3 years. However, Tim's abilities were mediocre. He was not suited for the job. His boss, the former roommate, regretfully told him that due to his professional failures, Tim missed the opportunity to become a senior partner. His wife comforted Tim, saying that she and their son didn't care whether he could reach the pinnacle of success. To them, Tim's companionship was the most important thing. Tim agreed verbally, but while his wife was sound asleep, he quietly went to the basement. As his work was hanging by a thread, he would lose everything he'd worked so hard for if things continued this way. Feeling helpless, he could only take out the key and reopen the wardrobe that had been sealed for 3 years. He carefully put the key in his pocket, not realizing that his movements had awakened his young son. Tim reassured his son, telling him he would be back in just a moment. Just like he did 3 years ago, he still busied himself with work in the closet. The hands on his watch spun at a breakneck speed, while his wife's words continued to echo in his mind. They didn't care for more money. All they cared about was having Tim around. His grandmother had also warned him not to be greedy. Tampering too much with time would only bring about a harsh retribution. Thinking this, Tim began to pack up, planning to step out for a while. Unexpectedly, a big hole in his pocket had caused his keys to slip out. Tim panicked. He continuously banged on the closet door, pleading for help to his son outside. His face gradually withered amidst his screams, and Tim's calls for help grew weaker and weaker. At the same time, his son outside found the keys. Out of curiosity, he opened the closet, only to find his father had turned into a handful of dust. The son dropped the keys and attempted to find traces of his father. Finally, he entered the closet and shut the door behind him. The 10th story, titled The Things in Oakwood's Past, begins at a town named Oakwood, which has a long history filled with tales. Legend has it that in 1821, 200 years ago, the entire town vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of its residents. To this day, their disappearance remains an unsolved mystery. Some speculate it was the work of a rampant disease, while others believe it was due to an attack by the indigenous people. The more outrageous theories even propose an extraterrestrial abduction, suggesting that the residents were taken into space for research. Marnie, the mayor's daughter and the town's librarian, discovered a few diaries in a stack of historical books. According to these diaries, digging 3 feet deep into the city park would reveal a massive time capsule. The capsule is adorned with strange totems, marked with the exact date from 200 years ago, when the townspeople collectively vanished. Based on these findings, the town will hold a grand ceremony to open this capsule this coming Friday. Perhaps this might unveil the truth behind their sudden disappearance. When Marnie opened the photos in the diaries, one eerie image of a tree gave her chills. According to the diary, a similar mysterious disappearance of the town occurred 400 years ago, around 1621. It seems that the town's residents vanish every 200 years. Now, it's 2021. Marnie grew scared. If the pattern holds true, they too might disappear this year. She couldn't wait until Friday. She wanted to unlock the box right now. She then found the key to the capsule. Both the box and the key bore symbols of the indigenous people. Marnie inserted the key. All the totems came together, forming a fearsome ghost face. Just as she attempted to unlock the box, a sudden alarm bell rang. Marnie had to abandon her plan and return to the library, delving back into those diaries.
Good girlsage.
The diary's author
Welcome
wrote
to
in the
my channel.
conclusion, every 200 years, a terrifying creature would emerge deep from the jungle. It slaughtered the townspeople, turning the whole town into a sea of blood.
Oh, welcome.
The only thing capable of defeating this monster was hidden in that enormous box. However, no one believed Marnie's theory. The mayor also refused to unlock the box prematurely based on the fragmented clues in the diary. Marnie spent all her days and nights in the library. She finally made it to Friday when a sudden chill swept over her. Marnie discovered a shocking message in the diary, predicting that today was the day to open the time capsule. At the same time, the townsfolk were gathering, ready to witness this grand moment. Everyone was curious about what their ancestors had left them. However, Marnie suddenly rushed into the crowd. It turns out she had deciphered the diary. The author had children in this town, but her daughter was murdered by the townsfolk in 1821. In retaliation, she unearthed the buried time capsule. This box didn't contain the town's savior, but a curse that had been buried for 200 years. The author fooled the townsfolk with her diary and opened this capsule 200 years ago, causing everyone to vanish overnight. But her diary survived and was discovered by Marnie today.
Sorry?
Apparently, it had successfully manipulated Marnie into letting the townsfolk dig up this box. If the box was opened, history would repeat itself. But it was already too late. The mayor had broken open the large lock on the box. This wasn't a time capsule, but rather a gateway to hell. The demons of hell were stirring. They began to crawl out of the box, feasting on the onlooking townsfolk. The whole town turned into a sea of blood. Only Marnie managed to escape, tossed into a police car headed for the town border. In her flight, however, she suffered a car accident. The crash flung her from the vehicle. Marnie opened her eyes, bloodied and bruised, to find a demon coldly staring at her. Terrified and injured, she was incapable of escaping. As she prepared herself for death, she realized that she had reached the town's border. There was a thick barrier that the monsters couldn't penetrate. The town's inhabitants had been slaughtered in one night. After the carnage, the creatures returned to the capsule. The capsule closed. The lock's timer rapidly spun to the day it was last opened. Accompanied by the roaring of the demons, it sank back into the ground. The curse continued. The next time it would be opened was in 200 years. The 11th story, titled Drug Traffic, begins with a girl named Mai, who was plagued by a strange illness. Only one drug can control her condition, but it's prohibitively expensive. To afford the life-saving drug, her mother can only take her across borders to Canada. This attracts the attention of a congressman named Evan. He gives speeches on television all day, focusing on healthcare and promising that if he becomes president, he'll ensure that everyone can afford medicine. To prove how bad the current healthcare system is, he brings a film crew to document this poor mother and daughter. They arrive at the checkpoint, the border between Canada and the United States. The checkpoint officer, Bo, can't help but grumble at the sight of Evan, saying that these politicians are always putting on a show. Mai is ravenous, her eyes fixated on a tender-looking boy nearby. Her mother hastily gives her medicine. Evan finishes his impassioned speech and leads the group of cross-border medication purchasers into the checkpoint. Bo can't help but notice the pallid Mai amidst the crowd. As the last line of defense, Bo's duty is to prevent any contraband or dangerous individuals from crossing the border. However, in Evan's eyes, this has become racial discrimination. He hopes that Bo will show leniency, seeing that they are all patients. Throughout the conversation, Mai's stomach was rumbling. Bo called a halt to the ceaseless administering of medicine by Mai's mother, demanding to inspect the mother's bag. Amid the dispute, Mai suddenly vomited violently. Bo opened the mother's bag, packed with newly bought prescription drugs. Without a prescription, carrying such a large quantity of drugs across the border is illegal. Moreover, the labels on the medicine were in a language they couldn't understand, with the ingredients listed in an obscure manner. This scene greatly excited Evan. He instructed the photographer to seize the moment, planning to weave it into a story about racial discrimination upon returning home. He believed this would surely earn him more votes. Bo forcibly separated the mother-daughter duo. The daughter waited alongside politicians and other entrants. Deprived of her medication, Mai was famished. She opened her mouth wide in front of Evan's wife, but luckily Evan noticed in time and ejected Mai from the room. She rummaged desperately through boxes and cupboards, searching for something to eat. Eventually, without her medication, Mai collapsed. The others remained oblivious to Mai's episode. They were in the drawing room, some playing with their phones, others with toys. A young boy, upon hearing a call, left the room out of curiosity. Meanwhile, Bo has taken the mother aside into a room for a private conversation. In reality, Bo understands the mother's plight. She's willing to do anything to save her daughter. However, his duty is to prevent contraband from entering the country. It's unfortunate that their healthcare system doesn't allow them to buy more affordable medications at home. The mother is extremely anxious, and all she wants now is to be by her daughter's side. She fears a terrible incident might occur if Mai doesn't take her medicine on time. Elsewhere, following the cries for help, the little boy arrives at the place where Mai has fallen, only to see a decapitated corpse lying before him. The boy is terrified. He suddenly looks up to see Mai's head rising with her long spine and bloody entrails dragging below. Mai has already consumed the little boy, but one person is apparently not enough to satiate her hunger. Therefore, she sets her sights on the other people in the reception room. Evan continues arguing with Bo. He accuses Bo of being racist and abusing power, while Bo considers Evan a sanctimonious fool who knows nothing but talks nonsense. The mother was nervous and desperate, frantically banging on the glass, pleading for them to let her out. Bo can only handcuff the emotionally unstable mother to the table. To prove his point, Evan presents the prescribed medication that the mother has brought along. He asks her to read the Chinese text on the medicine box, but the mother admits that she can't read it. It turns out the mother and daughter are of Asian descent, not Chinese, and naturally they can't understand Chinese. Meanwhile, Mai staggered past, dragging her entrails, sending a chill down everyone's spine. In her panic, the mother pulled out Bo's handgun, threatening two people to let her go. Outside, Mai had turned bloodthirsty, having slaughtered everyone, feasting on their bodies. Given the circumstances, Bo was even more determined not to let the mother and daughter go. He couldn't allow this monster to cross the border. Bo left the mother in the room while he picked up an axe and handed it to Evan. The entire police station was filled with pools of blood and bodies. Even Evan's wife was not spared. Evan finally understood how foolish he had been. Mai hid behind the couch, her face partly visible in the shadows. She opened her blood-soaked mouth, letting out a roar at the two men. Agile as a cat, Mai managed to dodge Bo's bullets. The mother, armed with the gun, forced Bo to bring over her daughter's body. She blamed Bo for delaying her daughter's medication, leading to her sickness worsening. They had no choice but to devise a plan to find Mai's body. Mai reached her mother, but Evan furiously attacked her body. Even so, Mai still wanted to stay by her mother's side. The mother's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. Bo took the axe, striking the body repeatedly until the monstrous Mai was dismembered. Bo discarded his axe and began to discuss politics with Evan. Bo believed that if Mai could have legal access to medication, her condition might be well controlled. Evan also admitted that the so-called health insurance reform was nothing more than a show put on by politicians for election purposes. Even if he were elected, members of Congress would not agree to set price caps on prescription drugs, and the poor would still be unable to afford life-saving medication. Ironically, he initially became a politician for the sake of good health insurance. But the so-called racial benefits, health insurance reforms, and other policies were all just acts arranged by the PR team. The mother watched her daughter die beside her and broke the glass above her head. As the glass fell, the mother's head rolled next to her daughter's body. Mai suddenly understood, using the last of her strength to fly to her mother's body. Mai was reborn. She bit off her restrained right hand and stumbled onto the outbound vehicle. In the end, she still crossed the border and returned to the United States. The 12th story, titled A Dead Girl Named Sue, begins in the police station of 1968, where the sheriff was loading ammunition. An emergency broadcast was playing on the television, showing that a virus outbreak erupted in the city, causing the dead to come back to life and start rampant killing. To ensure safety, the police urged the citizens to stay at home, locking doors and windows, and avoid going out unnecessarily. This town was quite remote, and the locals, armed to the teeth, surrounded the entire police station one day. It turns out there was a problematic young man named Cliven in the town who was infamous for his wicked deeds, including tormenting and killing girls. A little girl named Sue had fallen victim to this brute. However, as Cliven was the mayor's son and there was insufficient evidence against him, the sheriff felt helpless. The townsfolk could only push the sheriff to champion their cause. Laws and justice seemed insignificant in the face of power and money. Fearing reprisal from the townsfolk, Cliven had gone into hiding. But due to his duty, the sheriff had no choice but to go out and search for Cliven. He had to ensure Cliven's safety. He discovered the horrifying sight of an old lady's body, found in a local resident's home. The elderly lady was covered in bite marks, her death an utter tragedy. Surprisingly, Cliven was hiding here. Armed with a shotgun, Cliven denied having murdered the old lady and harming the girl, Sue. He called the sheriff a mere gatekeeper, insinuating that even if he were arrested, he'd walk free by morning because he's the mayor's son. The zombie virus had already spread throughout the town. The terrifying undead roamed the streets, and the sheriff noted the iron chains inside the house stained with blood. Even the bed sheets were drenched in fresh blood. A fallen blue flower added a chilling contrast to the scene. Facing Cliven's smug face, the sheriff's rage skyrocketed. He arrested Cliven for the brutal murder of Sue and the pitiful old lady. Driving the mayor-sponsored patrol car, the sheriff escorted Cliven back to the station. Aware that Cliven would likely be released even if brought to trial, the sheriff risked losing his job. He rallied the townspeople, who were only too eager to bring Sue's body. Cliven cursed the sheriff, accusing him of murdering Sue and colluding with all the witnesses and the medical examiner to prevent them from testifying. The news on TV reported that the zombie virus was spreading. The undead rose from the morgue, relentlessly attacking and eating people. Cliven awoke in his cell to find the townsfolk lined up outside, coldly staring at him. They were the relatives of Sue and the old lady. Even as death loomed, Cliven still refused to admit his wrongdoings. This was his last chance, yet he was unrepentant before the grieving relatives of his victims. The body of Sue had been bagged and carried into the prison due to the viral outbreak. Sue had turned into a zombie. The sheriff admitted his fear of zombies, yet he argued that Cliven, a man persistently evil and unrepentant, was far more terrifying. He then pulled out a blue hairpin, once belonging to Sue. It's revealed that the little girl had been cruelly imprisoned and tortured by Cliven in a secret chamber, and her death had been unspeakably tragic. As a law enforcer, it was agonizing to watch Cliven evade punishment. Neither the sheriff nor the townsfolk could do anything about it. Overwhelmed by intense hunger, the little girl began to devour Cliven's flesh, bite by bite. On the TV, the mayor's interview was being broadcast. He was advising citizens to smash the zombies' heads or set them ablaze. The world had descended into utter chaos. This is Daniel CC Movie Channel. Stay safe and enjoy your day.
Lost Ark West autopsy. What do you do an autopsy on? Something that's dead? Damn. Well, that's not good, is it?
Welcome.
That sounds
Greeting,
bad.
comrades. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well.
I am.
Today, I want to talk about some situation.
Okay.
A situation you probably know about.
Yeah.
But let me show it to you. Wait for it.
Chart.
Oof. Oof.
Ooh. God.
It's not looking good, my friends.
Not looking
it
good
is
at
not
all.
looking good.
That's not good.
Anyway, some small disclaimer before we start. I didn't play this game for like 7 to 8 months already.
Smart.
I don't give a fuck, really. But thanks to that, emotions calm down. I'm no longer upset.
Yep,
I just
yeah, he is in the it is what it is phase.
don't want to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, gacha time, let's go. Is this rare? Oh, very good.
This is what they're adding. What is the how do they have the audacity to add in gotcha bikinis and only have Unreal 3 whenever Unreal 5 is out? Have some fucking respect. Make the graphics better. I don't want to see some triangle titties. It's not Lost Ark. Oh, you're right. If it was Lost Ark, it would be worse.
What? Is she dog? So today, I will give my take what I think I go wrong with this game that it completely gone into graveyard. Without further ado, let's go straight into it. First member of this shit show is Smilegate Studio South Korea.
It's their fault. They made the game. I'm not gonna blame this shit on Amazon. New World's fine. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it has its own problems, but they've made New World better over time. This one, no. And also, think about it like this. You don't want to, alright, you don't like that example? Fine, I'll use another one. What the fuck does Amazon have to do with how Korea is mad about Lost Ark? Amazon's got nothing to fucking do with that, but it's still garbage over there too.
Developers that make the game. And believe me or not, you cannot blame them too much. On the beginning, they tried to make the fair game. There was no fions. You drop the jewelry, you have the wrong stat on the jewelry,
Bruce.
you can reroll it.
Welcome to my channel.
There is no RNG
That's really good.
honing, and there is limited material per character, and you cannot trade the materials between your characters.
That sounds pretty
you
good.
play the one character, and there is no alting city. So
Wow.
they begin on high note. But it wasn't received well by the Korean audience, and the game almost died. So they tempered the game, they changed the game to suit more the Korean, more grindy and more dedicated audience. And the game was top 3 on charts. And I remember when there was like the huge patch with the Abril shoot, they scored 300,000 online with 10 servers on Korean only. So the game was big success.
Wow.
And it's still top 10 in the charts. So I
For
cannot
now.
expect Eastern Asian guys that never been in EU or NA, don't know the culture, don't know how we are doing here to exactly make the game class. He have no idea. The other big company that tried that is Tencent. They made WeChat in China, the application that 1 billion people in China use. Everyone uses WeChat in China. It's used for taxi payment, you know, chatting there. Everything is there. And they tried to bring it to West. They even get, you know, Lionel Messi as their advertising star.
Well, that's the problem, is that nobody in the US knows who that guy is. Like, sports, like, the only sports that we know here are basketball and football. That's it. Soccer? What the hell is soccer?
300k people have it installed outside.
That's not true. No, oh, I forgot. Baseball. Yeah, you're right. I think it's mainly basketball and football. That's a joke, guys. Of course Lionel Messi. People know who he is. I'm goofing around.
To China. They failed. So I really don't...
Bro, people get so fucking upset about fucking football. And it's like, I don't know why I get surprised about that shit, because y'all, like, I'm probably seeing people from Europe getting pissed off in chat about this. Bro, like, y'all go burn down a car whenever your team wins. Your team wins, you go out of the stadium, you burn down a fucking car. What the fuck?
Expect the Asian developers to know what the fuck they're doing for the West. They do good things for their market, and the charts show that. They are top 10 games in the rankings. They were top 3. When they make the changes, they are successful. Now time for the fan favorite Amazon Game Studio. So the game didn't do well 2 years before in Russia server, you know, greedy nature of the game, pay to win, population wasn't so happy, okay. Year later, Japanese, same, the game didn't do well. Same complaints, and Amazon's before that see this and what they think, what we can do to change the game for the better, what we can do to do westernization. Oh, they think, they think really hard, and they, let's race swap some characters. Oh,
thank God. Thank God. We're gonna race swap some characters, and hey, we got another one. We're gonna change the outfit that the females are wearing to cover up more of their bodies. Because nothing says female empowerment like telling them that they can't show their bodies. Obviously.
Yes. Problem solved.
Yeah, the fruit bowl department.
And that really pissed me off. That really pissed me off when I make, you know, unhinged videos, and I was right to be upset, you know. We have 2 regions that didn't do well because of the same issues, and we repeated the same mistake for the 3rd time, and I was very upset. I quit the game, and then I joined Twitch, and my perspective changed. Story time. So get into Twitch. I try to learn how to get, you know, good broadcast quality, all the limitations, all the technologies are what behind, chats, plugins.
Oh yeah.
And this is fucked up. Oh
no, like
so you are telling me the biggest streaming platform for the gamers and for live streams have the worst streaming quality?
Yep, that's right. Twitch's streaming quality is inferior to YouTube. I don't know what it's like over on Kick or Rumble, but it is inferior to YouTube. It is also inferior to literally every porn site that exists.
How that possibly happened?
I don't
All
know.
right, I'm here to tell you. So we are going some technical now, so skip if you are not into it, you know? So you have your camera or your fancy phone, and when you record the pictures and the movie, ching, it takes a lot of space. 1 second of raw footage can be like 300, 400, 500 megabytes heavy for all of this super expensive camera. And now you have this 500 megabyte movie. How you gonna send it and live stream it? People have like 5 meg internet in the forest. How they gonna watch, or 1 meg? How they gonna watch this footage? Aha! Then the technology knows as video codecs come into place. You know them like X5 to 8, X264, X265, you know. What they do is you get the paper, they compress it using algorithms, blah, 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 it sends into the server.
This happens to me because like I'll watch my own YouTube videos and the quality on them is not even nearly as good as it is on my broadcast.
Server use the same algorithm to unpack it, decode the video, and boom,
when the papers crumple up, it can't be perfect again. I learned that from Linkin Park. See, it's not the same.
Be displayed on your screen.
Damn.
As you can see, as this paper, there are some artifacts. So those algorithms are not perfect in their job, and when the picture is unpacked to its original state, because we cut down 90% of the weights, you can see some artifacts and imperfection. This encoding and decoding algorithm was developed by a bunch of companies. They were like named HV something. I'm gonna put all of them now on the screen so you can see who was behind the development. The older version is called 264.
So this is about Lost Ark?
What the Twitch uses. And the modern one, more modern one is 265.
Yeah.
And of course it's free. How it is free? Well, if you extend 100,000 viewers, you need 100,000 views per year, or live streams, I don't know. You need to pay the royalty to all of these patent holders that you see them before. And as you may guess, the big streaming platform that stream video like Netflix, Amazon and Google were not happy with paying the royalty fees for every viewer, because if you have millions of viewers, it quickly adds up. So what they do, they bunch together, they make like open alliance group or something, and they develop their own compress and decompress algorithm.
That is probably why Lost Ark died. I think this probably has a lot to do with it, yeah.
And they call it AV1. Now, is this big deal, you may ask? Well, if Twitch will roll out support for this video format to be streamed to their platform that was developed by their parent company, not only they will save money, but even with the limited bandwidth now we have on Twitch right now, that is like 6 megabytes, 6.5 megabytes, that's how much it is accepted, you will be able to play 4K 30 frames per second,
30.
or 1440p 60 frames per second.
Better, okay.
And that will dramatically increase the quality of the video on the Twitch, and everyone will be happy.
Yeah, but why would they do that if they could do nothing? I don't understand. Why would they do anything if instead of doing something they could just do nothing?
We will have better quality and the Twitch will pay no money in royalty. Discord already have it, YouTube already have it, and for the streamer to be able to do it, you need to pay $150 for a card. But what all have to do with Lost Ark?
Yeah, it's wondering now.
Ha! Glad you asked. All of this Twitch situation make me realize what I'm dealing with. Everyone know where the problem is, and the problem is still not solved. It's
Yep. Yeah. That's... He cooked, yeah. Yeah. That's one way to look at it.
Because no one gives a fuck. You deliver extreme customer performance. You try your best to make us happy. You're getting $20 per hour. You are doing average customer experience and maybe below average. You are just do what they are telling to do. How many you get? $20 per hour. Yep. They working until 5, and you know it. 60, 55 or 57, there is already a queue in front of the clock machine.
Yep,
the car engines are already warming up on the parking lot. And 5 p.m, boom, everyone fuck off. Office is completely empty. There is no souls left there. Because no one gives a fuck about the future of the game or the future of the service.
Yeah. That's the way it feels like. Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
They are told what they have to do and they do it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
There is no incentive, there is no reward for you to get better. Maybe sometime in 20 years, when you're gonna work for 20 years, you're gonna evolve in the food chain. So why they should care? They don't care. They just do what they need to do, and they go along with their life. And that's outcome of it. No one gives a fuck. That's why it makes me really happy that the Strummer Asmongold opening their publishing studio.
Yeah.
Maybe we have some bright future in front of us. But for now, Source corporations are on the rule and I don't see anything goes better. That's all I have today. Thank you very much for all the supporters that keep the channel going. If you want more,
God,
I'm
man.
streaming almost every day on Twitch. Then if you even have more, there is like fresh clip channel and VOD channel on YouTube that you can also watch. We're gonna upload there more really soon. And yeah, I hope you're all doing well. And I hope so see you soon.
Well,
Greeting, comrades.
so,
Wizard has spoken.
he's right. Why is Lost Ark doing well? It's because the devs don't give a fuck. And that's really, and the thing is, like, you could go down and you could make a 1-hour video like I did about it. But at the end of the day, though, that's pretty much where we're at. Farming those honing materials on a daily basis was like slave labor. It felt like I was working in my free time. That's because you were.
By 25%. So I'm trying to get in touch with him. The problem is, I don't know who I'm supposed to contact. I don't have a number for the person who owns my building, and the middleman, whose name isn't on the lease, just claims he's speaking on behalf of the landlord. I don't have any choice but to write back to this guy and try to negotiate.
Okay, well, that didn't work. 2 months later, me and my wife were being forced to move out of our home. How did this happen? Well, when our anonymous landlord raised our rent by 25%, they had complete power of the situation. And the whole experience made me want to find out one thing. Why don't tenants have any leverage in negotiating their rent? That's the mystery we're going to unpack today. This is the classroom for More Perfect Union, and today we're talking about your landlord. Think about leverage like a tug of war between working people and bosses. In a workplace, workers may have much less power than management, but they still have a few ways to add pressure to their bosses. They can collectively bargain with their fellow employees, go on strike, or individually leverage other job offers from competitors. But as a tenant, there's not a lot of obvious leverage to negotiate or push back against what your landlord wants to do. Tenants are getting squeezed. But the reasons why rents are so high aren't what landlords claim they are. We dug into it, and we were shocked by some of the things your landlord could be getting away with. In the process, we talked to some tenants who were going through situations far worse than my own, and learned about 2 bills in New York State that would make the tenant-landlord relationship a little more equal and serve as good models for the rest of the country. When I told my coworkers about my experience, they immediately started pinging me tons of research about rent laws and legal loopholes, so I asked them to help me out on this journey. And the first thing I learned about was the magical world of anonymity. My wife and I were like getting nervous because our 2-year lease was coming up, and then we finally got an email. It was from a random guy named Martin Iden. He wasn't my landlord. I've actually never met my landlord. We pay our rent to an LLC that just has our building's address on it, and there was a Zelle associated with a Gmail. And then because it was a Gmail, I was able to find one name, which was Eric Weiser.
So I have the incorporation registrations for the LLC that you were paying your rent to right here. There's no Eric Weiser anywhere on here. The LLC that you were paying your rent to is owned by some law firm in Manhattan. You look them up, they're the registered agent of thousands of LLCs.
Okay, so now I have 3 names, right? There's Martin, he's the middleman that emailed me initially. This is him right here, the man literally in the middle. I found this video because he and I share something in common. We both make video content. This is just from his YouTube channel. And funny enough, in one of his videos, he's hanging out with this guy. That's Michael, who is a partner at the law firm that Sean just mentioned. That's the second name I have now. But I still know nothing about the third name, Eric, who I've been paying my rent to this whole time. And I'm getting the feeling that that was intentional. But I'm far from the only tenant in this sort of situation. This is Dorca Reynoso, who lives in Inwood, Manhattan.
In 2014, I received a rent increase of 100% in one shot. I was just in disbelief, so I reached out to an attorney. He, briefly looked at my lease, and he's like, "Oh, no, you're a market rate. It's a co-op, so you really have no recourse."
And did you know at that point who your landlord was? Did you have a name? Or?
It was hard to find. We actually had to pull the foil for the property in order to find his name, because they keep burying their names into different LLCs. They transfer from one name to another to hide who they are.
LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. And the problem is right in the name of it, limited liability. People who form LLCs for their businesses have limited liability for what the business does. That means that they're not accountable for when the business screws people over. So that's why you have states like Wyoming and Delaware where so many companies are headquartered, because they have the laws that give LLCs the fewest regulations and the most rights.
New York has buildings like that too, like this one, 199 Lee Avenue, which houses thousands of companies. This all applies to real estate because today nearly 1 in 6 rental properties are owned by LLCs. And that matters. LLCs make housing more expensive and worse.
There used to at least be a consistent relationship between a human and a human.
That's New York State Assembly member Emily Gallagher, a key advocate in the fight for fair housing.
But when someone has anonymity to hide behind, they actually feel much more relaxed about not doing things for their tenants. They have a shield, and behind that shield, they feel safe. I don't think there's ever been like a good old day of housing. There's always been bad landlords and there's always been crappy buildings. But with consolidation, it really becomes a system where buildings are treated like stocks and bonds. They're not seen as housing. They're not seen as places for people to have shelter or to build a family. They're seen as things to buy and sell and trade.
Landlords claim that people have flooded back to cities. However, other investigative reports show that this just isn't true. The same way inflation is a story about corporate greed, rising rents are also a story of price fixing.
Just look at Dorca's building. When a number of her neighbors had to move out because they were facing the same sort of drastic rent increase that she got, well, her landlord did something surprising. He just left all those apartments empty. Her building has 63 apartments, but only 18 are currently occupied.
Each floor, except the ground floor, has 6 units. On mine, as is the average, there's only 2 units occupied. The one directly next to me on the right is vacant. When I come in the building at night, if I have to stand here as I open the door, there's always that anxiety. Because the door, it's just open and it's really dark in here at night. Like, you just never know who could be in there and grab you and hurt you.
Very creepy to walk around the floor and just knowing that all of these units
They're completely unlocked.
These units have been empty, some of them upwards close to 20 years. If you are so pressed for profit, why leave them vacant?
In 2022, New York City landlords warehoused 60,000 rent-stabilized apartments, which just means that they refused to rent them out because they didn't want to flood the market with those normal rent prices. Ultimately, with legal loopholes and deregulation, landlords have a lot of power, and they use that power to accumulate more power. Honestly, when we started looking into this, I realized that landlords actually have a lot of solidarity with each other.
ProPublica put this report out that landlords, like major landlords across the country, have been using this thing called RealPage, where they're basically price fixing. Like they're able to go in there and an algorithm can show them like how much they could charge based on what other landlords are charging.
RealPage is like a third party, but how third party is it if all the landlords are using it and they're all using it to essentially collude on rent increases?
Collusion's a good word, that's exactly what it is.
So how do you even go about fighting a machine like this? Well, we took a stab at it. We wrote back to them and we cited the 2019 laws, which entitle tenants in New York, if you live there for, like we were for 2 years, at least 90 days notice. They said that we had cited legal code and they gave us 90 days to get out. No negotiations. They sent us this notice of non-renewal in certified mail and first-class mail. They emailed it to us. They also sent a courier, a kid who came and knocked on the door, and my wife answered, and he served her the papers telling us to get out.
That seems like clear retaliation, right? They gave you an illegal amount of notice, you spoke up and they said get out.
We were surprised that everyone told us basically like you can't even fight back on retaliation because landlords have this thing that they're not supposed to do but they do called a tenant blacklist, which means that if you do go up against them, I mean they have all the resources. If you do wind up in eviction court, your name is going to be there forever and now you're blacklisted as a tenant. Dorka faced the pressures of eviction court firsthand when a family member of hers passed away and she fell behind in her rent payments.
The fear and the impotence you feel, like when I showed up to court, I was completely alone in this courtroom. When you're there and you know that they have everything on their side and you're nobody. You know what I mean? It's a lot. I think someone from DSA, I can't even remember who put me in contact with a lawyer that was doing pro bono stuff and he's still helping us out. And he showed up for me. I cannot begin to tell you the relief. I was clueless when it came to any tenants' rights.
Despite not having any experience, Dorka took a bold step and started organizing other tenants in the building who were going through similar experiences.
People get really scared with these things, so they didn't want to join at first. But once we started banding together and the landlord knew that we were organizing, he backed off.
Dorka told me that after the pro bono attorney got involved, her landlord backed off of her non-payment case. And after she and her neighbors banded together, he hasn't increased the rent on them in a few years. But it wasn't enough to save her building's community. As I mentioned earlier, there's 2 bills in New York State that could actually help tenants. One of them is specifically about LLCs. Emily Gallagher is its lead sponsor.
The LLC Transparency Act is a bill that would require limited liability corporations to file a document that says all of the people who are beneficial owners for that LLC. To have a human that you can target with anything from a request to a lawsuit is really critical. So much of our law is based upon interaction with another person.
My landlord situation is actually pretty different. I'm in the second floor of a house and he lives right below me, so when I have a problem, he actually fixes it. When my pipes leak, like he actually has incentive to fix it because it'll leak into his house.
The second bill would provide even more tenant protections.
It's called Good Cause Eviction, and it basically does 2 things for tenants. One, it gives you the right to remain. So that means every year or every 2 years, your lease, you can renew it. Because right now, a landlord can say, you have to get out of here in 90 days when your lease is up. The other thing it would do, it would put a cap on how much they can raise the rent every year. So that would be like a universal rent stabilization bill. The city used to be full of rent stabilized apartments, but they've slowly been deregulated over the years. There's a few states that have laws about this, like California has one. We did a video a couple months ago about St. Paul, Minnesota, where tenants got a 3% rent increase cap.
Like even in New Jersey, literally the state right next to us, they have some form of rent control.
The LLC Transparency Act and Good Cause Eviction Bill have both faced tremendous uphill battles against the real estate lobby, and if they pass, there'll be huge wins for tenants. Other states could follow. Tenant movements across the country are mobilizing for change. Housing is more unaffordable than ever, and we need to shift the leverage back to our side. But wait, one last thing. My story's not over yet. After a number of back and forths with my landlord's middleman, I was eventually forced to move out of my home of 2 years. I know that I'm among the luckier tenants in this sort of story. My wife and I have a dual income home with stability and savings, and even for us it was a huge waste of time, money, and resources. We're still unpacking. But a few weeks after we moved, we did get a message. Eric, the guy who we had been paying our rent to but wasn't on any of the property documents, emailed us for the first time in our entire tenancy. He wrote to us to let us know that he wasn't going to give us back our full security deposit, even though we left the place spotless. Well, at least I finally know who my landlord is. Or was.
Oh no.
All I had to do was get kicked out. But we want to know, are you facing a rent increase? Are you trying to find out who your landlord is? Well, we included some links to tenant resources in the description below. Thank you for watching The Classroom. We're always looking to tell more stories like this one, unpacking economic systems that impact all of our daily lives. We got into this story because of my experience, but what's going on in your life that we should be digging into? Sound off in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Lightning strike, lightning strike.
Eldeven is the second game in the worst MMO ever series, which lets you animation clip your head inside a sheep's arse while you're shearing it. This wasn't a design pattern I expected to find in MMO games, but here we are. Unfortunately, in my 20 hours of gameplay, this is the only memorable moment. Have you ever been on a school trip or a holiday as an adult and met someone else, either from another school or another family on holiday, and you get on really well with them, you enjoy your time together, you promise to stay in touch, but when you return home from wherever you are, you just never see them again? Eldeven is the game version of that. So welcome, I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a show where I play every MMO I can find in a journey to find the worst. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff, click the bell for all the future notifications, and as always, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch and YouTube who keep the channel alive. More information on this at the end. For now, let's begin. Eldeven is a lightweight 3D RuneScape clone which released back in 2013 and launched on Steam in 2014 and then stopped being substantially supported around 2016 and yet somehow is still alive, so let's download it and give it a go. Very first thing, Eldeven is a fantasy MMORPG made by Hunted Cow Studios, a game company based in Scotland, so I had a look at their website, and they also run the Warhammer mobile game Chaos and Conquest, the sci-fi game New Earth, and the fantasy RPG Fallen Sword. But is it just me, or does the Fallen Sword font look exactly like the Final Fantasy font? I even used a font generator to check, and yeah, that's just a blatant ripoff. So Eldeven launches. There's a button for the new player guide, so I click it, and the first super strange issue. The new player guide opens in a browser window within the launcher of the game. but the launcher of the game cannot be maximized or resized at all. And the guide window I have opened within it is limited to that window itself. And I can't drag the launched player guide outside of the launcher window. So first of all, you can't read the guide, but even if you could, the guide is a forum link written in 2013, so it might be slightly out of date, being 10 years old. You know what? Doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll figure it out. So I click the settings icon. I have two choices: safe mode and cancel. This implies that I'm currently running dangerous mode, which I like. Character creation, you've got the three main body types: skinny, muscular, and hairy. So I choose muscular, and our adventure begins 10 years in the future. Movement is left click or WASD. Holding right click spins the camera. Movement feels responsive, so this is nice. The graphics are basic, there's no high resolution textures or shadows, but that's fine. Stylized is often better. It seems that we are a super powerful max level fighter, and we watch as a troll breaks into the castle, and I have to say, I really like how the gate breaks in actual sections. Praise where it's deserved. The animations in Eldevin are super accurate. The troll and its minions are clearly bad, and we are clearly good, so behold, combat. Double-clicking starts the auto-attack. You've got your hotbar to the bottom, and the intro fight actually tells you to use your abilities and gives you a single target and AoE ability, which is nice, so there's some variety. I level up from the first fight, and this is a Steam achievement held by 65% of players. And if you ever need a perfect example of extreme player drop-off, there it is. 35% of people didn't make it from downloading the game to the tutorial fight. I have a browse of the menus. There is no UI scaling, which is super annoying as my monitor resolution makes everything look tiny. You know what? You can join Dungeons & Dragons Online on the naughty step for that. But then we push further into the city and meet the Infernal Empire Brute, who in a lovely stabbing animation just annihilates this dude. There's an in-game cutscene of us running into the castle, and then we see a magical duel between King Ryan and evil Emperor Tristan. The magical energy explodes and we are thrown into a black void, sending us back 10 years to the present. And here we have lost our armor, levels, and memory, and this is where the game starts. That's a similar opening to Rift. Start in the future and get sent back. And Rift released 2 years before Eldevin. I wonder if they copied. This will be a theme we see again and again. So in the past, or present I suppose, I press some keys randomly. Q opens the quest journal, which is actually really well organized, more on this later. M opens the map, which is fine, if a little crowded icon-wise, and then my cursor disappears in the game. Now the recording software, and the footage that you're watching, can still pick it up, but the actual game client doesn't. Look, I've filmed this on my phone to show you. OBS, the recording software, picks up the cursor fine, but the game doesn't show anything. Now, if I cursor over icons in the game, the buttons still light up as if the cursor is there, so the game is still registering it, but it's just not showing it, which is not a great start. This handy-dandy trainer gives me an axe and tells me to equip it, and the inventory is a grid system, kind of like Diablo. Different size items take up different amounts of space, and this is fine. The character equip screen is nicely laid out and shows all the obvious equipment slots and character stats, and this is also fine. And then with a weapon equipped, you can auto-attack a dummy. You actually have two auto attacks, a melee attack and a ranged attack. Melee will use whatever melee weapon you're equipped with, and ranged weapons will use your ranged weapon. But if you don't have a ranged weapon equipped and try to use a ranged auto attack, you'll just throw rocks, and this system continues to be fine. We then get given a bow, and now we're firing arrows, and you don't need to track your ammo, which is lovely. And when we level up, we get given skill points to assign to one of the 6 main stats, and I'm thinking a ranged build, so we're gonna go there. This system is impressively fine. We now learn magic. We get given a scroll and told to right-click and memorize it, and you actually learn all your abilities for all combat styles, melee, range, and magic from memorizing single-use scrolls, either given to you through quests or sold through vendors. And when you've learned an ability, it goes into your ability book, and you open the book with B. B for abilities. We learn a heal spell, and then the local priest lady says, hey, go and help people. It might help you get your memory of the future back. So we do that, and your quest book notes down what you should be doing and is organized in a really interesting way. You've got these tabs here, which link to overall quest line, and then specific steps within that quest line, and then specific quests themselves. So it's almost like a flow chart of goals, and it's lovely and easy to follow. Unfortunately, you can only have one quest step active at a time, and your active step has a purple arrow on the minimap pointing the way. The main map also shows a purple question mark for the final location. This system is, as every other system seems to be, fine. Inside the Mage's Tower, we get given a magical rock, which, when equipped, makes all of our ranged attacks now do magical mud damage, and you can have either a magical rock or a ranged weapon equipped, but not both. From here, we enter into the Aphex Void, similar to the void which threw us through time, but with more magical flowers and less time travel. The mages want some midges killed, so we oblige, and then get some armor for our troubles. We're then teleported further inland for more tutorial, but in a lovely touch, the teleport spell actually has an animation to show you where you're going. This helps with navigation and ties the world together, relating one place to another place. This is better than fine. This is quite nice. We use our magical powers to help the local guards by killing a load of beetles and then a load of boars, because if we don't, clearly the local beetle-boar alliance would threaten the stability of the city. And then I meet this relic merchant selling beetle armor. I mean, that's one way to establish dominance: wear the bodies of your enemies. On the way to the main town, I meet this local merchant. He has lost his goods in a nearby cave, so asks us to help. And another mechanic: your hotbars 1 through 9 cannot hold potions, only abilities or emotes. Potions must be placed on the potion hotbar, which is linked to Control 1 through Control 4. This is limiting in a hotbar setup situation, but also done so you don't need to waste combat skill space on potions, making it ultimately, again, fine. Head into the cave to find the merchant's goods, discover the walls are made of slowly melting jelly, and then kill some goblins, and this feels very reminiscent of late PlayStation 1, early PlayStation 2 era adventure games. The square layout, the straight lines, the brown textures, the simple combat. I'm not hating it, I'm just not totally sold that it's worth my time either. This bit does genuinely make me laugh, however. You find the merchant's goods in a chest, so you return them to him, which makes him yell, "Oh my, just remembered, my wife is in there as well!" Which is just fantastic. What a focused entrepreneur. Hustle culture through and through. Got that Sigmar grind set mentality. Save the merchandise. Oh yeah, my wife might also be dead. Find the wife, and there's a nice bit of characterization as the wife refuses to leave until the merchant himself comes to rescue her, and then we earn our first talent point. Eldevin has 6 talent trees, and you can put points into any of them to build a hybrid class style of your liking. But you won't be able to level all of them to max. Talents range from passive buffs to activated abilities, and I'm thinking a ranged class seems pretty good, so I'm going ranged DPS. Achieving a talent point is also a Steam achievement, and 22% of players have it. So this took me about an hour to get, meaning between the opening and 1 hour in, you have lost 80% of new players on Steam. This dude then tells us about quest icons: yellow for main storyline quests, blue for gathering and crafting, green for disconnected side quests, orange for group quests, red for elite, and grey for you're not high enough level yet. Exclamation marks are ready to give quest, and question marks are ready to complete or hand in. But not really. Because let's say you're told, hey, go and kill 10 bears. Well, the hand-in area will have a yellow question mark appear immediately, which you think means ready to hand in, because if it wasn't ready, it would be grayed out, following the rules it's just set down. But it doesn't. It always appears yellow. It doesn't mean you've done it, it means this is the hand-in person. You need to manually check you've actually got the items they want before you talk to them. The icon doesn't change to show that. Combine this with the fact you can only have 1 tracked quest active at a time shown on the map, and it makes quest organizing a chore, meaning you have to go through every one manually, find what they want, find whether you've got it, and then go and give it to them. This system is decidedly not fine. More drama between the merchant and his wife ends up with us trying to kill a hobgoblin, and the first mini-boss really highlights the limitations of both the super simple combat system and the solo nature of an MMO with no players. It's extremely simplistic, just tank the damage and hit back. You also can't move while shooting a ranged weapon, which is a major limitation when playing solo. Now, Eldevin does have an undeniable charm to it. There's something comforting about the retro, the nostalgia conjured by a place you've never been because of how similar the design is to what you already know. Low poly models, basic textures, simple lighting, direct quests, but it's also a great example of how nostalgia tends to warp our view of what worked and why it worked. We'll see more examples of this later, and how yearning for the past isn't always the best way to survive into the future. The boss drops some better throwing knives, so I equip them, leave the cave, try and talk to the merchant, but accidentally misclick and then just nail this squirrel with a throwing knife. My bad. Although, given the local guard's opinion of the nearby wildlife, I'm probably owed some kind of medal for this. Completing that quest gives us a bound experience potion, and this pop-up tells us about the shop. So okay, let's get this out of the way nice and early. How bad is the shop? Eldevin is free, but you can become a paying monthly member if you like. Members get increased everything: experience, money, dungeon resets, mount training, bag space, premium currency delivered daily. You get the idea.
While exploring the shop, I found something weird as well. You can buy potions, both health and mana potions, whenever you want, wherever you are, from the shop for silver, which kind of completely negates the point of having in-game marketplaces
at all. The shop itself sells experience boosts, instant teleport items, better pets and mounts, basically everything. You can throw money at Eldevin and do pretty well. Now, that's not to say the free experience is bad. I found my 20 hours in the game to be absolutely fine. But the shop does offer advantage that's undeniable. But the cosmetics, yeah, they've done that thing where a game clearly reaches its limit on sensible in-universe aesthetic cosmetics, and now you can just buy football helmet overrides. All MMOs eventually, unfortunately, reach a point where selling joke real-world cosmetics will make money, and that's usually a pretty obvious red flag that the game is starting to value money over aesthetic cohesion within itself. And this is normally a downward spiral of, if your game starts to take itself as a joke, it becomes a massive joke. You can also spend real money to buy Eldevin points and then switch those points for gold in the game. So yes, there is a multi-step process to exchanging real money for gold, and gold buys and fixes basically everything. And now we reach the city. Oh, it's the same one we were at 10 years in the future from now earlier. But you can't enter without accepting the advanced training questline. And the first quest in the city is literally called Walking Tour, sending you all over to all the relevant places in the most uninspired utilitarian quest ever. Walk here. This is what this place does. Move on. I've also noticed you can't jump, which makes navigating a bit more challenging, as a small cart or decorative pool is now an insurmountable barrier. I do, however, like the humorous dialogues the NPCs have occasionally. This city cleaner says he used to be a naked flaming torch dancer until the accident. I feel you, mate. We've all been there. So we head to uptown and then downtown and then turn the beat around town before finally finding this statue. It's a blacksmith making, as the game says, the legendary bacon blade. Ah, right, we're doing early 2000s humor. Okay, I've got it. Do we also need those mustache tattoos on the side of our finger? Is Chuck Norris involved? Let me just jump on MSN real quick. I have a quick nap in this random house because I'm a menace to society, and then admire the decorative drunks in the slums. Again, praise where it's due. The small touches do make the city feel alive. And then, my god, another player. So I say hi and no response. You know what, I'll try again later. Pressing X opens the gathering and crafting menu. You've got 7 gathering skills, all the usual woodcutting, mining, farming, and then 8 crafting, from armor and weaponsmithing to gem cutting. I'll try them all later. I find the Dragon Aviary, which is a quick travel station similar to World of Warcraft's Griffins. You can only travel to places you've discovered, and then we get given a Homestone, which teleports you back to the main city. Kind of like a Hearthstone. I'm guessing this is the moment the designer thought, we've copied RuneScape enough. Let's copy something else. No one will notice. And now a rather annoying UI issue, which is genuinely the single most irritating design choice I faced over the entire 20-hour gameplay. Pressing hotkeys opens or closes windows, like I opening or closing the inventory, Q for the quest list, M for the map. But then you can also click and drag these windows around the screen. Now, some of them remember the place you've dragged them to and will open there again. Like the inventory, you can move this wherever, close it, open it, same position. But some boxes, most notably the quest box and the character stats screen, will always reset to their default position every time you open them, even if you've moved them. And the quest list defaults to top right, which covers the minimap. So every single time I reopen the quest list, I have to drag it down to see where the purple direction pointer is, then close the quest list because it takes up a lot of space, and then open it again to change quests. Please fix this, because it's super annoying. Now we're given a massive lore dump through text about 6 magical orbs, which the kingdom apparently needs to be safe, and then we're shown some super advanced magic. This means going to the Arcane Council's cool clubhouse, which teleports you to this badass floating city. There's even a magical signpost pointing you in the right direction, and in a nice touch, when asked if you've completed a quest, you can just lie and say yes when you haven't, but this doesn't actually do anything because they know you're lying. Throw some knives at some wisps, and then another nice touch. When you finish a quest, it automatically asks what you would like to set as the next active quest, which is a smooth transition from one to the next. Some random person adds me as a friend, and I discover you can inspect people's equipment from anywhere. You just need to right-click their username, and it seems that I'm now friends with Cthulhu. Archer training next. This sends me to the sewers to kill 10 plague archers. Oh, yeah, there's a plague going on in the city, because that's like a super efficient way to copy both RuneScape and Warcraft in one go. I learned the hemorrhage skill, so now my ranged attacks do bleed damage, and the army commander needs me to go and investigate a lost wagon outside the city, another lost merchant. I get given some new items, and when you cursor over an equipable item, the tooltip shows you the upgrade or downgrade compared to your currently equipped items in little brackets, which is fine. Kill some bandits and try to find the auto-run button. Eldevin is mostly just running from A to B, then combat or gathering, but my god, there is a lot of running, so auto-run is bound to nothing. There is no auto-run. I did, however, find a forum post asking about when auto-run will be added. The post is from 2014, 9 years ago. I guess they've been too busy to add it. We're sent into the sewers to do something. Honestly, this city has a lot of problems. Bandits, zombies, the squirrels wanting my head. There's a lot of issues, and they're all solved with varying degrees of killing things. But look, a valve puzzle to stop some steam. That's nice, a bit of interaction with the map. You know, Eldevin, at least in the sewers, feels like Dragon Age Light, like a cheap knockoff version. I think a good description would be, there is a film studio called The Asylum. They make mockbusters of bigger films. Basically, they wait until a big film releases, then they make a very similar sounding knockoff and hope that some elderly person mistakes it for the real thing in a bargain bin somewhere, and then you have to fake appreciation when you unwrap Transmorphers for Christmas when you wanted Transformers. Eldevin is basically that kind of design, but of RuneScape, Dragon Age, and Warcraft. The strange thing is, Eldevin as a game is not bad, but much like the mockbuster films, it's not designed to be good, or to at least do its own thing in a good way. It's designed to ride off the coattails of good choices that other games have made and hope that you stick with it. Essentially, Eldevin does nothing wrong because it does nothing uniquely Eldevin. It is a collection of proven mechanics from other games, easy to run graphics, and a passable mesh of quest lines. It's the store brand Cocoa Pops. You're not unhappy to have a bowl, you just know they're copying something better. Another UI issue. The map updates to help you navigate, and when you have a quest to finish, it highlights the travel route with a purple question mark. But it doesn't highlight the end of the route, it highlights its suggested route that it thinks you should take. So I need to get to the barracks, but it doesn't highlight the barracks, it highlights what it believes to be the fastest route, which is sometimes going in or out of a very specific building, often the last building you went into. And if you use a different exit or a shortcut, the map doesn't update to give you the new fastest route. It still tells you to go where it thinks you should go, even though it's wrong, and this happens a lot. These water graphics are the epitome of fine. I get what they are, they work, they are not memorable. Eldevin is this, but with every choice it makes. Wonder how many people are playing. On Steam, right now, 13. Wonder what the Reddit is like. Oh, well, MMORPG declared it dead years ago. Although, let's be real, r/MMORPG declare every MMO either dead or dying on release. No one hates MMOs more than the MMORPG subreddit, and I guarantee when Eldevin dies, they will blame me for this as well. And you know what? They'll be goddamn right. Another quest needs me to go and find another merchant, and is every merchant in this game just terrible at navigation? How does anything get delivered? Every merchant we have met is dead or lost. Here's a nice touch. When the view of your character is blocked in the foreground by a tree, the tree will fade out, but only the upper section, leaving the inner trunk and base visible, which I think looks really cool. This dude is helping us to fix a sword, but needs 14 copper bars, so let's learn some smithing. This means buying a pick from the shop and then mining some ore, which is basically exactly like RuneScape. Click and wait. So gathering skills and their associated production skills are interesting, because producing anything often needs, let's say, 1 or 2 gathered ingredients and 1 purchased one. You always need a purchased ingredient in every step of any process. For example, making copper bars need copper ore, which you mine, coal, which you mine, but then a vial of weak flux, which is only sold by blacksmiths. 2 gathered resources and 1 bought one. To make leather armor, you need to skin an animal and then turn that hide into leather using both the hide itself, some animal fur, which is also found on animals, and then acidic salts, which are sold by the tanning vendors. Basically, every single gathering profession gives some of the materials needed for the final product, but you always need to buy something, and these things are single use. Turning that copper bar into a weapon, that needs you to use sharpening stones. Making metal armor needs rivets. Crystal cutting needs abrasive polish. This means every single skill is also a gold sink, which is a way to keep inflation down. Not that you're going to suffer much inflation with 24 players, but hey, it's the thought that counts. Another nice touch, you can view recipes for most skills from the crafting window, but not every skill. Please update this to show how much stuff you need to, say, smelt bars in the forge. because there's nowhere to find that out in-game. The forging animation, though, is quite nice. You can see the ore turn into a bar while you're holding it in the metal tongs. The max equipment seems to be level 60, the infernal stuff, and even then the numbers on the armor and weapons are quite low, double digits, and I'm a fan of this design. It's like Guild Wars 1, keeping the numbers low, it slows down power creep, and it keeps the numbers themselves instantly and easily readable. I just do every quest as I find it, including learning how to fish, which makes Eldevin a real MMO, and then I plant some seeds and tend to my farm, and here's a nice touch. To farm, you need to weed the patch, then plant a seed, then water it, and wait. But while waiting, 3 bars appear. Growth progress, water remaining, and disease, showing how much crop you've lost. But these 3 bars are actually 3D within the world, attached to the model of the farm plot itself, and things grow fast, so you're not waiting long. So we gather our flax, learn to use the loom, learn how to pick apples from trees, learn how to gemcraft in the mine, and another nice touch, items within your inventory, which are currently being used in a production skill or process, have a little timer on them so you can see what is being accessed. You know, the only animation I've found so far that I'm not a fan of is this woodcutting one, because it feels too gentle, too dainty, like I'm gently tapping the tree with my axe, one-handed, like we're playing tag. Then another player appears, and I discovered you can hear other players' sound effects on full volume, so he's processing timber into planks, something I need to do. So I go and do it, and it's loud, and both the sound effects overlay each other. Stacking sound effects aside, this is legitimately another player, Nordman. So I say, hey, how's it going? And he runs away. I mean, yeah, I'd probably do the same. Turn some copper into ingots for jewelry, then skin some pigs for hides, and now I'm thinking, okay, now I feel like I have the skills to survive in this world. Yeah, the start with the whole time travel thing was a little bit rocky, basically copying Rift, but now I feel somewhat self-sufficient, which is a good feeling to have in an open MMO. There's even a quest to collect some litter around town, which really helps brighten up the place and has you feel connected to the city. And then, why is this hopscotch animation so detailed? Why is it so accurate? The rock throw, the pickup, the hops, the balancing. This is the most needlessly detailed background animation I have found. There is even a quest in this theatre, which is quite nice, about using gestures to entertain a crowd, and this introduces the players to emotes, so check out my funky dance moves. Ladies, please form an orderly queue. The Funkmeister will be with you shortly. This guy sells mounts. He is stood on a magical floating disc. I mean, kudos for not having horses, although RuneScape doesn't have horses either, so you probably didn't know what to copy. You can see the riding vendor has adopted the traditional martial arts stance, clearly ready to fight off anyone trying to steal the rocket ship from behind him. Riding needs the riding skill, which costs 5 gold, which I do not have, so I'll come back to later when I do. Found a slight UI issue on the crafting screens. This shows how many raw materials you need for your selected recipe, but as you increase the amount of the recipe you'd like to make, this doesn't change. It only ever shows how many you need to make one. Consider having this update, so whenever you increase the amount you're trying to make, the amount of raw materials you need also increases. But we've got no time to craft. We've been summoned by the prince himself, who apparently lives inside the pyramid level from Tomb Raider 1. The prince asks if you can remember the future yet, and now you get a multiple choice memory test, and you can't fail this, so I think the next section, which is an instanced memory, actually changes based on what you choose. This wizard probes your memory by shooting marbles at you, and I'd remember being a ranger fighting a dark dragon, and now I get to be a ranger fighting a dark dragon. It's here I'm thinking, if this was released in, say, 2002 or maybe even 2003, it would be really well received. But to put this into perspective, this was released in 2013. 1 year after Guild Wars 2, 1 year before The Elder Scrolls Online, so it had some major competition there. But that's okay, because it wasn't really going for the modern crowd, it was essentially a replacement for RuneScape. RuneScape had made the evolution of combat mistake a few years ago, and players wanted to recapture the old school feeling. Eldevin would be there for them. But unfortunately for Eldevin, old school RuneScape released a few months prior, kind of eating up the entire player base they were hoping to get. This dragon fight, though, is actually quite good. Waves of your own troops charge it, skeletons are resurrected to help the dragon, AoE attacks, healers are healing you, good music, decent animations. This is not a bad little fight. Back in the palace, we are rewarded with a flaming bow and sent on our merry way. This guy has a daily skinning quest for us, and currently I'm having something close to fun, so I'm going to avoid dailies like the plague. Oh hey, the plague, that's still a thing in town. Maybe we should return to stopping that. But first, let's explore the countryside, and another area Eldevin really shines in. The city and sewers may feel very PlayStation 1 generic, but the open areas feel very classic video game fantasy, and I like them. The variations in the trees makes the forests feel fantastic, and the rolling green fields have that lovely fantasy shine. Everything is a bit too bright, a bit too perfect, and it makes the place feel happy fantasy, and it works. It's the opposite of Game of Thrones, and honestly it's quite endearing. We now learn the meditation skill, which can activate obelisks and give you a 1-hour passive buff, and then I try to finish every single tutorial quest. I'm about 8 hours in by now, and this is normally a place I'd consider stopping, but Eldevin has very few, if any, quit moments, and this is why I understand people who play it. A quit moment, as I've mentioned before, is the moment a player is presented with a mechanic, a situation, or a line of dialogue, anything in-game that makes them stop playing and then kills their desire to return. Eldevin has played it safe. So safe, in fact, it's made no mistakes. Now, they say the man who makes no mistakes doesn't usually make anything, and in-game design it's quite similar. Eldevin has made no mistakes because it's taken what works in other games and copied them, which means there's nothing that feels uniquely Eldevin. It has no defining features of its own. You know the old physics law about an object at rest will remain at rest unless an outside force acts upon it? Eldevin is kind of similar. There is no reason to start playing. But if you do start playing for whatever reason, there is also no reason to stop playing. It's a perfect, well, I'm here now, might as well carry on game. It's the gamified version of the concept of fine. Unfortunately, for every hyper-accurate hopscotch animation, you get the smithing animation, which is just you pounding the air with the hammer. Eventually, nighttime falls and the streetlights come on, which is again a lovely bit of ambience. The crystal shop even has its display crystal light up, which is a lovely touch. Oh, if you do make something or get a boss drop but your inventory is full, that item will be held in a temporary inventory to the top left, which I didn't notice because it bleeds into the map. I try some global chat, adding a little smiley on the end because I'm a digital boomer and still think this is how cool people type, and what is that smiley? What is that? That looks like a deformed fox. The local player base does, however, seem friendly, offering me some powerful items and armor, which is a kind gesture, but giving a new player a super powerful thing often kills the joy of progression because you just remove the challenge of the gameplay, mostly the reason to play a grindy game. This is an actual issue as I research some more. It seems the game is mostly built around grinding dungeons for equipment, and some dungeons need a team, but the dungeons don't have level scaling, and this means that very low players end up being carried by very high players. Because there is such a low number of players, you cannot get an equally leveled team together. It ends up being high levels one-hitting everything for the lows, and that's fun for no one. So we go and shear the sheep, kneel down, and just stick our head right up its arse. This means Eldevin joins Shroud of the Avatar in the very exclusive club of MMOs which can give a sheep a colonoscopy. A huge amount of running back and forth later, and I need weeds for an alchemy recipe. So I rake a farming patch because they're covered in weeds. Surely that will give me some weeds, but no, they're the wrong type of weeds. So I check the wiki, and right, I see my mistake. I needed weeds, so I interacted with the weeds, assuming it would give me weeds, but what I really needed to do was interact with the weeds so I could get some weeds. Silly me, what an obvious mistake. It seems that red apple trees need 6 foraging because I'm just not skilled enough to pick those apples. In fact, the entire game world is divided into leveled sections. The opening northeast is 1 to 6 mostly, then southeast is 6 to 10, north is 11 to 16, and south seems to be 16 plus. So following the quest lines and interacting with at least half the skills you pass will level you up. This does, however, mean that the game world itself is divided into arbitrary level-restricted areas. Instead of feeling like there's a bit of something for everyone in every section, it is very specifically, if you are low level, train here. Oh, also, while there is a woodcutting skill, you can only cut very, very specific types of trees. Not every tree. Most trees are just decorative. In a nice touch, crafted potions are substantially better than their store-bought versions, really giving weight to the alchemy skill. And then cooking needs me to make some bread, and this needs wheat, so back to the farm again. So far, Eldeven has made a lot of small, good choices and done nothing majorly wrong because it's done nothing majorly different, so I wonder what the update schedule is actually like. How often is new stuff added to this game? I mean, they're still asking if I want to become a paying supporter, so clearly there is something that they are supporting. Well, the main site tells me that the Love Bites Valentine's event is happening, and before that there was the Icicles End Christmas event, before that the Halloween event, the Howling, then Summer Passing Pirate event, and then the Springtide Celebration. And then before that, the Love Bites event from last year. Wait, did they have an entire year where they only added holiday events? I mean, that's bad, but at least they're adding holiday events. Are they new events? No, they're not. They are the same holiday events they've recycled for the past 5 years. In fact, the last actual development update post was in 2016. This means they have been releasing nothing but the same cycle of 5 holiday events for the last 7 years. And yet every time you log in, there's a small box asking if you'd like to support the game and become a paying member. Paying for what? Eldeven, another 7 years of the same 5 holiday events? I kite this sheep for 10 minutes and discover that once you've drank a potion, there's an intoxication timer where you can't drink another potion, meaning you can't just chug low-level stuff constantly. You're encouraged to upgrade to better potions, and this design is fine. And then I try to use an ability with no mana and discover that your character is indeed voiced, but this seems to be their only voice line. I require more mana! Small movement issue, probably a result of going from click to move to WASD. If you run into a wall using WASD, you won't just stay running into it, you'll actually get bounced back, which feels really jarring. I'm just holding movement in this clip one direction, so I'd expect to just keep pushing into the small wall, but no, the bounce movement thing is really odd. And as I find out later, it makes navigating forest an absolute chore as you get knocked around like a pinball if you're too close to multiple trees. Make a campfire in the designated campfire zone and then get sent to the sewer to kill some slugs. I'm sure that Eldeven was made in response to people crying, "We want classic MMOs like they used to be," but what game devs forget is the crowd driven by passion for their specific game, how it used to be, don't want a new game somewhat similar to how their old favourite game used to be. They want their exact old game exactly as it used to be, and nothing else will sate them. This is why people who wanted old school RuneScape played similar games until old school RuneScape actually came back, and then they went to that. This is why when people say they want a game like EverQuest, they can just go and play EverQuest, either retail or Project 99. They don't want your game trying to be classic, they want their exact game being as it was. Your game is just a stopgap, and it will not hold players, as shown by these kinds of games not holding players. Trying to make a game to capture the nostalgia crowd will only hold them until what they're actually nostalgic for returns. Eventually I die and get told, hey, it's okay, you can revive without penalty because you're a new player. Look, Eldeven, I'm like 10% of your player base right now. You are not...
Dobro.
Not in a position to throw out death debuffs. You want people sticking around. You've avoided quit moments. Don't start now. Finally, I hit level 10 and unlock PvP, so I queue up for PvP, and after 20 minutes, the PvP queue has not popped, so I adventure and unlock a dungeon, a group instance. I like these. Now, thankfully, you can just do group instances in solo story mode, so I do that. The guard house instance is fine. The aesthetics remind me of Hero Quest, one of the best board games ever. If only I had the broad sewed, I'd be sorted. Kill the boss, take their head, hand it in, all good. But each dungeon has multiple mini-quests within it, so back in we go. The Warden's Henchman AI could use a little work though, because they just stand around waiting to be attacked. I've also realised that this game feels cold because the idle animation of everyone, be it enemy, shopkeeper, friendly NPC, is the same. Just standing still, straight up, arms down by your side. Please, vary your NPC's idle animations, otherwise your town feels like a video game. If you've ever been browsing Netflix and something starts to autoplay, and you don't want to watch it, but it's playing now, and stopping it from playing would be more effort than just lying there doing nothing and watching the entire thing. So you do watch the entire thing, although you don't really want to. Eldeven is the game version of that feeling. So while we're doing some farming, let's have a read of some reviews. You should play this game, but I have a few issues with the game. First of all, there's not that many players. I don't mind that because I'm a lunatic that likes to play MMOs by myself, but if you're looking for a full, robust player base to play with, you're not going to find it. Second is, you can't abandon quests. I have a hefty quest log of tutorial quests that I don't care to follow up on, but they're just going to sit there in my quest log forever. Game is fun, but lacks updated content. Community deserves an applause for keeping the game going where the developers have failed to show care or dedication to their creation. It's a good game with a nice community. I love it, and for being free makes it that much better. Has the old school feeling to it with all sorts of skills to level up and a never-ending supply of quests. It's like if WoW and RuneScape had a love child. It's a pretty interesting game, but sadly development is mostly dead already. Last update was a copy and paste event from last year, and going by older players, they didn't even take the time to edit the text to remove parts that were no longer valid. So it's the old song and dance we know all the moves to already. MMO releases, doesn't hold a player base, gets forgotten. I teleport back to the main town using the homestone and then try to teleport using a teleport scroll to get to a local village and get told, no, your rechargeable homestone and single-use teleport scrolls, for some reason, share a cooldown. Why? So instead I mine an absolute ton of copper and coal and try to make full copper armor, which takes ages because of the tile inventory system, so I just give up and join the army instead. They want things killed, which is par for the course for the army, so I go and kill things. 20 plague pests, the grinding begins, let's do this. Eldevin is such a good example of being fine at everything but great at nothing. It's very hard to recommend something with no low points if it also has no high points. It's annoying to no one, which means at the same time it's appealing to no one. Every single player will say, ah yes, I can see why other people would play Eldevin because it has something other people like. However, it doesn't do the specific thing I enjoy as well as my favorite game. And that's its main weakness. It has a little bit of everything, but you need a lot of something to keep a player base, and Eldevin has a lot of nothing. We run through this cave filled with Tiberium for some reason and get sent north to the village of Northam. You know, I was going to make a joke about that naming convention, but I'm from the UK. We legitimately have places called Northam, Southam, Eastham and Westham, and yet not a place called Ham between them. Help the clergy with a ghost problem, and while doing so, the camera clips into this NPC's face. Never has a low poly face spoke to me with such pained emotion. Me too, dude. Me too. I've been playing about 12 hours in total by now, and even with me pushing to complete quest lines, I'm still on the opening map doing the opening tutorial style quests. But here is a nice touch. A waste bucket gets thrown from an upper window onto the street below. Purely visual, but I like it. Oh cool, you can zoom the camera out and play in bird's eye view directly top down in case you wanted to take every corner like the opening scene from Collateral. Break into this house and open a safe by reading this dude's diary and seeing that he accidentally left the combination in code, and oh hey, a dungeon queue mechanic. Let's queue up. Average wait time 0 seconds. Damn, that's fast. So I wait for 30 minutes to see what happens. Nothing. Nothing is what happens because right now I am the only person on Earth queuing for this dungeon. So I go into the crypt and kill a miner. Not a child, someone who mines. Then I steal their pickaxe and then notice, is the background music speed matched to the running cycle animation of the character? Like, do the music beats match my steps? Because I think they do. Unfortunately, you'll just have to take my word that they definitely do match up because YouTube did not like me playing that music at all. This quest needs me to steal a painting from this dude, and why is he painting Lara Croft? That's just not even slightly alike, that is just straight up a picture of Lara Croft. I think there's meant to be a stealth mechanic here because if you just blatantly take the painting, some bodyguards just take it back, but no, you just keep stealing it until they fail to take it back off you. And then I meet another player. Wolfic Dolphic, and you best put some respect on that name because he is the number 3 player in the world this week. Royalty, actual in-game royalty right here. Next quest has me kill the painter dude, and I love how when he dies he just says, oh dear, like it's a slight inconvenience.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Kill some rats, get a crossbow, which turns out to be a medieval machine gun, go and kill some more zombies, track the plague infestation to the sewers, mercy kill this army captain because he has the plague, and by now I'm about 15 hours in, which in gaming time is about 0.8 chrono triggers, or 45 the bouncers. Why, when you have such genuinely nice looking forests, do you open with a 12-hour sewer crawl quest line? This current questline is fixing an epic sword, so I'm being sent all over the place, which is quite nice. And then I see the birthday item vendor. He's selling party hats to celebrate the game's birthday. Now this is an investment opportunity. Party hats became insanely rare in RuneScape, and I missed my chance to have them back in the day. And here I am on the ground floor, the chance to invest. So obviously I liquidate all my savings and buy as many as I can. They can sit next to my Adventure Quest World's Platinum Dragon and RuneFest Flagstaff of festivities atop my pile of Funko Pops as my retirement plan. The prince gives me a magical rune of nature. Oh yeah, I forgot about all those magical orbs. And then we fix the Sword of Mercy. What a name. I'll put it by the Spear of Compassion, the Flail of Understanding, and the Razor Wire Cat of Nine Tails of Gentle Soothing. We use the fixed Sword of Mercy on the plague and deliver some razor-sharp mercy right to their face, and then escort Dr. Ware deeper into the plague lab. Obvious Doctor Who joke there. We then unload another batch of steaming hot mercy onto this lone plague boss via my arrows of kindness. If you're watching and thinking, you know what, Eldevin looks pretty great, membership is only $7 a month, or $65 for a whole year, so as costs go, at least it's not unreasonably expensive. Level up in this forest until I can take on my first actual dungeon, the Vault, and this is where the plague is coming from. You journey through it, and it's actually somewhat challenging. You need to pick your fights and take on enemies from a distance, and each zombie I kill seems to be reducing my faction standing with the Plagued. So that's a thing. You can apparently become BFFs with the evil zombies if you want to. Issue with the dungeon, however. The Vault instance has a mini-map, and the map has 2 zoom levels. The whole instance, or so close you can't actually do anything. Why? Why does the map zoom in this close? Turns out the plague is, to the surprise of no one, manufactured, and humans are the real monsters, and maybe the real treasure was the zombies we mercied to death along the way. More mini-bosses needing the patented hit-and-run technique, and then we open this valve, which drops some pipes into position, take the service lift down to the lowest levels, and fight the Plague Doctor. Well, we fight the summoned Plague Baron, the Doctor themselves escapes. The Plague Baron fight has one mechanic: hit the enemy until they go and heal, and then hit them some more. I didn't say it was a complex or engaging mechanic, but it does exist. And now with the instance done, my quest tracker seems to have not updated. Not sure why. The instance has 11 steps in it, and I seem to be stuck on quest 2 despite the fact I've finished it. I even click on the quest name and it shows an arrow which leads me to a mini-boss's dead body. I even log out and in and it's still bugged, and I end up needing to reset the instance and redo the whole thing just to get this quest tracker to update. And by the time I've actually done this, I've collected all 3 gloves, the light, medium and heavy, from the dungeon set. And finally, after selling everything, I can afford a mount. At last, after 20 hours, I can realize my dream of becoming a Beyblade. Even after 20 hours, I'm still only 1/3 into the Plague storyline, so I've got some serious grinding to do, but for now I think I've seen enough. Eldevin is not a bad game in the same way that a pizza with a different topping on every slice isn't a bad pizza. There will be something that appeals to everyone, but just like the pizza, the variety of appealing to everyone means there's not enough focus to have a lasting or intense appeal to any single person. No one is ordering that pizza as their usual. It's a novelty. It's not your obsession. Eldevin is the kid at school that got on with everyone but didn't have a defined group they belonged in. It's a bland rock band, too rock for the pop crowd and too pop for the rock crowd. It's a stunningly brilliant example of how mediocrity doesn't actually appeal to anyone. You won't hate Eldevin because there's nothing to hate, but in the same way you won't love it because there's nothing specific to love. It is the epitome of average, and if I didn't find the head up a sheep's arse animation glitch, I don't think I'd have found anything. So to end the review, I will award Eldevin fine out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch and YouTube who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
goodbye for now.
I do want to say thank you very much for all the support over the years. I don't think any of this would have been possible without it, so I do really appreciate that. And bearing in mind that it's a beta build, it was apparently a month and a half old, so yeah, let's get into it. So for people who have just clicked the video, they just want to know how I feel about the game, very good. Very, very, very good, actually. I went into it expecting, like, nothing. I just went into it expecting, I don't know, maybe it'll be a little bit like Payday 2, a little bit better than that. No, it's hard to explain. You think you know what you're going to get, and then you play it, and you're like, okay, I'm completely wrong about this. All the mechanics are just so robust. There's just so many more quality of life changes and graphical improvements. And it's great. It sounds great. Well animated, very intriguing storyline. I have no idea about that yet, but I mean, yes. So I fucking like it, okay? I like it. And I think you're going to like it too. I know I've been a bit of an arsehole about a lot of things. I mean, if you know, you know. But yeah, it's very, very good, and it's going to be a very painful wait, because after you've played this, I mean, going back to Payday 2, to me at least, is kind of, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard, so it's very good. It's very good. So as for the general gameplay thoughts, I mean, the movement is great. I mean, you've got sliding, you've got vaulting, and even the character just feels a bit more weighty. There's not really that floatiness that I know Payday 2 has, the whole sprint, jump, crouch thing. But they've done a good job to not completely, like, abandon that. I mean, I found myself, like, sprinting and jumping a lot. For some reason, that just felt really good. I don't know if it actually made you go faster, but it felt that way. But sliding, I mean, I really love that. I was using that a lot. I mean, I use that all the time to get behind cover. It's just a no-brainer, really, to do that. Vaulting is something that you don't know that you need until you have it. I mean, I was honestly, like, accidentally, like, vaulting over, like, ledges and skylights, because I'm used to, like, Payday 2, you just jump. And moving on from that, I mean, the character's actually having animations, you know what I mean? Not just kind of awkwardly floating around, holding the gun in the completely wrong way. No, they actually are holding the gun like you should. They're reloading it like they should. They're sprinting. You can see them doing a full-on sprint. I mean, they are leaning forwards. They are going for it. It looked pretty unreal to me, so...
Welcome.
Sprinting in casing mode and crouching as well. I don't think the sprint in the casing mode does make it just feel like less of a chore. It's crazy. I mean, just being able to just, if you fuck up, restart, boom. I mean, it's a funny visual of like a load of grown-ass men just running into a bank, but I mean, hey, you know. It feels like no matter what you play with or what your skill setup is, I mean, it just feels like anything you bring weapon-wise is going to feel really good, because there's no skills that require to use like certain weapons to be good. They all feel good. I mean, I'm not going to say the balance is perfect, but I mean, it feels damn good. Cops are not bullet sponges anymore. They are pretty consistent with how fast they will go down across the board. Team play is pretty much back. Like, I think you need to play as a team to win. I mean, maybe on normal, maybe on hard, maybe you can make your way through without really cooperating, but if you want to beat Overkill, you gotta actually play as a team. You gotta, like, decide where you're going, why you're going there, what are you doing there, or telling your friends, like, I need some help over. The slow motion when you get downed is gone. Thank God. That shit was really annoying. Flash grenades don't blind you. They just stun you. I'm not even sure if they are a flash grenade or a stun. Ping system is not perfect. It needs a little bit of work, but I think the idea of having a ping system is a great idea. And I really love that you can just have more than one objective on the HUD at once. I mean, I know that's a pretty standard thing for most games now, but I mean, holy shit, it is like, thank God. And it just adds to the sort of the idea that you're always busy and you're always working towards something. You're never just sitting around waiting for a door to open or repairing a drill. The maps as well, I only played 2. They feel pretty big and open, but definitely not too big. They're pretty dense. There's always something to do, something to find. Also, pretty much every interaction has a minigame. There was a safe in the art gallery that I interacted with, and I gotta be honest, my mind was kind of blown. I expected just like a generic hold F to open it. No. You interact with it, you do like a whole safe cracking minigame. Was it perfect? No, it was a bit buggy, but the idea of actually, as a heister, being able to open a safe with your actual fucking hands and not a drill, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I know that we had the opening the window one with like a little like blowtorch to sort of like draw a line to open up a window. I know the lockpicking minigame. I believe there's a minigame for the glass cutter now as well, and I think that horrible noise is gone from Payday 2. But obviously, you know me, I just smashed it open. But yeah, really, the philosophy for this game just feels like they just want you to have fun in a cooperative shooter and no more menial waiting around, spending more time interacting than anything. Pretty much everything that is interactable with seems to be like trimmed down across the board. And it definitely feels like drills are something they're just trying to avoid in general. Like, I'm not saying there's going to be no drills in the game on launch, but I would expect far less than we have currently in Payday 2. The interact key, though, I think there's too many things. I mean, for example, if you want to take a human shield, you tap the F button, but if you want to trade them, you hold the F button. I just feel like I'd rather have those on separate binds. That's probably what they're going to change on launch. I only just thought of this, but you can actually close doors now. You can close doors. You can actually close fucking doors! So I want to talk about the narrative. There's bits that I know are true and bits that I am just assuming. Basically, the game just feels like some shit hit the fan. I mean, we had it confirmed that apparently the gang had an attempt on their life. Not everyone was accounted for. So that could mean maybe Rust is fucking dead. We can hope. But it also means that, you know, if a heister isn't there, doesn't actually mean they're dead. They could come back, but they're keeping it like a little bit of a mystery. A good way of cleaning the slate without actively saying they died in a massive fucking, like, explosion or some shit. They mentioned that offshore accounts canonically got wiped, and they're not even in Payday 3, so, I mean, obviously that's just probably more of a gameplay choice, but I like the idea that there's a real reason why that's gone. The vibe that I got was that it's more gritty. Payday 2, you run into a bank and it's like, wahoo, loving the music, having a great time, getting paid, what a great gang. This game is like, I don't get that vibe at all. You know, it was fun, don't get me wrong, but I feel like for the perspective of what the gang are doing, it didn't really feel like they were... they feel like they were kind of out of their element a little bit. They felt a little bit like shaky, like, where the hell are we? Why are we doing this again? I mean, that applies to the new contractor, or the new Bane, I should say, named Shade. Shade is a new character, a girl character, that is very well voice acted. I mean, it's a breath of fresh air. I really like what she brings to the table.
We need to get past that gate in front of the vault.
I see a camera.
The gate's door is sealed magnetically.
This is just pure speculation on my part. I think Locke is fucking dead. I don't think he's here. Clearly something terrible has happened. R.I.P. Locke, if he's alive. Alright, look, okay, maybe he's not dead, but he's just... maybe he's in trouble, okay? Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what could really motivate the gang to just get back in this sort of thing, so... I have to say, it doesn't really feel like the world is ours for the taking in Payday 3. Not to say that it isn't, but I know in Payday 2, it just felt like we could do anything, and there's no stakes, and everyone was going to be fine. You know, it doesn't matter how... it doesn't matter if you go to jail, we're just going to break you out in like 2 seconds. Don't worry about it. In Payday 3, we're out of an element. We go into a heist, we think we know what's going on, and then suddenly we're like, uh-oh, we need to adapt. I feel like that kind of transfers into the difficulty increase as well.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
And as far as like the crazy alien shit, Kataru shit, that is still canon as far as I know. That still happened. I believe the game follows on from that ending, but none of it seems relevant in this situation, so I guess we'll see. Definitely feel like the story is more grounded. And I can confirm Bile is back and Twitch is back. I don't know about anyone else. I don't believe that they are. Can confirm all the heists have new faces. None of them are based on any actors, I don't think. I think they're just like made up to fit the character. They look a little bit more cartoony, but not like Fortnite level. Just a little bit not quite realistic, you know what I mean? I saw Wolf, and he looks absolutely unhinged. He looks like... I would not let that guy in a bank. Hoxton also looks really, really smug, and... I don't know how I feel about Hoxton. I feel like he looks like a bit too far from his original design. I don't think he looked bad, you know? I just think he looked different. They do look different. Dallas looks really good, honestly. Like, I think Dallas looks pretty good. He looks very old, I'll tell you that. And Chains, I didn't really get a good look at Chains, but that's a lie, actually. I noticed on Chains he had very defined eyelashes, so make of that what you will. The design of the cops across the board, I'd say a bit more stripped back, but the visual distinction of certain units is way better. The voice actors, from what I heard, everyone is back. The line's selling new line. I've heard Wolf. I think that the actor did a good job. I don't think anything is going to replace the old school Wolf, but I'd say they've gone for a voice that kind of embodies the character. Still sounds very Swedish. A lot of Swedish lines in the dialogue. Don't think I heard any screams, though. But he did a good job. He did a good job, from what I heard. The heisters themselves have unique body types. If you see in the promotional art, you know, Chains is massive. I know Hoxton is more, like, thin. And this actually applies to the outfits you can equip. They all sort of mold around the character in a way that looks really good. I don't think there's any heister communication. That might be in the final game, but from the build that I played, they barely talked at all, it felt like. I don't know. They definitely weren't communicating about the objectives, so I don't know about that one. just fidelity-wise, it's such a massive step up for Payday 2. I really liked it, although I was playing on a machine that had like max graphics. Don't know what it looks like on low, and I'm pretty sure face expressions are a thing. Now, I don't think they're gonna like be talking. I know that I saw some civilians like looking very panicked when you take them as a body shield. And I'd say the UI in general is definitely very clean. When it comes to like screen effects as well, that's been like reduced across the board. Very obvious when you get shot, not on the level of Payday 2 when it came with that like bright flash, that's not there. Your armor breaks is pretty obvious what happens. Nothing that is really like blurring the center of your screen, I would say. I don't even know if there is a flash grenade. I think it might just be a stun grenade now, but whatever it is, you just stumble for a couple of seconds. You put your hand in front of your face. I think you can't move for a bit as well. I don't know, maybe that was just me being stupid. There's no tinnitus, there's no stun that blinds you completely, which I'm really glad about. Heists also have like a brief video intro just showing what's to come. Couldn't skip them in the build that I played. Don't know if you can on launch. The game in general just feels a lot more alive. I mean, you've got cars driving around. You can't get hit by a car, sadly. Civilians are having conversations everywhere you go. They're not just standing there doing nothing. They also comment on you bumping into them. Style-wise, I'd say the game does feel more like, a little bit more like Payday the Heist. I mean, every heist that we do seems to be like some big set piece. The game is not easy, though. The game in general is harder, I would say. Less forgiving, more intense. This is going to like kick you into shape, you know? The main two currencies in the game, at least on launch, will be money, which is just cash earned through heisting, and C-stacks, which I believe are the equivalent of continental coins, can be used to buy certain items. Tell you right now, Payday, the whole screen with the cards, that's gone. No more like random reward. That isn't there, and that's not a bad thing. It doesn't need to be there because you just buy stuff with the money, with the C-stacks. So you have both infamy level and XP. Infamy level is what you use to unlock suits, weapons, customization options. XP contributes to unlocking skills within the game, and you gain infamy level through completing challenges within the game. Money is obviously what you acquire from just playing the heist, beating the heist. You know, you get paid. It's Payday. You get the bloody money. You unlock the weapons, stuff like that. There's no more quantity system as far as I know. Like, when it comes to, like, I don't know, say you get an attachment or a mask, you just buy the mask. I don't think it's gonna, like, make you wait for another, like, RNG Payday kind of thing. Items can also be unlocked through C-stacks. C-stacks are unlocked through money as well. I don't remember the exact values, but... And you might be able to get C-stacks through challenges as well. I don't know, I didn't really look through the page. There's also a weapon XP system, which is pretty much exactly like Call of Duty. I'm assuming you get weapon XP through getting kills with your weapon. The page looks like Call of Duty, you know? It has like the little numbers in the top right, and then on the left you've got a big list of attachments, and there's no more quantity system, you just have the attachment. I believe once you've unlocked them you can just equip them and unequip them freely, so that's good. Max infamy level is 150, so I assume at that point you have everything in the game unlocked. Didn't really look at challenges much though, so I want to be honest, I just didn't have enough time with the skill system. I mean, the gist of it is 21 skill points total, ton of skills to pick from. You can pick whichever one you want without any obligation, without needing to ace it. As long as you have it unlocked, you can select it. And to make sure skills are unlocked, you have to research a skill tree. And this kind of works similar how perk decks work in Payday 2. Select it, all your XP goes towards it. Also, buffs have been streamlined into 3 mechanics called Grit, Edge, and Rush. And these can be activated contextually based on the skills that you select. But yeah, I'm going to be honest on this one. I mean, I don't have enough time with it. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I don't want to discuss something that I'm not 100% sure about. So... we'll just have to see about this. Maybe there'll be a beta. We can look at it ourselves. We don't know. But it seems interesting. The experience that I had, it definitely does seem like there is going to be a lot of freedom with the skill system in this game, but also some really good combinations that you can get. Here's the secondaries, which as far as I know are just pistols right now, from memory that I saw. I wasn't allowed to take pictures, so... primary weapons that I saw, again, not sure if these are all of them, but let's go. Yeah, I gotta say, didn't use all these guns. I only had about 3 hours to play the game, so... no melee weapons. There's no melee weapons at all. I don't know if that's planned from, you know, after launch. Hold onto your butts. There is no more concealment. That is not a stat. That is gone. That's not in the game. Throwables, there were grenades, flash grenades, smokes, and throwing knives. So smoke is extremely useful because there is no Inspire in this game. And as far as equipment goes, there's a medic bag, ammo bag, armor bag, which is not the armor bag for Payday 2. This has actually got armor in it, okay? And the sentry, which I used a bit, but not much. There was also a stealth gadget. I forget the name of it exactly. I also forgot what 2 of them were. They're just like the more like stealth-oriented things. I mean, they're not completely useless in loud, but one of them was an ECM. That's back. And another one was like a sticky camera that you could put like on a wall, put it on a guard and stealth. They have overkill weapons. They're kind of like battle pickups from Battlefield. They arrive in a box and they have a really powerful weapon in there. You can't holster it or anything like that. You've just got to commit to it. The 2 ones in the beta that are available, whatever the Signal 50 from Modern Warfare 22 is, and that is a thermal scope sniper. I mean, it absolutely destroys everything. I mean, I use this one the most. And the Piglet is back. You might have seen that in the trailer, and it's very good and satisfying. And seeing all the cops just go flying everywhere was great. You can only call in the overkill weapon when you fill up a meter, which I believe just fills it from getting kills. I didn't really check to ask. You have to call it up, and then the helicopter will drop it off, but I will say they kind of just seem to drop it in a random place. Also, overkill weapons, when you drop them, other teammates can pick them up if they'd like to. Everyone can see every single one that's dropped in, so if someone's greedy, they can go and get it if they want you, so, but I don't know, that's why they got the kick option. I'd say these could be absolute game changers. Always better to have, like, a surprise toy to just pull up, like a grenade launcher or a sniper. Armor, this is a big one. There's no more suit, there's no more lightweight ballistic vest, there's no more ICTV, all gone, all gone. Now you have armor lining, which ranges from, I believe, light to heavy. So the armor that you use is divided into chunks, like little notches on top of the health bar on the bottom. The way it works, I believe, is that heavier armor provides more chunks. I mean, some interactions as well, they just go straight through the armor. The cloaker, they knock you down, they start beating the shit out of you. Gas grenades as well, they absolutely burn through your health, you gotta be careful with that. Dodge is completely gone, by the way. I did not see any way of... I don't think dodge is there at all. First aid kits, they are still in the game, but it's not a matter of just constantly placing them like in Payday 2. They don't heal all your HP, they heal a little bit. You'll find them around the level, or as resources when you trade civilians. In a way, it feels like deployables in Payday 3 are kind of like... I don't know, they are like the canvas, and then you want to use your skills to kind of really sort of pick and choose what you want them to do. Tactical reloading, so if you have like 30 in the mag, you reload. Now you have 31, that's in the game. So if you melee in the middle of a reload, it's not going to cancel the entire reload. I don't even know if you can reload cancel. Recoil patterns. Recoil patterns are actually in the game. Basically a little bit like COD right now. So you can learn the recoil pattern, adapt around it, learn it. The weapon animations are as good as they look. They're really good. They did a great job on this. Absolutely no complaints there. Love them. Crutch weapon skills are gone. No more overkill A's. But in general, yeah, every weapon just seems to kind of just work out the box. I mean, it kind of reminds me of like Payday the Heist. So the Payday 2 style drop-off that they experimented with that I thought, honestly, was going to be in Payday 3, no. They've gone for more of a Call of Duty style with the damage drop-off in this game, it seems. Which I think is going to lead to a little bit less of that, like, sudden, just, ooh, drop-off that some of the guns have in Payday 2 right now. There's no ammo types at the moment as well. I didn't find any ammo types like that in the game, but they did say they were probably going to do that sort of thing post-launch. I know that some weapons had armor piercing. I'm not really sure what that means, what it does. I'm guessing that's dependent on, like, the weapon class, such as, like, the DMRs or the snipers. Well, there's only one sniper right now, but still, not really sure what to think of that yet. The bars are back. The bars from Payday 2's launch. For some reason, the bars are back. I don't know if there's a reason, but there's no numbers. It's just bars. Didn't really look into the attachments too much. The usual suspects are there. I mean, you've got the red dot, the hollow sight. I'm not sure if you had thermal sights. I feel like you might, but the attachments also follow a pros and cons system, like a plus and a minus. Lots like Modern Warfare, a lot like that. Grenades are now a quick throw, like you saw in the trailer. That is exactly correct. I'm pretty sure every grenade does that, and I would assume even the throwing knife throws out pretty quick. So in Payday 3, weapon customization is kind of crazy. I mean, you can get every bit of the gun a different color if you want. I mean, it made some really weird abominations. Like, you can have the charging handle a color, you can have the slide a different color, you can have the barrel a different color, you can have it, as well as that, charms are back, stickers are there. Didn't really care for the stickers, I'll be honest. You can't even say where you want them to be on the gun. I know there's also a color that is basically just a color remover. It just removes a color that you might have put on a gun. All the customization options seem to be available for purchase via money or C-stacks again. Weapon skins are also there, but they seem to be in like a preset sort of system, kind of like a blueprint system from Modern Warfare. Masks, I only saw around 10 to 20 masks in this build. Preset masks, which seem to be the equivalent of masks in Payday 2 that already have a design on there, sort of like a texture kind of thing. There didn't seem to be separate masks entirely from that. It seems like the presets are basically just customized versions of those masks. So don't think there's really much to talk about with masks. I feel like maybe the customization is a little bit underwhelming. It is basically the exact same as Payday 2. I was able to make a bootleg Houston mask though, so that was very important. But for customization in general, you have gloves, suits, masks, and from what I could see, it seems like they were all available to purchase just with the cash or C-stacks. I would say in the build that I played was actually quite a good variety of outfits. The outfits are pretty nice. I don't think they beat the default designs of the heisters though. I think they're still preferable, at least to me. But they're nice to have. I just thought I'd also say there was a pair of gloves called the Thick Boys. So the difficulties in the game with no more mayhem, no more death sentence, and I was going to upset some people. Back to basics. You got normal, hard, very hard, overkill. The health of the enemies, it's the same between every difficulty. And for me, that's huge. For me, that's like, oh my god. And I believe the higher difficulty you choose, the better the AI becomes. I believe the spawn cap goes up a little bit. Also, I'm pretty sure high difficulty, at least maybe just overkill, adds more objectives. I'm not really sure what they are. Overkill is no joke, okay? I mean, this is going to be a game where newbies go back to overkill. No, newbies go back to like normal. This is hard. This is a hard game. You need teamwork. You need to not be stupid. No more running out in the open and going down. That said, they didn't say they wouldn't add difficulties post-launch. On launch, overkill's going to be the top. But I did find personally, regardless of what difficulty you play on, the gunplay is always satisfying. And that's probably part of the lack of like health values changing, you know? The way that it feels like shoot a guy on normal feels just as satisfying on overkill, you know what I mean? The AI is night and day. They actually feel like a force to be reckoned with. They don't just feel like whatever the hell was going on in Payday 2. The spawn cap, in general, don't know the stats, but I know that it's massively reduced. I'd say there's no more situations where it's like a conga line of cops all firing at you at once, like thinking like No Mercy in Payday 2. They really, like, honestly distance themselves a little bit. They're sensible. They're aware of their surroundings. It's very impressive to watch in action, I'll say. I mean, as far as I can see, they have some actual logic to what they do. You have a room full of civilians. They're not just going to start guns blazing at you. They're going to take a little bit of time. They're going to be careful. Let's discuss some of the special enemies. So shields are... wow, massive improvement. When you shoot the visor of a shield, you can break it off, and then once you hit them through that, they stagger, meaning that you can actually shoot their body. The cops will stand behind the shield and not just push past it like with no brain. So what I found happening was, yes, you can actually stagger the shield, but once you've done that, you now have no ammo, you gotta reload, and there's a load of cops behind them, you just start firing on you. I mean, I was like, wow, wow, they actually have a brain now. They also melee you when you get close. Bulldozers, so these guys, they don't fuck around. Their shotgun will absolutely destroy you at close range. It is like back to Payday the Heist, like heist ending tier, you know? I don't really know what happens when they charge into you. I'm assuming you get like staggered or stunned or maybe your armor breaks or something. I wouldn't want to get hit by it. I mean, the best way to take them down is just getting multiple people to just fire on their visor and break it and just pray that you can do that before they actually like flank on you or something. So zappers are basically just spicy tasers. When you do get zapped, they have a wire showing you where you're getting zapped from. And I'm not sure if that actually reloads your gun or not. I don't really have time to check that. I would assume maybe, but and as you saw in the trailer as well, you do shoot their center. They do explode. Grenadiers, I'm not sure if that's what they're called. That's what I'm going to call them because I forgot what they were called. They basically have the green gas from Payday 2. And that is no joke. That does a lot of fucking damage. You don't want to get hit by it. It will go through your armor. It doesn't matter. And yeah, basically area denial. They don't really spam the gas though. They do force you to get out of cover though. The sabotage squads. Now, I don't really know what these guys do. I asked. Apparently, believe it or not, they sabotage. So in Payday 2, thinking like Hoxton Breakout, the guy who spawns in and always turns off the fucking power. Well, I guess that guy got a promotion, and now they're a sabotage squad. I believe their main purpose isn't to actually attack you and take you down. I believe it's to do anything that can mess up your objectives. So they have Gucci drip. They are like black and gold. They're immediately recognizable. The snipers in this game, bit more forgiving. They always have a massive red laser that shines at you, and I'm pretty sure it does kind of highlight your screen a little bit when they aim at you. When they hit you, I'm pretty sure they just break your armor, and there's no more of that immediate, like, anarchist, like, just one hit and you're down kind of thing. The FBI van, now you probably wonder what the hell that is. Picture like the turret from Payday 2 meets Captain Winters. It spawns in a literal van that has an antenna on the top, and then Shade starts screaming her head off like, what the fuck? Get rid of it. You know why? Because it causes an infinite assault. What you have to do is just find that antenna on the top, take it out, and then you won't get the assault anymore. Cloakers. So these guys are very fucking funny this time. I mean, you've seen the design. They do weird-ass backflips and shit. They can sabotage your equipment. They will go to your deployed medic bag. They will go to your ammo bag. They will find it. They'll pour acid on it. It will go away. Tough shit. And when they knock you down, they do this animation that looks a lot like the Assassin's Creed. You're pulling the knives out. He does that with the batons, and he starts whooping your fucking ass. He just starts going to town, and that actually takes health away from you. It doesn't actually touch your armor, so The idea is that if you don't get help quick enough, you're going to be, you know, down properly. Think of it like the hunter from Left 4 Dead, right? If somebody can help you before you get to that low health point, you'll get up without needing to be revived. So that's a very good change. I know HRT are back. I didn't really get a good look at them, but I know for a fact that there were people in Payday 3 trying to take the civilians. They like highlighted it when they do it. It wasn't like an instant thing. Also, I only ever saw one of each special unit spawn at once. I never saw 2 cloakers or 2 grenadiers. But pretty much all the cops in the game, they talk a lot more. They talk a lot more shit than in Payday 2. They're not scared. They're not scared. Why would they be scared? They're whooping your ass. I mean, that's what Payday 3 feels like. It feels like you're getting your ass whooped. You're also more aggressive. If you hide behind cover, they know where you are if they've seen you. They're going to push you. They're going to wait till you run out of ammo and you are down. Every encounter is actually a fight. You know what I mean? It's not just like one dink, they're gone. There's also a final push. Don't really know what caused that to happen. Maybe when you're at the end of the heist or the last objective is complete. That is an infinite assault. I know it sounds weird. It sounds bad. As far as I know, I don't think there's any limit on when you can respawn when you're in custody. I think it's just like a timer. Civilians act a bit more human, as opposed to Payday 2, where you shoot them because the ragdolls are funny. They seem to always be having a conversation or talking about something.
Patrol. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, but hell, they have this new one, that's all.
Killing civilians in this game is a lot worse. It affects your max payout. I'm pretty sure that it caps out on a 70% hit on your payout, which at that point, you just got no money at that point. So, another thing, cable ties are infinite. You can just tie up any civilian as you see them. Assuming that there's been no shots fired after the cops arrive, you're able to trade them to the cops. I think you saw this in the trailer, and that will buy you a bit more time before the assault starts. Also, you can decide to keep the civilians if you want to get resources. They drop a first aid kit. It looks a little bit silly, but it gets the job done. They just basically poop out a first aid kit when you tell them to go. They walk out the door on their own, so you don't have to worry about it. You just hit the button, they're gone. I'm pretty sure they can't be killed if that, but it might be. No, they probably can actually, or not. I don't know. I didn't try. I was very scared of killing them, so. Also, I don't think
DTD, a new vote has started.
To train people from custody. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I think you just respawn on a timer. Move on to guards. So guards can carry keycards on their back they can take during casing mode. But guards also do count as civilians at a certain point. But once the cops arrive, the guards actually surrender. And when they surrender, if you kill them, they count as a civilian, which I learned the hard way. I was like, what the fuck? Why did I say I killed a civilian? And also, once the alarm has gone off, if you tell the civilians to get down, they all go down at once. There's no more constantly shouting, get down, get down, get down. It doesn't matter anymore. As far as heists go, I only got to play 2 heists in this build. I believe, think of it more like Payday the Heist style of design. Let's say quality over quantity kind of vibe. From the 2 heists that were there was one called No Rest for the Wicked, which is a bank heist that you saw in the trailer, and Under the Surface? Under the Surface? No Rest for the Wicked, that's the bank heist. Pretty sure this is the introductory heist. Stealth would seem very interesting here. We didn't get very far, but I really enjoyed trying it out.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Businessman Horde Burn.
Breach the ceiling of the bank vault. The escape is in the street at the very end. You can also explore around the map and find notes that actually give you information for extra objectives, such as a deposit box that has extra loot in there. That also gets added to the objective panel. The thermite itself is also more interactive. It's not that you just put it down and forget about it. Once you place the thermite, you were given extra bags to throw in there to speed up the burn, make the heist go faster. Think of it as like a bonfire. If you throw too much on there, the fire gets too high. Too much fire, then the sprinklers go off. And then that's an extra objective that he has to do. You have to turn the sprinklers off. The thermite doesn't need to be restarted, it'll just restart its own, so. There's also no drills on this heist. I didn't see any drills. I didn't see any drills at all. There was also a new mechanic when it comes to like getting money bundles out of the vault. They had die packs on there, which you have to go and defuse all the die packs. If you don't defuse a die pack, it explodes, the money is worthless. Escaping on this heist is a lot more challenging and a lot more teamwork. It's not just getting in the vault and then being like, alright guys, let's just go across the street and put the money in the van, you know? And that whole area is a little bit more exposed. But I was going to find out this heist, I feel like it kind of introduces like to the vibe of Payday 3. I mean, you go in and you think, oh, it's just a bank heist, you know, mask up, get down, go in the back. But the more that you play it, the more you realize, okay, this game has some new things going on here. I have a feeling that most people will fail this heist on the first try because you immediately realize, oh dear, I have bit off more than I can chew here. And the map itself was pretty big, but I never really felt like I was like lost or in an area that wasn't at least visually interesting, at least wasn't something in there that I could actually get and use. There's also a lot of cover. For the gallery heist, outside of this heist, it is crazy. It's like a whole party going on outside. There's so many civilians. They're all talking. I found myself just exploring and having a good time. Just walking around, just looking at what's going on. So it's actually really interesting, you know? The stealth on this heist looked pretty good, but again, we had a limited time playing, and I wasn't great at the stealth here. But what you'll find in this game is that at least attempting to stealth is always a good idea. There's pretty much no reason not to. I always went through the window because there's stuff to climb outside because you can vault now. The heist itself is pretty open. I mean, it feels like a real art gallery size. It doesn't feel like shrunk down. You can also complete certain objectives if you know what to do ahead of time. You can totally do those. And there seems to be like a lot of ways around the building beyond just the obvious, you know, in the front door, up the stairs. I mean, there's like vents, there's stuff on the outside. A lot of windows to get into, and if you go loud, which I definitely did, there's a lot of cover, to be honest, a lot of cover. It's very close quarters heist as well. It gets overwhelmed pretty quick. I mean, they can strike you down pretty quick. I would get out of this heist pretty quick. Personally, I prefer the bank, but I did like this heist as well. But I do think stealthing the gallery looks like the most fun. I would definitely like to go back and do that myself. They have some crazy laser shit going on there that I've seen in some of the promotional stuff. So the stealth in this game, I mean, this is a big one. I wish I had more time with it, but stealth is always going to be an option no matter what you bring. It doesn't matter. You have to like pick a certain weapon. Everyone's on the same playing field here. Also, casing mode is like actually like a valid part of the game now. It's not just about, oh, mask up immediately as soon as you start a heist, you want to do it quick. It's actually very useful. I mean, first of all, you can sprint, you can crouch, you can also lockpick, you can pick up items,
cooldown commands are now active.
Pretty incredible how casing mode is actually fun. The lockpick minigame is a little bit like Raid. It's not quite like Raid. It's like a bit of a circle. It spins, and you got to hit the button at the right time when it's on like a certain chunk. Pages are still there. I think the amount that you can answer is based on your difficulty choice. It's not as bad because in general, there's a lot more ways to actually handle the situation. So basically, you can just avoid even getting into an altercation entirely. But I did enjoy what I played as stealth. They have like sort of like an area system. You have like public areas, you have private areas, and I think then you have like secure areas or something. Basically, in public areas, I mean, nothing you do will be considered suspicious, I think. If you get caught in a private area, a guard will come over and apprehend you and say, what the fuck are you doing in here? Get out. Follow him, and he'll take you outside. And you can use that as like an opportunity, like a legit opportunity to actually get the guard out of the way. I believe you can do that 3 times before you get arrested or cuffed even. I didn't actually get into one of the super secure areas. I mean, the text flashes red, so that's bad. I would assume if you get spotted here, you either get arrested or cuffed, or maybe the alarm is sounded. I'm not sure. Getting detected by a camera isn't just an instant fail anymore. I mean, I assumed it was. I got called by a camera. I was like, oh shit, lads, I'm sorry. Let's restart. And it was like, no, wait a minute. You can also, by the way, this is gonna blow your balls off. You can carry bodies. You can carry dead bodies. You can just pick up the dead body. Body bags aren't there because you don't need them. You can just pick up the body. You can also take down guards. You can do like a little animation to take them out silently without shooting. Don't get too excited, but you're gonna get excited. You can answer the pager while carrying the body of the guard. You can just carry them around, just talk into it. I mean, isn't that a game changer or what? I mean, come on now. Also, all the stuff to do with like hacking the cameras, like you can do camera loop with a skill. You don't have to walk up to it anymore. You can just sort of hold the phone near it, and then it'll just do it from a distance, a safe distance. There's also a skill that lets you answer a pager through a wall. But in general, it's like stealth is honestly pretty fun and interesting, and even for a meathead like me, I'm absolutely down to just go in and give it a go because it's fun, because you can. There's no commitment, you know what I mean? Like, if you fail, whatever. You just do the heist the way that it is. I mean, it still works. You still have your guns. You still have everything the same. If you got far in stealth, now you have most of the objectives already done. That's good. I don't know why you wouldn't want to do it. When you restart a heist, the RNG seed on that heist, it won't reset when you restart. So say if you were doing a gallery heist and you got used to the locations of everything, if you restart, they're going to still be there. Stealth is a lot more dynamic, a lot less binary. It is very interesting. Actually engaging to play. I mean, I actually will find myself stealthing in the game because it doesn't feel like a chore. It feels like fun. It feels like, yes, this is good. This is what I want. You can also lure guards out. You can sort of interact with like a speaker. I think you need a skill for it, but you can interact with like a phone speaker and they'll start walking over to it. Stealth is damn good. Stealth is damn good. The loud gameplay, well, I mean, it's self-explanatory. It's loud. It's great. It's fun. The guns feel great. A lot of variety with the weapons. There's also no obligation to use a certain weapon class based on your skills. It's not to say that loud is brainless, though. It's actually quite the opposite. For example, you're going to want to keep the civilians. It's encouraged that you do that. You have infinite cable ties. There is the mechanic where you can negotiate with the cops at the start of a heist. You can buy more time in the intro, get stuff prepared, you know, get the drill set up, whatever. Not that there is any drills, I don't see any drills. But even beyond that, I mean, it's up to you if you want to choose to trade as many citizens as you can at the intro to sort of slow down the inevitable assault, or make sure the civilians stay with you and trade them for resources in the next control phase. And I'm pretty sure that when you go into custody, I believe that it's just a timer. The reason for this change actually is because you're going to be dying a lot more. The heists in this game, there are a lot more nerfs since Payday 2. You don't have stoic, you don't have grind, you don't have all that OP stuff. No more lightning fast reloads and stuff like that. There's no OP like body expertise kind of things. I did think that armor bags were a must bring though, which is not a phrase that I thought I would ever say, but I found armor to be like the main thing keeping you alive in this game. I mean, when you don't have any armor, I mean, you're pretty much just dead. But you're going to run out of ammo, you're going to run out of like medic bags, you're going to run out of all that. And there's not that much like self-sustaining stuff in this game. I mean, the ammo pickup across the board wasn't too bad. Eventually, you will run out of ammo and you will get flanked because their AI is just smarter. They will flank you, they will push you. They know when you're weak. I don't know if this is like some coding thing, but they just seem to know. But generally, I feel like the difficulty in every heist just feels like it just escalates, you know? The more you hang around, the more you waste time, the more you don't do the objectives quickly. The cops just get better. I don't know how to describe it. They just get better. They get smarter. They send more special units. They start noticing where you're holding up. They start finding ways of getting in. They start knowing when to push. It just feels like inevitably, unless you get out at a certain point, you're going to go down. And the cops don't have eyes in the back of their heads anymore, so you can actually flank. You know, you can actually get behind them, get the drop on them. The music, obviously, didn't really have much time to really hear it. I mean, the headphones that I had on were turned down quite a bit. A lot more grungy guitars. I mean, there's still a little bit of synths there, you know, but not a lot.
You can get the thermite to burn faster if you add more bags to the fire. Just don't fucking overdo it.
Also, I noticed that in stealth, it sounds like the music gets progressively more advanced the more stealth objectives that you complete. I've got an example here.
Bags are rigged with dye packs. As soon as the door opens, you need to move fast before they go off. Hurry, disable the dye packs.
But I'm looking forward to hearing what the full game has on offer. I mean, that's at least 8 tracks confirmed. Apparently the game is definitely not P2P anymore, peer-to-peer. It does run off dedicated servers. I don't really have any extra details on that, but that is confirmed. That's probably good. That probably means no more desync. So talking about the menu, it's very similar to Modern Warfare 2019. I know it sounds weird. Tabs at the top left, they have like the social stuff in the top right. There is also a lobby screen. Just has 4 of the guys in there, you know, you see their outfits, you see the masks. I mean, it's the usual shit, and it looks like, I think when 3 people ready up, it actually starts a countdown now. The weapon previews are actually no longer like a white silhouette. They're actually like the proper model, like if you know the FBI files, that kind of thing. There's a vendor page, which is where you sort of buy weapons or tailor pack stuff like masks and stuff like that. Gage is back, by the way. Gage is back. I don't know if we're ever going to see him, but they made sure to mention, hey, it's Gage. Now look at the settings. I found options for motion blur and depth of field, I think. There's also options for hold to run, hold to crouch, hold to aim. You can toggle it. I didn't see what for hold to interact. Crosshairs are in. That's confirmed. I can tell you that much. By default, they are on. Customize them. I think the color, you can change the dot, you can change the width and all that stuff. Field of view in the game only maxes out at 90. I don't know if that's going to change when it comes out. There seems to be full colorblind settings in the game. Basically glossed over the controller page. I would assume you can rebind controls there. Maybe it's like presets, I've no idea. And the audio sliders, as far as I can tell, it has music, sound effects. I think I'm pretty sure it had dialogue. Might be wrong, I'm pretty sure I had dialogue. So the heads-up display, I'm not really sure what's going to look like in the final game. The footage in the background is a different HUD from the version that I played. I know for a fact that they're going to have the assault indicator in the top center of the screen. I know the objective indicator now shows more than one objective. I'm not sure if there's still a timer anymore. They might have got rid of that. You can now see when one of your teammates is getting tased or when they're downed by a cloaker. You can also ping in this game. Buffs that you have will show up on the HUD, a little bit like Poco HUD, kind of showed up at the bottom. Also a radial voice menu with a few commands. Hit marker is there, but it changes color depending on the context. Not really sure what each color means. I'm assuming yellow is armor penetration. I think headshot is maybe red, and I know body shot is white. I have no idea. The uppercut weapon bar is like self-explanatory. When the bar fills up, you press the button and call it in. I mean, personally, I like the HUD the way it looks on this footage, but if it looks different when it comes out, I'm sure they all made the right choice. I go for something more clean, more sleek. So after all that, I mean, personally, the way that I feel about this game, I gotta say, I'm pretty damn excited. I can't even sugarcoat it. I mean, this feels like nothing that you played before. I don't know any game that plays anything like this. Fuck Crime Boss. No, not even close. Forget about that. Doesn't even really feel like. I mean, it feels a little bit like Payday 2, but it feels a little bit like Payday the Heist. It's just like, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what works. They know what didn't work. They know what they want to go forward with. I mean, really, all Starbreeze have to do is stick the landing. Don't fumble the bag. This will be one of the best co-op games of all time. It is just, I only played about 3 hours of 2 heists, and I'm already like, I want to go back, and I want to learn more, and I want to try more. I mean, to me, this is a game that I could do an all-nighter playing, you know? I mean, it is that fucking good. Maybe it's hard to believe right now, especially with the, you know, recent stuff that happened with Payday 2. Believe me, I know about that. Believe me, they know about that. I mean, all the mechanics are just more refined, more just fun, and less stupid, less sort of loose and floaty, and I just love it for that. I mean, I'm just looking forward to it so much. I just hope it runs on my computer, you know? Like, geez. And I hope when other people play it, they feel the same way. I mean, playing it with friends, within that environment, I mean, look, flying over to Sweden, playing that early access build, it was great fucking fun. But I feel like even with your own friends, like, just on Discord, I mean, it had me flashing back, like, the good days of Payday 2, where it was, like, fresh, it was new, there wasn't really a power creep, it's just really refreshing, and a lot of, like, moments that I feel like I've been missing in Payday 2 for a while. You know, stuff like, I don't know, a bulldozer coming in, everyone's like, oh shit, everyone has to readjust. Calling out what's going on, you know, putting down smoke grenades, trying to get through a heist on overkill, you know, retrying it after you failed. I mean, stuff like that. I don't remember the last time I've done that in Payday 2. I mean, I fail a heist in Payday 2. I'm like, fuck. I gotta go back to the menu, you know, I just do something new. In this, it's just like it kept me coming back, and I really want to play more. Again, I did have a great trip. I really appreciate Starbreeze for sending me over there. I'll likely talk about that sort of thing in maybe a different video, maybe just in a stream. It's not really relevant to the game, so I won't bother, but that was fun. You know, let me know if you did enjoy this kind of thing. If so, I'll do more. I just want this game. I just want the game. I know. I don't know. It's just, I need it. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
Oh my.
Goodbye for now.
Season reset, Mom.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and lately I've been seeing a lot of controversy and talk between new players and veterans about seasonal resets in Diablo 4. Players new to the genre are saying, man, I don't want to have to grind everything all over again at the start of a season. Veterans are saying, nah, this is the way it's been, this is good. And then all that's getting conflated with the argument against having to grind renown again.
I love how, like, the argument that people have for, like, I think that there's a certain point where, like, yeah, this is how it's always been, and, like, this is what people want. But, like, I don't like whenever people just use the thinking, like, oh, well...
Oh, no. Hello?
Buongiorno. Crazy mother flubbers. Thank you guys for the subs. Yeah. Who set up the crows? I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm tempted to play the game with a controller, though. Okay, give me a second here. What is this audio thing here? What is So, we're gonna play with Mr. Mandarinis. Yes. Thank you guys for the subs, lady. Kakasi, get the bite, man. Peru. What the fuck? Fuck? Why did it happen like that, man? Oh man, I keep selling stuff. Okay, they're doing they're finishing one match. Why is it doing that? I want that. Queen, how you doing, baby? Say something. Listen, Queen. Tomorrow, Queen. You're gonna might want to join me in event, man. It's gonna be big. At 6 today, we're gonna have the developer stream. You're gonna see everything is coming, guys, and it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. You got paid vacation for this. Oh, nice. Did you see, by the way, that are coming all the Metal Gear Solid? All the Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3. Also the Metal Gear from SNES and stuff. And Volume 2 apparently is gonna have a Metal Gear 4, which I never played. On PC and all the consoles, guys. I'm very excited for that. No, Snake. For everyone. And Steam too. Yeah, for everyone. Yeah, Metal Gear 4 is only for PS3. Never was made for anything. I never got to play it because I never had the PS3. Which is insane. Why I can't invite? Dude, what the fuck have we done now with invitation? Oh, wait. That should not matter, right? So now I can only invite one at a time. I mean, Kojima don't invite it, man. Honestly, I think they're gonna do a good justice to the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Yeah, I know. This is a great dream. I've read it happen before the game was ground up and lost the force code. Hideo Kojima was here in Serbia recently. So, what? Where? Name is Anonymous Monka. Thank you so much for the gift sub, by the way. Zbero. Yeah, finishing the mission. I wonder when it's gonna be over that one. So guys, just so you know, it's your chance to have a little bit better pricing and things here. If you like, I think these are better. They're gonna get removed, some of these. This song here is so good. George, you're laughing, but that's your last chance, man. Last chance, dude. This economy. You bought 200 ammo box, man. Just to be sure. Snake, it's a hide, man. Why you need that shit, dude?
Yo.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you scared the fuck out of me, man. Fucking hell. Okay, so Steam did something new. I can invite only one person at a time for some fucking reason.
What?
Yeah. So I'm gonna invite you. One of you needs to accept. Then.
Yeah, I'm just letting away.
You guys died, right?
No, we bopped everyone.
What?
We bopped everyone.
Ah, why it was no? You got no bounty then.
Wait, what?
Fuck, what I was watching?
What were you watching? I mean,
I think it was mine, man. I think it was a match older.
Let me ask you, what do you fucking drink? Are you sure it was
coffee? Man, it's
I
coffee
am
still.
so glad to see your face. I get lonely sitting by myself all day.
Mordor is on, and
yeah, I'm
just to let you folks know, Trader Joel's closing soon.
So weird. Come state?
Tutto
bene. Guarda che mi sto squagliando e la sedia è bagnata, tutto bene.
Eia.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. That fucking guy, the Sardinian guy who lost in the forest, man, that was that is
that's the best in London, man. That's the best one, bro. That's the best video ever.
Yeah.
And I think also it was honestly, you know.
Yeah, how'd you get lost in that? Why would you get lost in a forest? Of course you're high, man. Come on.
It's a park. It's a park, I think.
Verso il parco, porco dio.
Comincia a partire bestemmie in sardo poi.
I know, it
I
starts
hope
like
you get
that.
feeling better.
Pretty good.
Oh shit.
Buy you coffee, yes. I'll buy you a coffee, Kenta, man. So, at 6 we do have the dev stream. We're gonna have some fun with. Buy you a coffee, man. Man, yesterday I took a day off, but it didn't serve much, man. I need like a month of no rest. No rest for the week. Copy Luba. Oh my god. So how's the server today? Better?
Now, for now, good.
Yeah, for now.
Because there's no one.
Why this all again? No.
Hey man, they give me 0.01 cent every time this pops.
They should pay me €1 every time it's installed. I would be
Yeah,
rich,
€1 now, yeah, man.
Yeah, okay, even 10 cents. Even 10 cents, I would be rich, but no. Even 1 cent, 2 cents.
You ready, guys, for the Le Matte?
Yeah,
La Parmatta.
They should change the name, man. Come on. Parmatta, what the fuck is that?
Ready for the Parmigiana?
Parmigiana. Pronto per prendere il cocchino?
Yeah, madonna.
No, I'm good.
Non mi riesco qua tanto.
Io Americazza, yes, Americazza.
Americazzo? Vengo a prenderlo.
Le fatte. Le fatte. What?
Le fatte.
Le fatte is... it is pretty fat, for sure. Blows my mind is, Nick, you're still reading Reddit, though.
Questo di solito giocare Hunt nudo come un verme.
Yeah, but you disable the camera at least, man.
I really don't. And actually, bro, I'm sexy, okay?
No, but... Yeah, I'm not saying like it's for the TOS, dude.
No, don't
like
worry.
Wig Wong streaming naked.
Oh, shit.
Need that guy, ma. Yeah, but he did like the most hilarious hunch on clip ever.
Watching a video running at 60 FPS and when it's soft, it will hire a modder to use this code and YouTube should update. Oh, the Bloodborne.
Oh.
But the problem with that, guys, I really tried it with the Sekiro as well. Sekiro, if you go up way higher than 60 FPS, it breaks all the animation with the gamepad anyway. The reaction time and whatnot, that's still bound to 60 FPS. So it feels that there's a little bit of input lag.
Yeah, yes it is.
I know it's fine. Breaks because the input lag, the input delay, you can feel it. When I played Sekiro on my 144 Hz or 144 FPS, it didn't feel that good, man. It is made for 60 FPS. There's nothing to do, man.
Nice, bro. Oh shit.
That's why I'm bringing pizza.
That's pizza.
Yeah, I have pizza. I don't even know why I have pizza, but I have pizza.
You have pizza, almost.
Yeah.
Skadoosh! Hello, baby!
Long ammo is superior.
Wait, Skadoosh, what are you doing awake?
You guys ready to go? Hello?
Oh,
yo,
nice, man. I'm following you more than, man. Very nice.
Fuck,
George,
I mouse, man. No.
You need to change the mouse.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the trackball? You don't use the trackball, man.
No, I'm just need to change it because the cable, I think the cable is broken.
Oh, wow. So wait, what do you know? Like it doesn't stop? It stops working?
Yeah, it stops working suddenly and then restarted to work.
Madonna, ma chat, io non capisco veramente. Mordo.
Dimmi.
E prenditi un mouse nuovo, no?
Appena posso, zio, cioè non è...
vabbè, ma basta...
Wait, what?
The fuck?
Yes. Here, man.
What's that?
Cos'è? Marocchino calabrese, cos'è?
Marocchino mandarino. C'è la gente qua da me. Ho sentito 500 passi e dovevo attirare l'attenzione in qualche maniera.
Oh, it's there, yeah.
Sabagas.
It's high velocity Winfield. Spaz! Stop, dude, you blocked me, fucking!
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my god.
Can't do it. I detonate, man.
Dude, I had a fucking slugs, man. You blocked me.
Sorry.
Fucking Christ.
Oddio, mi sono cagato, raga.
I know, minchia.
C'è la nade, il tizio col pompa in faccia mentre tirava la nade. Minchia, è stato traumatico.
Dai, c'è la dolce, Cristo.
Vabbè, certo che c'è la dolce. Che va bruciato?
No.
Metti la dolce. Cosa metti?
C'è gli spitzer,
Ma spitzer. C'è anche lo shotgun, c'è.
No, perché vuole fare la collaterale, capito?
Però che hai capito.
Hai capito, man, hai capito? Ma guardalo. Sei morto.
Yeah, you can suck my... You can suck it, yeah.
Yeah, the Chinese guy is the shotgun.
It's George, man.
Look at this guy, look at
Nice, baby.
Oh, he's got dodge too. Look. One more guy crouching. Look.
He has a win for the last then.
Look at you, man. What? Ma dai, ma sì, ma io sto sparando peperoncini, cioè che cazzo. Ah, c'è il fuoco ovviamente, volevo pushare. Dai, picche nuovo.
Invece. C'ho la shotgun, fotogli shotgun quello qua giù.
Mia ragazzi.
He's gonna rest, man.
Why is that he have flash head, man?
It's good, man. What do you mean?
Thank God he had flash head.
The guy didn't even kneel from there, dude. What the fuck was that shot, dude? What is that stupid fucking oh! What the fuck? Where did he shoot you from?
From the second floor.
That's still dig. Oh my god, what a nade, man. Insane nade. What a fucking...
Dude, it's
Giga Charma.
Chat is... What the f...
He's bleeding his ass off.
Holy fuck. Dude, the Murder, if you block me again like that, at least pay me dinner first.
Fuck off, man!
I'm gonna clip that. You see Murder coming towards me.
Oh my god, I told you, this guy just bleed his ass off, man.
It's funny, like, why I flashlight, boom, I killed the guy across 50 meters, like...
Dude, that was stupid as hell. I don't know, all the pellets must have been like super lucky there.
Bro, I was here and I...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, it's... Think of the back
it was
of this.
not slug, this guy.
No, it wasn't slug, it was normal. It was... Dude, he kissed our asses, it was literally close to me, man.
He kissed us asses. Oh shit, $200, man.
Oh no. Oh my.
Oh my god, man.
Okay, let's dip, because I lost 50. No, bastardi maledetti.
Scotti le boss.
Oh, I'm gonna use flashlight, man. What the fuck was that damage?
Hai visto? È stato pazzesco quel che ho fatto col tizio.
What's that?
Cioè, sembrava un nitro potenziato praticamente.
Chat is confused because we are half English, half Italian. So what's going on, man? It's like, what the fuck is these Bedouins talking, man?
Oh my god.
Riccardo, hello, baby. Fucking hell, man. Ricardino, minchia, oh, 39 months, baby. No worries, Karushi. Any question you have, you talk to me, and you're gonna be fine, man, okay?
By the way, what's called out? The last guy just died.
Yeah, bleeding. I was chasing him and he fucking
my
died from heart attack.
Fart attack.
Fart attack.
I think, by the way, the first one, you just headshot him, man, because...
Which one? We flash out, maybe?
Probably just flash.
Murder and Peru. They never
him?
stops talking Italian, even when they speak English.
Siamo pronti?
Pronti? Mica, c'ho 2 flash.
Flashette, cioè tutti con le flash stiamo.
Flashette, non flashette.
È la madonna.
Did we kill him with one team? Yeah, we did, right?
It was one team, yes. I mean, not that lots of people is gonna wait for tomorrow to go hard, man. Murder! Fuck! Come on. Murder is gonna block me again, man. Oh, Lager. Jesus Christ. What? Okay. Someone in chat said GG's race fight. I forgot to change my nickname, so yeah.
Oh, GG's, man.
GG's. Ravalash Wall, what's up, dude?
Was he the one who bleed out?
I have no idea. You know how much it will fuck with you Ermit, for one day just learning that. Scarush, you should learn Italian if you wanna teach you, man. No? Oh, you wanna? Oh no! Wait, Vero. Wanna say something funny?
Il mio culo, Henry. Mi sono girato perché avevo sentito e mi pushava.
Hey, outline, baby. Fucking murder, man.
Oh my god, I lag. What the fuck is going on?
I know, I told you it was lagging.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was lagging too, man. Okay, still white. Hang on.
Okay.
Are we gonna go second boss, or you guys wanna stay here? What's the plan?
Yeah, give me a second, I'm gonna block again. Jesus Christ. Where are the teams, man?
I think there's no one, man. Like, it's so weird. Unless everyone is Skane's pizza. Like...
Skane,
It's Skane. Diogane Spitz.
No, it is a nitro glitch, man.
So one has nitro, the other one is definitely
28 and 59 for long. Oh my god. Murder, do you like Dark Souls type of games?
Yeah, yes.
Yes or no?
Non t'ho sentito, zio, perché
Dark Souls and
I giochi tipo Dark Souls.
Yeah, I love
Dark Souls, okay.
I love
Souls
them.
game, yeah.
Yeah.
You like them, nice.
Yes, man.
Speaking about lies of penis.
Yeah, I can't wait for play that game also.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh fuck.
Oh, it's good.
Actually, Aftermath, what is that? Why is Sparks pizza? What is that?
Oh
my fucking god.
And we have it, of course, the...
Yeah, Crown King. King campers, bro.
Was it outside?
No, inside.
Inside one. Both of them? Crown King and Nitro? What the fuck is that?
No, Nitro was in King's Lane.
Oh. I have a flag. Oh, on the right.
It's just camping the corner, probably.
He's outside.
He's outside, yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Come here.
We traded, this guy is Chinese, and we traded, by the way, kill him. Make sure he doesn't get res, make sure he doesn't get res.
You think he's a solo?
Maybe.
Gonna check if he gets res.
No, it's okay.
Where is he?
He's dead.
Oh.
I killed him.
Yeah, but it's solo.
Maybe, I don't know. We're gonna burn him.
Yep. Where are you getting from?
Oh, I don't know.
Extremely desyncy death, by the way. Extremely desyncy.
So wait, this guy killed you with what?
This guy's not you.
Killed you with what?
Pistol.
Oh.
Without even picking.
Oh, you said the Crown and King, no?
Yeah, I got that Crown King.
Let's burn him.
Lanterns? No?
King Rash player, man. Let's burn.
Oh, you got that Crown King, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Zombie Soup, hello baby, how you doing? Can we get a shout out to Zombie Soup?
So nice.
Enrich! Thank you, baby. I think it's the partner of this guy here, Nathaniel.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Burn. Thank you for the tier 2, Eldritch baby. My goodness, you. Thank you for the support, brother. I love you, man. How you doing? Thank you. Guys, yeah, give us oh my god, this is here. Proper Spanish, 1,000 people remember because I haven't used it. Yeah, I mean, it's like every language. You need to use it, man. Nitro superhero.
Yep.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Guys, go give some love to Zombie. Wait, someone else?
No, avevo schioppato un tizio che fu crouchato nella foresta.
Ma veramente?
Sento passi, c'è il team.
Oh, you fucking... It's a fucking third one.
Ok, l'ho hittato e one tap.
Okay. The comms of this man, I love him.
He's flashed.
You're flashed.
He's flashed.
You're flashed, man.
Wow.
Ma che cazzo?
Wow.
So, is this a random team in the bush like here?
Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
Does he have now? Oh my god, look at his penis, man.
Wait, what?
He has a branch here, man.
Mettiti qui, Arme, mettiti qua.
Hey, Eldridge, I'm good. I do. I'm making.
This is what the Nitro.
I'm making a move with wife this coming month, July, probably after July, hopefully. This is not a Nitro, though, right? It is a Nitro. What the fuck, man?
Okay, let's go.
This guy is a big stick, man. Go here. No, it's up, sorry, it's up here. Go here and look at the guy.
He has the branch happening like that. How you doing yourself, Eldrico?
Oh my god, look at this kid.
So today, guys, at 6, we do have the developer streamos. The developer streamo. Move in the middle of July, you love it. I know, Rika, but yeah, I know. Okay, but we are talking, Ricardo, we are talking about the other building. So, you know. Can you guys both talk for a second? Beru?
What?
Okay.
Hello.
No, I just want to regulate the volume, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, darlings. How they put all the traps. Remember last time we said we died to the traps?
Yeah.
Well, this was the big one or the small one?
I don't remember.
Now let's go.
Let's go take, guys, we have an event tomorrow. Let's go take more money as possible.
Yeah, exactly, man. Dude, I can't believe you're only on, what, 30k now?
Yeah, 30k. Dude, I only play around now.
I know, but don't go with the Spitzer Mosins.
Bro, it was I already had this hunter. I'm just using it. Oil. I mean, it's okay, Hermie. I know how to make one.
I know.
Hey, when I go broke, I start playing Winfield Feast, and in 1 week I have like 200k.
That's good, man. Yeah, Winfield the Feaster.
Yeah, I put Winfield C as a primary.
Winfield Feaster.
Yeah, that's it. You spend like 150 for the level up.
Nice and cool here. I don't think it's nice and cool anywhere, but I do have the AC at a maximum, but it doesn't do much. Just maintain here. Yeah, Diablo I need to also keep going, guys. But I have an avalanche of games coming up soon, man. Also, TwitchCon, I got invited for new games. I'll see if I'm gonna be doing streams there. Take a few minutes, man, and go cook or something. We got time, huh?
Yeah, no, I have to wait for everyone to be at home. So we're gonna eat together. The same shit as always, man. You know, South Italy. You know.
South Italy family reunion, yes.
Yeah,
I just want to talk about seasonal resets. I want to talk about why some people are opposed to them. I want to share my story about how I used to be opposed to them and what made me change my mind, and why seasonal resets are a good thing, and why the renown grind might not be so bad, or at least how the devs can make it better. So first off, just to clarify,
I feel like, again, a lot of times whenever somebody expresses something as not so bad, I feel like right there, that tells you a lot.
Seasonal resets. What are we talking about?
I'll listen.
ARPGs in general now, modern ARPGs have seasons. Call them seasons, call them ladders, call them
Diablo
leagues.
3 had it.
There's some term where every few months there's a new patch that comes out with new content, and with that comes a reset, where if you want to participate in this new content, you got to make a fresh character. Everyone starts from scratch like it's a new game, a new account. Some small things might carry over to some degree, but the spirit of this is that we all start anew. You leave your old character behind. And so for a lot of people unfamiliar with this type of game, the thought is, well, wait a minute, I just spent like 50 hours on this character. You're telling me I can't carry that progress over into the new season?
Yes.
I gotta choose between experiencing new content or not losing out on all my time and effort? I mean, what's the point in even investing into a character if I'm gonna abandon it in 3 months because I gotta make a new one, right? And these
I think that's actually, I mean, all that makes sense, right? Especially if you're a casual player. Like, you hear that, oh, okay, well, now I have to go and redo all of this again? What the fuck?
These are all very valid concerns and very valid points. Some people play hardcore, where if your character dies, you gotta start over. So they have that mentality of, well, I know I can lose all my progress and have to start over. But people who choose not to opt into hardcore, who are going for that softcore experience, that's presumably, partially at least, because they want to retain their progress. They don't want to feel like their hours were wasted because their character is effectively gone. It can take 80 to 200 hours to grind to level 100 in Diablo 4, depending on how fast or slow you might be and what techniques you're using. It can take months to get a super rare item to drop. So what's the point if you can't keep that progress? Now, when
you've got to keep in mind that a lot of the people that were talking about how seasonal resets were problematic were the gamer dad 5-hour-a-week players. It's kind of shitty for casuals. There's no reason to play besides the campaign and enjoy the story. It's about burnout. They should have had the seasons ready. I think that still would have happened, right? I mean, regardless, I think a lot of these people just don't like the idea of having to start over. The Diablo 4 should focus more on the new player base or the vets, and need someone in the middle. It obviously should be somewhere in the middle. But I think that Diablo 4 is clearly positioned in the ARPG market as the more casual alternative, where Last Epoch seems to be in the middle, PoE is the more hardcore alternative, and there's a handful of other niche ones like Grim Dawn.
Season started in Diablo 3, that's exactly how I felt. I've invested so much time, so many months into building up my characters. Why would I just let that go? When the first season rolled out for Diablo 3, there wasn't even really new content back then. That's something that developed more over time and mostly from other games, where new seasons became an opportunity to add new content into the game beyond just new unique items and new sets. Other games now have introduced the ability to have new game mechanics, new quests, more exciting, new and fresh content. But back then, we didn't even have any of that. It was just, okay, there's a couple new items you can find, but there's also a cosmetic reward. So I said, all right, well, I'm just gonna play the new season just to get that cosmetic reward, and then I'm going right back to non-season. I'm gonna keep playing my characters that I've invested all this time into. So I played my first season, and I literally never went back to playing non-season. I kept playing Diablo 3 for years without any significant break, and I would play at the start of every new season, and I would only ever play season from there on out. And it's something that just, against all logic...
Yeah, I was the same way. Like, originally, because I'm definitely the same kind of person that, like, I want to be able to work towards something on my character, and I don't like having my shit get reset, but I also just only play seasonal servers.
And reason, just experiencing it is what's gonna make you a believer. It was just so fun to play a new season. And let's hit up on some points as to why that is. First off, it's just a fresh new experience. It's almost like playing the game again for the first time. That new game experience, that new game smell.
I mean, I feel like for some people it's probably not like that, but yeah, especially if you've taken a break, coming back, And I think there's also, like, the big factor for me is the fact that, like, everybody is playing again, right? It's fresh reset, everybody's back on, everybody's starting over, and it's like the camaraderie of everyone playing the game again. I think that's the cool thing.
Isn't that always the most fun you have in a game? You can hardly ever recapture the magic of your first couple days, maybe even weeks with a new game. And seasons, a fresh start, somewhat are able to give us some Xerox of that experience. Sorry for the Zoomers, some artifact JPEG of that experience. And this is even more true now that in Diablo 4, every season will bring in appreciable new content to experience. So playing in a new season will not feel exactly the same as when you first played Diablo 4, because things will be different in the game. New character builds.
And I think that's why I lost interest in Diablo 3 seasons, is that I felt like every season was basically the same thing. That's why also with PoE, I usually don't play every single league in PoE. I will play like every other week, or like every 3 leagues, or something like that.
Possible now. New strategies for leveling up your characters might be possible now. And these are things that, if you just take your existing level 90 character and respec, you don't get to experience it or appreciate it in the same way. Diablo's a game about the journey, not the destination. It doesn't start at level 100, and that journey is going to be changed by the new season. Another good reason for a fresh season is just...
hopefully, right? I mean, the problem with some games, and like the Diablo 3 seasons, is I felt like they would just, like, the only difference is I'm using a new spell and I'm playing a different build. Like, there's nothing really that much different for me.
Just fair competition. How could new players ever jump into the game and be on par with the veterans if the veterans keep their characters that they've had for years and years? It's just impossible to catch up. A fresh season, everyone zeroes out, fair competition. If you started playing the game 3 months after your friends, how could you ever catch up to them? At least, bam, you zero out every 3 months, you're all on an equal footing. It's not even about competition, it's about having fun with each other. You don't want to feel like the little brother being handheld through a dungeon. Now you all get to start fresh, and if you are competitive, well, now this is your time to prove yourself. All of a sudden, the competition isn't who's been playing the longest, who's had more time in rank, it's who has the best strategy, the best techniques, the best builds. And if you're not competitive with other people, like I'm not competitive with other people, but I'm competitive with myself, every season, I just want to do better than I did last time. I want to level more efficiently. I want to push further. I want to make a better build.
Every league, my plan in PoE is to hit level 100. And that plan gradually diminishes the closer I get to level 95. And about like 95, 96, it's like...
I remember the mistakes that I made in the past, and I don't want to repeat them. But probably the most significant factor of why we need these resets is the game just gets stale. Action RPGs just aren't designed for you to stay at level 100.
And that's one thing that people might not understand, because the game still feels new to them, is that what happens a lot is the game does start to feel stale. It does start to get boring. And the same problems that people are running into at level 80 right now, casuals are going to run into those same problems in a few weeks, a few months. That's what's going to happen to them too.
100 for eternity and just keep farming the same items. Getting that reset every few months helps keep things fresh. And I know some people are arguing, well, the ARPGs should evolve. They shouldn't continue to be made that way. People point to the MMO model, where you keep your high-level character, new content comes...
WoW, I mean, that's one of the things that kind of burned me out with WoW. Like, the new, like, retail WoW strategy actually is the seasonal approach. Because now, like, every time that, like, you're playing the game, it's all about... it's all about the new season. You're playing the new season. Oh, this is season 3 of Dragonflight, or season 2, or whatever, or season 5 of Shadowlands. And I feel like every time my shit gets reset, but I also play MMOs for a different reason than I play an ARPG. It's a different type of game.
Out, you experience it, but an ARPG is not an MMO. That's why I like ARPGs and I don't like MMOs, because it's much more about the journey. It's about the leveling up. It's about the finding gear, and you can't really keep adding on to that with expansions or with seasons every 3 months without literally raising the level cap every 3 months. And then something that's become a very important part of the seasonal reset is the community aspect of it. Every 3 months, we have this big, exciting event that we all jump online and slam the servers for. An RPG's life cycle goes through these spikes. The start of every season, everyone is eager to hop on. Maybe midway through a season, a lot of people have dropped off. They got their fix, they got their fill.
Welcome to my channel.
This is just what happens, right? It's like people lose interest, then they come back for new content.
They don't hate the game, but they're just ready to jump in again in the new season. Now again, you can argue, well, you can have that just with a new expansion or a new content drop that doesn't force you to reset. But because of all the things that I've outlined previously, it doesn't hit as hard if it doesn't come with that reset. Now, specifically on the topic
That's why expansions are so exciting for MMOs.
The Renown grind, which a lot of people blasted through. They just sat down, did Renown for, you know, however many hours it takes in one shot, and they hated themselves after, and they never want to grind Renown again.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's how I
if
feel.
we literally have to do that exactly the same way as we previously did, I can understand why people don't want to do that. Devs are already...
Yeah, if I had to regrind Renown, I've said this like 50 times, I would probably play Season 1 and then just like not play until they have like a new expansion. It's just not worth it.
Trying to change what we are able to retain from the Renown grind that we've already done into the new season. And one thing that, I mean, we'll see when Season 1 is revealed, when the Battle Pass is revealed as well. The free Battle Pass is something to consider as well that we'll discuss right now.
Yeah.
We need to see what the devs actually have planned. Hopefully they do have something planned in this regard, but if they don't, then there's an opportunity here to have every season somehow alter the Renown grind if the Renown grind will remain a part of the game.
But why? Why are we trying to force this? Like, why? Why is this happening? It's just stupid ass busy work. Yeah, what the fuck are we doing? It's not gameplay. Everybody just wants to get it done as fast as possible. Just take it out of the game. I don't get it. Why is there any struggle for this at all?
Maybe the Battle Pass offers alternative ways to get Renown that doesn't have us do exactly the same stuff we've always done. Maybe every season they can shake up different sources of Renown. Maybe sellers can grant Renown in some other...
That's an outtake, that is the game. I know, that's why I would stop playing it. I know, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. That's exactly what I mean, right? Like, it's just lock it to level 50? Yeah, sure, something like that. I don't understand why people are being so vocal about Renown. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. No one's forcing anyone to do that. That's the dumbest fucking... Like, there are 5 zones, and each one of them give you 4 Paragon points. And each one of them gives you a skill point. Go try and play the game at level 90 without 20 Paragon points and 20 skill points. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't have to do it. You don't have to play the fucking game either. If you had played the game, you know how fucking stupid you sound saying that. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't have to do it.
Other season.
Jesus.
And about that Battle Pass, remember the Battle Pass as
where
well
the fuck these people
has
come from?
that, again,
It's
the free
pissing me
Battle
off.
Pass has that XP boost that you can get once you progress far enough along on the track, which will help with the regrinding of the seasonal characters. Because again, that was some complaints that like, oh, well, it takes so long to level up. Again, the new season stuff is going to help with all that and keeping it fresh.
I don't know
making you
why,
fat.
like, bro, there's these Blizzard dick suckers that they want Blizzard to waste their time. They're like, Blizzard, I want you to make me do the thing that I already did again. I want to have to do that. Yeah, please, Blizzard, waste my time. Please. And you want to know why? It's because most of them are fucking garbage at the game, and the only accomplishment that they can achieve is filling up some arbitrary bar because they can't clear nightmare dungeons above level 40. So they want everybody to have to go through this meaningless, mindless grind so they can feel like they have something to hold over people that actually have jobs or just respect for their own time.
Faster, giving you alternative ways to do this content that you feel you don't want to do again. A lot of people just seem to have this mentality of, oh, Season 1 is going to be exactly what we've already experienced. We're probably a week or 2 away from the devs revealing, or maybe 2 to 3 weeks away from the devs revealing what Season 1 will be about, and then we'll have a better idea and be able to start theory crafting, oh, how can our push to level 100 or level 50 or whatever be different this time around. So overall, I just encourage everyone to keep an open mind about seasons, about the season reset. No one's taking away your characters. Your character will always be there. You can.
Yeah, I think that what they should do is they should allow you to complete your battle pass, even without the, even without being in the season, because a lot of people did buy the game, and I think that Blizzard, like, what is the, like, obviously completing your battle pass. Nobody cares about this, right? Nobody goes and they're like, wow, guys, I completed my battle pass. Like, let me go take a picture of this and show off to everybody. So, like, nobody really gives a... Like, it just does not matter. So, like, why not just let people that are on the Eternal Realm complete the battle pass with different objectives? I don't see the problem with that. That seems fine to me.
Always go back to that character you worked so hard on. It's not going to get deleted, but try out the fresh start. See if you get that same feeling of excitement that I got that made me never look back. Diablo is fundamentally a game about the journey, and a new season allows us to experience that journey again and in a fresh way. We all get to jump in it together with that new game experience, and worst case scenario, you go back to playing your non-season character and keep grinding for that Shaco. So that's all I wanted to say about seasons. I encourage you folks to sound off with your thoughts. Are you for or against season resets? And what are your thoughts on how the renowned grind plays into all this? Do sound off in the comments.
The video sounds like someone trying really hard to be invited to the next Blizzard meeting and become part of the special circle. Well, it sounds like you're not trying very hard to have an argument against what he's saying. What the fuck? Like, okay, so anybody that defends the game is just a Blizzard dick rider and they're doing it for brownie points from Blizzard. Okay, well, then, all right. Then, I mean, we're not really having a conversation, are we? I think the reason people don't want to re-level their classes is they don't want to have to tell their wives they're going to have to play games all day again. Yeah. The only argument Riker brought up is I experienced it and enjoyed it. It's about the journey. Well, I think that what he's saying is he wants people to keep an open mind and try it out before they talk about how much they don't like it, because he felt the same way that they did, and then he tried it out and he enjoyed it, which I think is fair. That's definitely fair. There's nothing wrong with that. But I also think that the people that don't want to re-level on a seasonal realm, that is a valid opinion to have. Like, that's absolutely a valid opinion to have. But you also cannot argue with the numbers. Somebody brought Tarkov in chat about the Tarkov wipes getting everybody excited for the game. When do people play PoE in a new league? When do people play Diablo in a new league? Like, these games... And like, it's even with WoW, right? When do people play WoW? In the new season. So like, in every case, these new leagues are shown to be, this is the reason that like, that like gets players enthusiastic about the game. Just player population beginning of PoE league, and at the end, it's just facts. Yeah, it's just that every single observable like metric that we have shows that seasons inject interest into the game. That's why, and that's why every game has seasons. They wouldn't all be doing this if they weren't successful and useful.
Well.
How you going? So, I've got a dirty little secret.
Welcome.
I give up. Six PM Central European time. Okay.
Goodbye for now.
I've got a second YouTube channel with this guy. And 4 years ago, we travelled to North Korea to get a haircut. And and made a whole YouTube channel about it called Boy Boy, and the videos have just been sitting there, marinating. But my mate and I are posting again. So I need you to go over there right now and subscribe. The channel has something for everyone.
I love my home. Best orgasm I've ever had.
To North Korea for haircuts.
Oh, well, don't get handsy. Well.
And while we were in North Korea, my mate and I stole something from the souvenir store. So today, we're going to follow this cookbook and find out why those North Koreans are always so happy.
Alright, recipes of Pyongyang. Just the cover looks fucked. That doesn't look, I have no idea what that is.
You guys are probably just used to going to Macca's or something like that, and you order Macca's and you never get the burger you actually order. It never looks like.
No, this is honesty. Yeah. This is what food under socialism is. No lies.
There's no lies.
There's no lies. So it looks shit from the beginning. You're like, I don't want to eat anything here. That's why there are all these famines. It's like people refuse to eat. It's like, what is this fucking egg sausage?
What else have you got?
Nothing? Well, I'll have one of those. The specialty foods of Pyongyang, where the immemorial history and brilliant culture are prouding themselves, show the advantage of the Korean dishes for their taste, nutrients, and pharmaceutical value.
Pharmaceutical value.
You will fully feel the nostalgia whenever you enjoy the Pyongyang dishes, not only on the festive days, but usually with your family, relatives, and friends.
Like today. It's perfect.
Friends.
We get to eat food and pharmaceuticals. It's amazing.
Okay.
Pyongyang.
Rangmyeon.
Rangmyeon?
I mean, that just looks normal and nice.
That looks kind of good. This looks kind of delicious.
Tangogi soup.
Tangogi. It's said that even a drop of Tangogi soup on Instep can be a tonic.
This is the savoury dish made of potato slices. This tasty dish reminds you of your mother serving breakfast in your home garden. I'd love to eat a dish that implants Korean memories in my head.
Mom,
Songju, where have you gone? I'm just here.
Ooh.
Aspic jelly of oxtrotter.
You love that stuff.
I fucking love aspic jelly. Holy shit. Oh,
you've got a weird, unhealthy relationship with meat jelly.
Why is that unhealthy?
Well,
like,
you're just
like
obsessed
meat,
with it.
But it's more liquid. And people talk about, you know, like the, whatever it is, the American barbecue where the fat melts in your mouth. Not like this. This actually melts. It goes from solid to liquid in your mouth.
Instantly.
It is used for healthy food thanks to its nutritive value, good taste, and various medical properties.
Oh, you can fix all your health problems with one dish. It's great.
I think it's really funny how much they push the medicinal properties of every single food.
Exactly. Broken leg. Aspic jelly of oxtrotter. Perfect. Ooh, that looks kind of. Is that its intestines? No.
Raw carp slices. Oh. I mean, it's so weird.
You're not meant to eat carp.
I mean, not here because all our river systems are fucked. I'll try this one. I'll try to make a fisher work of it.
How could you possibly do that?
I don't know.
That's
I mean,
insane.
by following these incredibly clear instructions.
So we're calling. What is this?
Fisher. Hi there.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Is this the fish shop?
Yes.
Yep. Do you sell carp?
Fish?
Carp.
Not carp or carp?
No, carp.
B.
Give us that carp.
Should I wait a second?
Hi there. Do you guys sell carp?
We don't, unfortunately.
Do you sell carp?
No, sorry.
Then C-A-R-P.
No carp. Sorry?
Carp. Like, do you sell carp? C-A-R-P.
No, we don't sell.
Okay. Alright, thank you. Why do you do that? Let's just go catch some. Let's try catch some. We got some stuff. How do you usually go in the fishing reel? Not chainsaw lube.
No, I'm thinking you can lube up the entire surface of the
river.
That's where they live, the river.
Then what? Then they slip.
Yeah, they'll be harder to catch actually.
Yeah, I don't Spear? It's not
a spear.
Well, you can make it a spear. You could stab you with that.
It's not a spear, it's a
flagpole from golf.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Home Run Derby.
Da. Super, dobro, dolazim.
DTD new actions are available: spawn rad supply, ammo supply, resource supply, tool supply, weapon.
Well. Jack in the Knox. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost, how do you do that?
Ne mogu to reći, skrbnik me sam avion, ne mogu da te vidim. Kusović. Što činiš, Kosoviću?
Alo,
Pa.
gdje ste?
A ne mogu u Gorinu, evo.
Govoriš, ali urala.
Počeo radi iz umra.
A?
Ti čoveka. Počeo da radi i izumro.
Ne bio?
Ja?
A sluje?
A gdje si ti bo?
To tebi secka internet, šta je to ovo Discord? Ništa nisi čuo, šta si?
Downloadujem igru jednu pa vuče. Downloadujem igru pa vuče punom brzinom.
Aha. Evo ga Milk. Gdje si? Aj uđi bre na Discord. Ajde, uđi. Alo. Evo nas, gdje si ti?
Ne mogu skrbik me zaglavio! Ne mogu da zaglavio! Ne mogu da...
Ne može. Zašto se... Gdje je sneg?
A reci mi, jel goriš?
Je. Ma da, ne mogu. Ne mogu, gorim. A? Zvali su oni mene i rekao.
A šta, treba da ideš negde danas? Gde?
Na posao.
Me jebeš.
Da.
Šta, ladno si zaspo?
Da.
I?
Direktor, šef, rekao, uspavao sam. Ništa, hoće doći, rekao, neću, nisi se nešto uklopio, ne mogu. Kulturica.
Pa to nije u redu.
Dobro, ja sam jedan dan ispušten.
Pa jesi ti u silosu, jeli, Jaran? Pa šta radiš tamo? A, taslačiš li nešto, a? A jel taslačiš nešto? Taslačite, a? Šta, mnogo vlažno žito donose, pa sranje, a? Treba promuvati to nekako, jel? Ej, jebem, sad.
Goriš?
Ja sam zaključio da sam se u stvari jako umorio već, tako da moram da idem da odspavam.
A ja?
Jebi ga, nije se spavalo 12 sati, nego samo 7, malo je to, znači. Mora se odmoriti, da se koža na licu zategne, znaš, da to bude odmorna, razumiješ? A ta je uvek zategnuta, to je tako zategnuta da puca, već kraste imam kako puca. Kontakt!
Izašao gameplay za PD3. Ovo će slepo da svi.
Pa i daj. Ma zri, jel radiš na Silsu? Baš me čudi. Zogorab. Ej, otišao sam da odremam malo.
Ne?
Aj, voz zdravo, voz zdravo.
Dobro,
Dućneš strčini.
Gdje ćeš be? Juče s nama malo.
Evo sad ću... Jedi govna, ajde, čao.
Kako ti je bilo? Baš to se čini. Ludilo puta 5. Gdje nam je snijeg?
šta da radim, kad odu prijatelji moji. Kaže djevojka na koju bacam oči.
Šok.
Ljudi samo pričaju. Zašto si
Roots.
nervozan?
Welcome to my channel.
Ti uzmeš šapucu. Šunje sa tim gradom. Brat. Ja ne mogu ću. Ovo je prilično neobičajan kombo. Vas dvojica.
Kako misliš vas dvojica?
Danas ima developer stream u 6 sati. Ako budu tačni.
Izašao ti je gameplay za PD3.
Gledao sam malo.
Ja ozbiljno? Kako ti čini?
Reliko je igrao dosta PD2. Kaže, očekivao je sličan gameplay. Kaže da je različit. Mislim, naravno, ima detalja koji su isti, ali kaže, dosta stvari različite. Ne moraš stalno da trčiš za taocima. Lie down! I tako to, znaš. Jednom kad ih obališ na zemlju, kad legne, ostaje dole. Ja se izvinjam. To je bilo za kum. Si gledao onaj klip s YouTube-a na kompilacijnih mima, kada oni radnice na gradilištu pevaju. Jesi gledao?
Draculazrb. Welcome to my channel.
Ne problem. Skupio sam sa majkom borovnicu. Da, imamo neki župun. Baš. Molim da bubo GTF-a. Šta bi?
Ne znam, otišao. Otišao je Milan, nije rekao zbogom.
Ja se začudio kako ste uopšte upale vazlica ovdje u kombinaciju, to me je začudio.
On preko telefona.
To je... Mobilman. Milan je mobilman, toliko mu je ozbiljan posao da može da se zeba s telefonom. Ja se sjećam dana kad si ti radio Club Crnac tamo u toj tvoj firmi. Kad si casual upad u Discord, znaš. Dok se voziš po saobraćajnu gužvu. Ne zjeba. Ko u Srbiji ko radi normalan posao, razumeš, koji traži više od 2 sive ćelije. Ima luksus da ne razmišlja o tome što radi, nego sad ću ja da uzem mobilni telefon, da se ja zajevam, da zovnem ovoga, da pitam šta ima. Obično imaš toliko posla da nemaš vremena da digneš glavu, a ne da sad... Kakav tip. Kakav lik. Kermitu sam se javio, kad je počeo da streamuje danas. Igra se neka 2 Italijana, to je lavina italijanskih reči. Podsjeća na ono kad mi igramo hand showdown. On nije, nego oni psuju non stop, znaš, zebancija neka. Sad njemu nije kao Bombuz, pa znaš ono sad ono aktivno radi na tome da ih ućutka. Ne, nego znaš ono kreće na zebanciju. Mislim sam bio da uzmem taj Diablo 4, ali ima par stvari što mi se ne sviđaju, pa mislim da ću sad čekat malo. Ne sviđa mi se ideja da grindujem istu igru svakih mjesec, dva, da bih bio tamo gdje jesam.
To svakih mjesec, dva?
Nova sezona.
I kao briše se sve.
Pa ne, nego da bi mogao, mislim, imaš novu sezonu sa novim kontentom. Ako hoćeš da igraš stari kontent koji ono stoji u mjestu, možeš sa starim karakterom samo to drvi. Ćeš da probaš novi kontent, nove iteme, nove zone, nove questove i gluposti, moraš da napraviš nov karakter. Znači možeš da grinduješ sve iz početka. Bukvalno sve, znaš, i onda je sad kao pitanje u community, u tom Diablo, koliko stvari zapravo moraš da grinduješ, zato što recimo što kaže, neko postavi bio pitanje, gledao sam kako se zove onaj lik, Riker, on je bio među jačima za Diablo 3 scenu, sad igra Diablo 4, i njega gleda ovaj Asmongold, i sad je bilo neko postavi pitanje kao, nazdravlje i prijatno, tako to, kume podriguje. Neko postavi pitanje pa kao, ne moraš da igraš kao te, kako se zovu, Renown. Renown su ti kao da rešiš sve questove u zoni. Imaš kao 4 velike zone u igri. Kad rešiš sve questove i sve side questove, dobiješ 20 skill poena. Znači, ako ti karakter ima 80. level, na 80 levela imaš još plus 20 skill poena koje dobiješ kad uradiš sve questove. E sad, ako svaku sezonu moraš da opet radiš te sve side questove, razumeš, dosta ljudi će odigrat možda jednom i nijednom više. Ja sam to radio jednom u Tarkovu i više nijednom, razumeš. Da ja otključavam oružje i da radim questove da bi mogo da giram pušku ili da uzmem bolji pancir i to. I da ti meni svaki, ne znam, par mjeseci ono kao resetuješ taj leaderboard bez da ja aktivno hoću to da uradim. Zašto? Jer zato sam rekao Nedu da mi se ne sviđa taj režim u Tarkovu i to tam gdje igra. Onda rušava moj mir.
Moj mir? Ja sam žena 5 djece.
Ja sam majka 6 djece.
Znate kako njoj dobro. Da misli?
Pa misli da te pumpaju. Ne, nisam siguran, ne znam šta je to, razumiješ, kako je to bez mozga, razumiješ, čemu se tu radiš, šta se dešava pod mozgom.
Dobro?
Ne da te pumpa, ajmo tako, da dozvoliš sebi kao žena da ostaneš trudna, posle prve trudnoće, razumiješ, još 4-5 puta, a znaš koliko muke si imala s jednim, s tim što ne znaš da li će sutra taj tip, razumiješ, s kojim si kao biti uz tebe. I ono kao, ok, podižeš samo 6 djece sa svojim roditeljima. To je baš super. Mora da su mama i tata ponosni na nju. Bez... A žive, ne znam da li još uvijek žive, ali kako ja znam, ona je iz susednog mjesta, pored mene, na 5 km. Svekitić je.
Ozbiljno?
Nisi to znao?
Nisu.
Jest. Toš majkaš sad 7 djece, iz Svekitića. Kako je to mentalitet? Samo u ovakvim sredinama, razumeš, retardirani ljudi, razumeš, oni imaju pola mozga.
Nemaju šta nego da se karaju se.
Kažem, razumem, desi se jedna neplanirana trudnoća. Ono, viša sila, znaš. Ti se desi jednom, šta je s onih ostali 4-5 puta?
Voli... Bože.
Danas je klinke... Sad ti otkuca. Ne, ona je si... Kako zove ona je? Mi nismo anđeli. Kad mu kaže onaj... Srđan Todorović, kad šapne Nikoliku i kaže danas je klinke satir od kulica. Otkud ti znaš da je dete zapravo tvoje? I on izađe iz auta i krene. Danas se klinke... Ja kaže, tu znam da je dete moje. A pljas šamar, razumiješ. Dobro, u tom filmu je tako objašnjeno što je ona nekakva, razumeš, ono, nevina klinka i on je kao prvi momak i ono, ta neka varijanta. Kao teenage komedija. Čuo me da nema Vlade. Obično Vlada bude tu da se javi i onda ne stane. Kada ide ja nešto da radim. Stari isto, juče kad sam čini mi se bio palio kompjuter, došao javio se i rekao idem da prošetam ovaj kjer. Reče Milan ili Nenad ko je rekao. Milan neće biti, možda Nenad. Ćeš uskoro da počneš da radiš nešto. Pa ozbiljno?
Da, neću ipak.
Ipak nećeš. Vidi, ne moraš...
Imam sastanak sutra i za još jednu firmu.
Ne moraš da žuriš, pošto će to biti vjerojatno posao koji ćeš da radiš neko vreme, ne kao Milan, ono, sat vremena, znaš.
Naravno.
Sa odabirom posla ne moraš da žuriš, to će doći kasnije kad budeš već...
Da, slao sam ja već CV-e, već sam bio na neke sastanke. Ali shvatim da u stvari ne radi mi se sad, dođe mi da kuliram još mjesec dana.
Pa, zamišljaj ovo kao produženi godišnji odmor. Ja nisam radio 30 ili 60 dana, tako nešto. Pa da, onda kad nam je firma otišao u kurac, kad je ovaj...
Ali primao si platu koda si...
Ne, nije otišao u kurac ona pre toga nego... Boga mi... Tad je bilo ono kao, hoćete kao da dođete da radite, kao plata će biti, kao... Moramo nešto da radimo, ali kao novca trenutno nema. Kao ko ne dođe dobit će otkaz. Mi je ono vaš je otkaz. Svi, bukvalno svi. Mislim, bilo je tu žena koje su, ono, vratile se da rade, što znači fora, pre 10 dana su joj ne dali otkaz. Te, stare radnice, kažem. I njima dok učiliš, ostaju mi dužan bio oko 2 mjeseca plata. I ima je obraz lik da im kaže, kao pa, ako hoćete da radite kao na crno, znaš, za nadnicu. Da, zamisli to je. Ujebate, kako.
Čekaj, jesu vam dali sve plate?
Pa većinu mislim da su mi isplatili. Nisam gledao u paru, razumeš. Ono, bilo je kao mjesec za mjesec isplata, dali su tu sve pare, nisam gledao, razumeš. Ono što sam ti ja rekao bukvalno, ono, kao ok, pare su na broju, sad nisam gledao koliko ima, fali 5000, 10, to me ne interesuje. Jednostavno neću s njima da se gonim više, ni po sudu, ni ne gubim živce, ni... Neozbiljna firma. A znam ko bi se s njima pregonio, to sudnje vrlo. Sreće patiš.
Dipro?
Samo da pokasam taj ručak. Keva stela da se kuva neko meso. Da malo pre sam bio s njom u bašti, kakve to vezi ima s tobom? Ima ako budeš srčako. Malo pre sam bio s njom u bašti, skuplja neke kajsije koje su popadale. I uglavnom, trebalo bi to meso da bude za nekih 15 do 30 minuta. I kad ruča može. Naprimjer, ovakve igre kao što igram trenutno, 70 da ja mogu uvijek da pauziram i odem da radim nešto drugo. Deep ne mogu da pauziram, razumeš, ni single, ni multipad sesiju. Ostavim li karaktera, ubit će me 100% bubu.
Urzul Rul. Welcome to my channel. Would you like to buy a digital copy of a photo of my shit?
Your actual shit? No. I tried your mod, it was fun to play, but...
I tried so hard.
I got so far in the end. No. Hello, Mr. Italian. How are you doing? I see you change your Twitch name again. Or did you get banned? Anyway, welcome, and I don't want to buy your digital image. I'm not interested into anything digitally unless it's either software that I use or fun software, you know, like a game.
Hello.
Hello. No. I guess you are the second Italian person that I know about. Well, that streams, I guess. Well, at least you streamed a bit. The first being Grandfather Hermit. Well, he's, I guess, known just as Hermit these days.
Wow.
Yeah, should be proud. Okay. Enough of this. Enough of this slave work. I bet you wanna run in. Get up on a highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes next. Yeah, nothing's gonna make it happen. Take a world in loving grace. Ima jedan film koji sam počeo jučer da gledam s Nenadom. Ako budeš tu, napitaj se li da gledamo od početka ako hoćeš. A ne znam da li si ga gledao. Eksperimentator. Eksperimenter, ili tako nekako se čudno se zove. Mogu da objasnim ako te zanima ime ili radnja.
Eksperiment?
Nije eksperiment. Eksperimenter.
Eksperimenter moj,
Da, Experimenter 2015. Da. To ti je...
To on je u zatvoru?
Ne. Ti pričaš o eksperimentu koji se desio u podrumu one zgrade gdje su grupa robijaša kao grupa dobrovoljaci su bili kao robijaši, grupa je bila čuvari. I sve kao bio ono fiktivni sukob između te dve grupe. Ne to. Ovo ti je on je bio Jevrej, taj Stanley Milgram. Njegov tata je bio Mađar, a mama mu je bila Poljska Jevrejka, oboje su bili Jevreji. I uglavnom pobegli su iz Evrope u Ameriku. I on kad je došao u Ameriku, kad je odrastao tamo, počeo se bavi sa, kad je studirao na tom Yale-u, studirao je kako beše, sociologiju ili sociologiju ponašanja, društvenu sociologiju, čini se da je tako nešto. To ti je nešto između psihologije, paleontologije i šta je već da je kombinacija. Društvena nauka. Proučava se ponašanjem ljudi ili u društvu, razumiješ, kako društvo funkcioniše. I što je sad to interesantno ili nije. Pa njega je zanimalo kako to da čovjek kad ga usloviš ne može da odbije naređenje. Vojnik u vojci, policajac na dužnosti, medicinska sestra. Kad daš recimo vojniku naređenje da recimo uđe u to selo i da recimo sve koje nađe da okupi i kao svi koji su u tom selu, iako su civili nenaoružani, smatraju se neprijateljne države i treba da budu streljani. Ti kao vojnik, to je tvoje naređenje, a ti kao čovek vidiš da su to stare babe, žene, deca, boga, ljudi koji nisu mogli da pobegnu. I da li ti moralno osjećaš, razumeš, da te neko primorava da to uradiš? Ili tvoja savjest ti kaže nemoj, stani jebote. On nije u redu. Razumeš?
No.
Znači njega je zanimalo šta je to što čovjeka goni.
Ne moraš da mi spoileraš.
Ne spoilerujem ništa. Ništa ja ne spoilerujem. Uopšte se o tome ne radi u filmu. Film je kao sociološki eksperiment. Eto, to je sav spoj koji sam ti rekao. To ćeš vidjeti u prvih 3 minuta filmu.
Pa, gledat ćemo poslije. Eto mi sekund.
Sell me your shit. Oh. Oh wow.
You have a great day now.
Thank you, merchant. Stranger.
DTD, a new vote has started. DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Tourist Attack.
Ever.
You need assistance? Well, there's always Shamway up the road. You can try looting. come back sometime. It's been a real pleasure. You watch yourself out there. Thanks for shopping here. Come again.
O. Čaj sam stavio, reći ti kako je.
You have a great day now.
See ya. I'm gonna buy that and no. Yes.
Be with you, my friend.
Okay, this has been very quality
Safe travels.
purchase. Yum.
Sorry. Wait, can you draw a fish?
You go.
That's tight.
It looks.
What is that?
Fish. What are you going to do when you actually want to catch a fish?
I'll throw this side. Is it heavy?
Look, you're the inventor here. That's pretty good.
I mean, I didn't hit the fish though.
Do you reckon the fish will be made of jip rock too?
Wait, what about this? Bow and arrow, bow fishing.
You just shoot a fish.
You just shoot a fish.
And let it float down the stream.
Exactly. Now we put a reel on the bow and arrow. Just to stabilise it. So like this goes on the front of the bow. We attach the reel to this. Okay. Shoot the fish, reel in the fish, and we're all laughing. Yeah, I reckon it's gonna work. I'm just.
Yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near this. Are you sure it'll unfurl in the direction that you want it?
No.
I'll do it back from where you do the other thing, so it's the same.
Ah, so consistency.
Whoa! Wait, But you lost your bloody rope though. Wait, did you forget you just got heaps of stuff back here? Here's a bottle of oil. Oh fuck! Look what he caught. It works.
What do you do with oil when you still want some oil? Oh, it's barbs.
And your pants slippery down.
And now we just have to catch a carp. And luckily, Australia is full of them. So full, our politicians have come up with wild strategies of removing them, like infecting them with STDs like herpes.
Of herpes to try and get rid of these disgusting mud-sucking creatures.
And also microchipping them with a golden $1 million ticket to encourage fishermen to hunt them. So we went down to the beautiful local creek with another mate to catch some carp and herpes.
This is where you find carp.
I know, this looks like some fresh, delicious water.
Oh, mate, they've already got takeaway containers for us.
So I came here with my brother like 2 months ago. We walked down here and then we walked a bit past and walked down to a river and there was just a dead dog in the water.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be eating this carp. Dead dog carp.
A lot of people go for the dead dog flavour in their food.
True, true.
And after searching the river for a while, we started to get the hang of spotting the carp.
That's pretty cool.
That log on the left? Could possibly be. Got a ridge along the top of it.
Yeah, I've mistaken a lot of sticks like that.
And as soon as one came in range, I took my first shot.
A little below, like a foot below.
Guess my reel's not very good.
And found out my reel didn't work too well.
Just there. They're a bit hard to see.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, he's so big, he's right there. Problem, I can't get a full draw. It's a little one. Oh, yeah, so close.
Looks like you hit him in the tail.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
And after the arrow came back and hit my leg for the second time, I decided to just point at the fish and rely on our mate Jilly, who never misses.
I like that there's no pressure on me because my thing doesn't work at all.
Alex's whole channel is riding on your shoulders, Chili. No!
Fuck yeah, good work.
Go and grab the gaff.
Where's the gaff?
It's in the...
Good shot. Oh my god.
Nice, decent one.
Big boy, good work, good shot. Good work, dude.
So glad I managed to get another one and on film for you guys.
That's fucking sick.
Oh my god, what a head. Looks delicious.
Yeah, that's a yummy fish.
Yeah, it's a good size too.
Carp. Oh, so slippery.
I mean, I guess...
Fuck. Just covered in blood. That's bad.
Is there a place to grab him? Okay, wait. Two hands.
But I should not have done this with a fabric armband. This was more like we should... Why is this funny? The whole kitchen's gonna smell of fish. I hope so. Alexa had sex with it, so now it does.
I threw the fish, we did the bowling, then I went and took a piss.
Well, now you have herpes.
Gotta tell my girlfriend. I think it was the fish. Well, I was going to say, this is all about presentation, so we won't pick the best side of the car.
It has no eye. Let's go back to that side. Preserve blood from a freshly killed carp.
We did not preserve the blood. Okay, first step.
First step, not wrong. Dress the fish. Dress the fish. What does that mean?
Dress him.
Well, you're close. What do I pull it through?
Why do you? That's not being dressed. That's undressing.
Oh yeah. Well, we gotta undress him eventually. Here you go. Oh, that's fast.
Oh, nice.
Dress? No, it says dress the fish and wipe off with cloth. We did exactly what they said.
That's perfect.
It's great. Oh, yeah, I'll start here and then I'll make my way up.
Okay.
Or maybe I should start here and make my way down and get in between the stones.
That's a good noise.
This is a tough fish. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Ne. Ti shataš da nisam ja taj koji priprema hranu.
I know.
I'm not convinced.
I know. Me too.
Maese, did you write Maese? Znaš dakle to?
What up?
South Park. Kad im Cartman da, Cartman, kad im da da Meksikancima da mu napišu kao sastav, znaš, za školu. I viče Cartman, did you write my essay? On kad treba da napiše esej za školu. A esej ti je kao ono, drug, znaš, homie. I kad viče, did you write my essay? I did write my essay. Esej, ono kao sastav za školu, znaš. Naši su besposlene Meksikanci, nećeš koji kao dali im, ne znam, $1, $2 da im kao napišu sastav za školu. Kao to je dobar plan. A vi sačekali par dana, a ovaj kao napisao pismo svojima kući kao. Yeah, I wrote my essay. Gas.
Gas.
Ali čudo što nema materijala da opravi nikad ništa. Kada razvalja ovaj motor. Kad je gazio i zombije i jelene. Umjesto da upuca ko čovjek jelena, on uzme pa ga pregazi motorom. Ajde onoga, što kaže on, jaguara, puma, onaj planinski lav, šta je to već? Divlja mačka, aj što je divlju mačku klepio, aj to nema se. Tako što je morao jelena da zgazi. Mass, 20, horizontal support, 200, hit points 300. Chain link. Aha. Kao u zatvoru jebote. Rp malo. Come to the prison. Oh, brother. No? Yes. I see. Čudi me da ti nisi ljubitelj toga da recimo dodeš na Adu ili tako nešto.
A da dodam Hvane vodača.
Otkud ja znam. Nisam... oprosti molim te, jutros kad sam bio sa termometrom bilo je sve u redu. I was being sarcastic.
Yes.
Verujem ti, ali ne znam je li toplo. Koliko greje sunce.
Kaki bre, pa ovo je ništa, šta je ovo, 28-29 stepeni. Stvarno misliš da bi ljudi išli da se kupaju sad po ovo vreme?
Bit smije, tu znam.
To jest ima ali malo, nije uopšte sezona bre za plivanje, šta ti je, viš kako vreme prslo. Kako crno leto, ovo nije video. Realno. Evo 28 stepeni maksimum. Šta je, ti ćeš da se kupaš na 28 stepeni. Ja sa 20 nosim duks, bre. A sutra 17 stepeni max. I kažeš ti meni ko se to kupa na 17 stepeni.
Imamo jednog inačinu, on se kupa. Exactly. $50,000 goriva. There we go. Guess. Oh, brother. Mods. X. There you go. Buttons for tak.
Da.
Reče mi neki kolega da ima neki muzički festival u Beogradu, nešto kao Exit, samo ono BG varijanta.
Bruce. Welcome to my channel.
Ma glupost. Ti samo da i slušaš.
Ne, mene ne interesuje. Nego sam očekio da ćeš neći da ideš ti ili da te interesuje to. Otko znam. Možda voliš...
Da, volim baš rastum.
Možda voliš da, ne znam, povučeš 2 crte koksa i da ono... Znaš koje je moje iskustvo bilo s time? Jedna Mađarica me ponudila amfetaminima u vozu dok smo se vraćali. Sam ja tad studirao na faksu. No, kaže, ostalo mi kao sa Exita, znaš, kao par ovih pilula, kao, ćeš kao jedno, ja rekao, ne. Brate, ko je to leglo,
A što se re?
Ček se mi ne zebam. Mushroom. Crystal meth. Jedan.
Ovo za brate Milana.
Ne znam, šta?
Kako napisano ovdje?
Montenegro ili kralj Sablje ili tako nešto, neke gluposti.
Brate, kako upisan čovjek, jebate, komu menjao niko je ovdje? Ratin ubica, brate.
Prvi bi mu ja promenio. Ako znaš stari nickname, ako kreneš da ga tagaš, on ti automatski promeni na novi inače. Ako znaš stari, a pazi nešto, nisi znao stari. M.O. Nešto mi struja treperi. Će opet biti nekih restrikcija. Wow. Oh wow. No money. Meat potato. Meat. Oof. Ridiculous. I see. Very good. Let's get you. Napaštet. Welcome. Nice of you to drop by. Wow. That's fucking expensive. Trash. Gledam ovo oružje što ću da prodam. Trash. Know your place, trash. Želim da skupljam smeće po inventaru, to me radi samo tako. Two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Nice. Better, no?
Hentaichen. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Mr. Hyundai. Fuck me. Vulture.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Jesus, we're gonna get so full of sewage. Can I try?
No. This is my recipe.
It's fun.
Well, I just don't trust you doing your job.
Look what you're doing. What do you call this? How this is like? Look at all this meat.
No, look, there is a layer of
DTD, a new vote has started.
How do you propose I cut through there?
Cut through this?
Yep. Cut there. Look at that. That.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful fillet. But do not tell me that doesn't look good.
That looks beautiful.
Outvote.
You proved me wrong. Okay.
So now we've got.
Cut into sticks of 4 mm.
So now I've got the beautiful fillet. What was the next step?
Cut into sticks of 4 millimeters.
Thank you. 4 millimeters is very thin. That is tiny. I'll go centimeter. I'll go.
Illusion.
You'll
Welcome
be
to my channel.
Be able to hold it. Yeah. Sorry. I'll be able to hold its its shape. Let's go centimeter.
It's got a different mouth.
Does it? How can you tell?
Well, this one's got like a sucker mouth. Yeah, wait, what? What fish did we catch?
No, it's because you just spread it out. Look, if the tail was like that, it'll be the same.
No, it's
fish.
not, because it. This one's got it. No. No, that's they didn't do that. This is a different.
How do you know?
This is a different fish.
How do you know?
You're just turning it into a different fish.
I'm turning it into that fish. Wait, look at that. Look, it already looks so much better.
Yeah, because you've played God. You've created a new species. There's like those haircuts that you do where you.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen critical immune.
Yeah, but if we put it back together, look at that. It is the same fish. Show this. Now this.
Okay. We wash it again and again and again, and then it's just so fucking mucusy, regardless of how many times we wash it. Or your cast is so fucked. It's just like drenched in.
Oh, that is bad.
You know this thing has herpes.
Oh.
You just can never touch your cock.
I like it. The physiotherapist just called me. I was like, Alex, please keep that on for 6 weeks. Now we get this. So you lift it up. I'll put it underneath.
Oh, so juicy. Okay. This is not appetizing.
Wait, this looks so much better.
This looks really good.
This looks sick. So now
we do strips.
Now we do strips. This is not.
No, if we do them all tight.
Let's do all tight wiggles, okay. Well, that actually looks nice. Look at the little flick on
little McDonald's.
Hey, look at that wiggle.
Oh, it's not staying there for long. It's
That's
moving.
how you make your money.
That looks so fucked on camera. Looks like we filled it up with ham.
No, it looks good. Kim Jong-un's gonna be pissed.
thought you guys were meant to be like brand ambassadors for North Korea.
Yeah, we're not.
Not after this. We're never getting invited back to the country.
Well, the acoustics are still great.
Let me have a go at that.
It's a strong tea.
Oh.
You know what's great? The longer we do this, the more rancid the
Let's get this in the fridge.
Eat it really quick.
No, let's get this in the fridge because you got to make your meal first. We've got to compare them.
It's raw fish.
It doesn't matter. I'll put it in the fridge. We'll be quick.
I'm not going to eat it then. Okay, we need 1 kilogram of ox trotter. How long has it been out?
No, it hasn't been out. What do you mean? Well, it's been off its foot for a while. Oh, fingernails are worse than mine.
You need 1 kilogram of this, bro.
They didn't have a kilo.
Oh, okay.
This is what we get. We got more of the other stuff.
You're trying to sabotage my recipe.
Well, if they've only got 1 foot, how do I tell them to get another foot? And this is your other one.
I can't, wait, what cow only has 1 leg, though? So you got a fresh cow, you need 1 kilogram of trotter, he gives you 1 leg. What happened in that?
The cow's just limping around the paddock now. I got you more ossobuco. I know you love ossobuco.
They don't say ossobuco here anywhere.
So, shank is ossobuco. He told me this is shank. What more? I'm not going to argue with the butcher, the man that sells meat.
If a butcher tells you to jump off a bridge, will you jump off a bridge?
Well, you can't compare jumping off a bridge to the man who sells meat giving me meat advice.
I don't know. But I'm sorry, this looks not like any other meal I've ever seen in my life. We got trotter, we got ox tongue. We need a leek.
We need to get a leek.
My feet are wet. We have salt.
We do have salt. I've got salt. No, you know where it'll be? It'll be where the sugar should be.
You could be saying there's no salt.
You've purchased a cow's tongue and you have no salt in the house. Shredded stone mushroom.
I couldn't find stone mushrooms, so I just
You already looked through
I got some mushrooms, just put some stones in it. This isn't even a stone, this is a slug.
Shredded red pepper.
So I didn't have red pepper, so you can't screw it. They didn't actually have red pepper.
Come on.
This isn't a prank.
Where do they not have red pepper?
Coles.
Ground pine nuts.
Yeah, so
You got pine nuts?
I do have pine nuts, but they didn't have plain pine nuts.
Oh, piss off. Wait, this is not funny. What are you doing?
This wasn't a joke. This is the only way you get pine nuts. What do you mean? The sorted nuts.
You're just...
Wait, so we're going to separate this hand. This one is a joke.
Which one's a...
Look, this is pine nut. Look how
Dude, there's like 3 pine nuts in this whole thing. Dude, there are no... You picked the thing with absolutely no pine nuts. No, what you've done is you thought this was good for breakfast, and you just purchased this for yourself.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to get to 5 grams easy. I reckon we're going to have more than
I reckon that's probably 1 gram.
Well, it's because you're eating them.
I don't eat them. We don't have any. Jesus Christ.
Sunflower seeds are nice.
They're nice. You know, we could have just used them.
DTD, a new vote has started.
We could have just cooked something completely different. What are you talking about?
3.
4. Oh, here we go.
5. Don Mario! You have eaten big nut.
Yes.
No. I'm really good at this, right? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
This is a lot of jelly.
Yeah, wait, do we? Nowhere does it say how many this feeds.
All of North Korea.
What kind of oil do you reckon they'd use in North Korea?
Get rice bread, don't we?
What do we got?
Yeah, nice.
Good for you. Good for your food.
Also, we do the same thing the North Koreans do.
Yeah, wait, actually, ours is more nonsense.
Because we have trademarks in it. How insane is that?
Yeah, TM.
Alpha 1, TM rice bran oil is naturally...
It contains a natural antioxidant, a made-up word that means nothing, vitamin E, and the plant steroid oryzanol.
I mean, this looks great. You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Okay, I think I gotta stop frying. Give me some water. Where's the thing?
Yeah.
Is this thing? Is this thing?
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen weapon supplies.
This was all meant to be water. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Slowly until the meats become tender. What is scum? And why is it so bad?
It kind of, I think it smells quite nice. It just smells like a
so bad.
minestrone.
I don't think it smells like someone dropped raw chicken into a swimming pool.
Do you want me to help you? I'll cut something for you. I'll cut the green red.
You gotta shred it though.
Oh, the grater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, I gotta boil some. Okay, so which one of these pots work and which one of these pots don't work?
The thin one doesn't work.
So I can use this?
Fucking why is nothing where it should be?
Oh, that's pretty cool. Shredded egg.
You want me to do this to an egg?
Yeah, I want to do it with an egg. But how are we only meant to get 10 grams of egg? Okay, so I need a fifth of this egg. That's why you're laughing. That's really.
Si gleda kanal od onoga lika, što pravi onako lude izume, ono koji nemaju point. I did a thing. Kad uzme pa stavi na cipelu montira sekire, onda kao, znaš, ono tipa šutne i kao ono opruga, kao lansira sekire i kao udari recimo, kao cepa drva noga. Tako neki gluposti. Ili kad je montirao mačete, montirao na propelere od ovoga ventilatora, onoga što visi na plafonu. Kupio mačete u prodavnici i montirao, zavario, znaš. I onda uzme bacao, a dobro to radi, kao, znaš, komedija na YouTube. Ali da ume da radi, znaš, da pravi tako te stvarčice, ume. Ali kažem, uglavnom su gluposti. Ja gledam sad kako je ono, kako specali ribu. Uzeo onaj luk, znaš, onaj kao od onih polivlakana, onaj s onim čegrcima. Uzeo luk, vezao za strelu, onu karbonsku vezao je najlon i montirao onaj kao za pecanje, onaj, kako se to zove, ono sranje što motaš, zaboravio se. Mašinicom namontirao. I onda su gađali ribu sa strelama. Glupost. Znaš što su bili u Koreji i uzeli kao kuvar od njih, onaj, za spremanje hrane. I nigdje nisu kao mogli da nađu ribu i onda su otišli u pecu kao sa lukovim i strelama. Gdje si? Moment. Sladoled. Hoću to danas sve častiš ili?
Nemanja bio do firme Dragan dole skladnjače.
Anyway. Tu li si? Došla mi je sestra bila. Oko 4-5 će biti ručak. 4-5, ne znam.
Pa dobro, kada je biti to.
Ako hoćeš da igraš Deep možemo i sad. Ako hoćeš, nećeš.
Ajde ako hoćeš.
Ajde. Mogu gledamo film? Što?
Može.
Skinuo sam film, hoćeš ti s nama peći? Kako ću oduradim, ne znam ni sam. Mislim da znam. Mogu da...
Goodbye for now.